This is Audible.
Dove Audio presents Gideon Spies by Gordon Thomas, read by Theodore Bickel.
When the red light blinked on the bedside telephone, a sophisticated recording device was automatically activated in the Paris apartment near the Pompidou Center in the lively 4th arrondissement. The light had been wired in by an Israeli communications technician who had flown from Tel Aviv to install the recorder, intended to allay any suspicions neighbors would have about the phone ringing at ungodly hours. The technician was one of the Yahalomim, a member of a Mossad unit that dealt with secure communications in the safe houses of Israel's secret intelligence agency. The one in Paris was like all the others. It had a bomb-proof front door and window glass, which, like the panes in the White House, could deflect scanners. There were scores of such apartments in all the major cities in the world, either purchased outright or rented on long leases. Many were left unoccupied for lengthy periods, ready for the time they would be needed for an operation. One had been conducted from the Paris apartment since June 1997, when Monsieur Maurice had arrived. He spoke fluent French with a slight Central European accent. Over the years, his neighbors had encountered others like him, men, and occasionally women, who arrived without warning, spent weeks or months among them, then one day were gone. Like his predecessors, Maurice had politely discouraged interest in himself or his work. Maurice was a Katzah, a Mossad field agent. Physically, he was nondescript. It had been said that even on an empty street he would pass virtually unnoticed. He had been recruited in what was still a halcyon time for Mossad, when its legend remained largely intact. His potential was spotted during Israel's compulsory military service, when after boot camp he had been drafted into Air Force intelligence. An aptitude for languages, he knew French, English, and German, had been noted, along with other qualities. He was good at filling gaps in a case study and drawing fact out of speculation, and he knew the limits of informed conjecture. Above all, he was a natural manipulator of people. He could persuade, cajole, and if all else failed, threaten. Since graduating from the Mossad Training School in 1982, he had worked in Europe, South Africa, and the Far East. At various times, he had done so under the guise of a businessman, a travel writer, and a salesman. He had used a number of names and biographies drawn from the library of aliases maintained by Mossad. Now he was Maurice, once more a businessman. Maurice was glad to be out of Tel Aviv and back in the field. The operation which had brought him to Paris had provided another chance to show he was a methodical and careful agent, one able to deliver what was expected. In this case, the task was relatively simple. There was no real physical danger, only the risk of embarrassment should the French authorities discover what he was doing and quietly deport him. The Israeli ambassador knew Maurice was in Paris, but had not been told why. That was standard operational procedure. If things went wrong, the envoy could plead ignorance. Maurice's task was to recruit an informer. His target was Henri Paul, assistant chief of security of the city's Ritz Hotel, who also acted as chauffeur to its celebrity guests. The hotel was a meeting place for Middle Eastern arms brokers and their European contacts. Mossad had decided to have an informer in the Ritz who would be able to report on their activities. It had set about the task by first obtaining the hotel's staff list. This had been done by hacking into the Ritz computer system. No one at the hotel's senior management level appeared to be a likely prospect. Junior staff did not have the overall accessibility to guests for the task required. But Henri Paul's responsibility for security meant every area of the Ritz was open to him. His passkey could access a guest's safe deposit box. There would be no questions asked if he wanted a copy of a person's hotel bill, no raised eyebrows if he asked to see the hotel's telephone log to obtain details of calls made by arms dealers and their contacts. He could know which woman a dealer had discreetly hired for a contact. As chauffeur to VIPs, Paul would be in a good position to overhear their conversations, witness their behavior, see where they went, whom they met. The next stage had been to create a psychological profile of Paul. Over Over several weeks, information on his background had been unearthed by one of the resident Katzas in Paris. Using a number of covers, including an insurance company employee and a telephone salesman, the Katza had learned that Paul was a bachelor in no permanent relationship, lived in a low-rent apartment, and drove a black Mini but liked fast cars and racing the motorcycle of which he was part owner. Hotel staff had spoken of his liking a drink. There had been hints that from time to time he had used the services of an expensive hooker who also serviced some of the hotel's guests. The information had been evaluated by a Mossad psychologist. He had concluded that there was an inherent vulnerability about Henri Paul. The psychologist had recommended that steadily increasing pressure, linked with the promise of substantial monetary reward to finance Paul's social life, could be the best way to recruit him. The operation could be a lengthy one, requiring considerable patience and skill. Rather than make further use of the resident Katza, Maurice would be sent to Paris. As in any such Mossad operation, Maurice had followed well-taught guidelines. First, over several visits, he had familiarized himself with the Ritz and its environs. He had quickly identified Henri Paul, a muscular man with a certain swagger in his walk, who had made it apparent that he sought approval from no one. Maurice had observed the curious relationship Paul had with the paparazzi, who staked out the front of the Ritz, ready to snatch photographs of the more newsworthy rich and famous guests. From time to time, Paul would order the photographers to leave, and usually they would do so, circling the block on their motorcycles before returning. During those short trips, Paul would sometimes emerge from the hotel's staff entrance and engage the paparazzi in friendly banter as they passed. At nights, Maurice had observed Paul drinking with several of the paparazzi in one of the bars around the Ritz he patronized with other staff after work. In progress reports to Tel Aviv, Maurice had described Paul's ability to drink considerable amounts of alcohol, yet appear stone-cold sober. Maurice also confirmed that Paul's suitability for the role of informer overrode his personal habits. He appeared to have the essential access and a position of high trust. At some point in his discreet surveillance, Maurice discovered how Paul was betraying that trust. He was receiving money from the paparazzi for providing details of guest movements, enabling the photographers to be in a position to snatch pictures of the celebrities. The exchange of information for cash took place either in one of the bars or in the narrow Rue Cambon, where the Ritz staff entrance was situated. By mid-August, that exchange had focused on the expected arrival at the Ritz of Diana, Princess of Wales, and her new lover, Dodi El-Fayed, the son of the hotel's owner. They would stay in the fabled imperial suite. All the Ritz staff were under strict instructions to keep details about Diana's arrival secret, under penalty of instant dismissal. Despite this, Paul had continued to risk his career by providing details of the forthcoming visit to several paparazzi. From each, he had received further sums of money. Maurice saw that Paul had also begun to drink more heavily and had overheard Ritz staff complain that the assistant security chief had become even more of a martinet. He had recently fired a floor maid he had caught stealing a bar of soap from the guest bedroom. Several of the hotel's employees said that Paul was also taking pills and wondered if they were to help control his mood swings. Everyone agreed Paul had become more unpredictable. One moment he would be good-humored, the next he would display barely controlled anger over some imagined slight. Maurice decided the time had come to make his move. The first contact was in Harry's bar in the Rue d'Ornou. When Paul came in, Maurice was already sipping a cocktail. The Mossad Katza smoothly struck up a conversation, and the security man accepted a drink after Maurice mentioned that friends of his had stayed at the Ritz. Maurice added that they had been surprised how many other guests had been wealthy Arabs. If it had been a shot in the dark, it produced a staggering result. Paul replied that many of the Arabs were rude and arrogant and expected him to jump when they raised a finger. Worst were the Saudis. Maurice mentioned he had heard that Jewish guests were just as difficult. Paul would have none of it. He insisted that Jews were excellent guests. On that promising note, the evening ended with an arrangement to meet again in a few days over dinner at a restaurant near the Ritz. During the meal, Paul confirmed, under Maurice's well-timed questions, much of what the Katza knew. The hotel security chief spoke of his passion for fast cars and his liking for piloting a small aircraft, but it was difficult to enjoy those habits on his salary. That may well have been the moment Maurice began to exert pressure. Finding money was always a problem for such hobbies, but not an insoluble one. Almost certainly, that perked Paul's interest. What followed then developed a rhythm of its own. Maurice laying down the bait, and Paul all too eager to take it. The hook in place, Maurice would then have begun to reel in the line with the skills he had acquired at the Mossad training school. At some point, Maurice would have planted the idea he might be able to help, perhaps mentioning he worked for a company that was forever looking for ways to update its database and would pay good money to those who could help do so. This was a favorite opening gambit for Mossad recruiters on a cold approach operation. From there it would be a small step to tell Paul that many of the Ritz guests no doubt possessed the kind of information that would interest the company. Paul, perhaps uneasy at the turn of the conversation, may have balked. Maurice would have then moved to the next stage, saying that, of course, while he understood Paul's reservations, they did come as a surprise to him. After all, it was common knowledge that Paul already took payment for information from the paparazzi, so why turn away the chance to make some real money? Maurice's undoubted skill at delivering his proposition and accompanying revelations of how much he knew of Paul's background would have been delivered with a combination of worldliness and persuasion, with the essential undertow of pressure. It would also have had an effect on Paul. Even if he had not asked, he may well have realized that the man seated across from him at the dinner table was an intelligence officer, or at least a recruiter for a service. That may well be the reason for his response. According to an Israeli intelligence source who has a certain knowledge of the matter, Henri Paul came straight out with it. Was he being asked to spy? If so, what was the deal? Just like that. No hedging, no bullshit. Just what was the deal, and whom would he really be working for? That would have been the point when Maurice would have had to decide. Did he tell Paul he would be working for the Mossad? There's no standard operational procedure for something like this. Every target is different. But Henri Paul was on the hook. If so, Maurice may well have told Paul what would be required of him, obtaining information on guests, perhaps even bugging their suites, and noting whom they entertained. There would have been discussions about payment, accompanied by an offer to open an account in a Swiss bank, or if need be, to pay Paul in cash. Maurice would have given the impression that such matters were not a problem. At that point, he may even have revealed that Paul would be working for the Mossad. All this would be standard for the successful conclusion of a cold approach operation. Paul was very probably scared at what he was asked to do. It was not a question of his loyalty to the Ritz. Like other members of the staff, he worked for the hotel because of the relatively high salary and the perks. Paul was understandably frightened. He was getting in over his head and could well end up in prison if he was found spying on the hotel's guests. Yet if he went to the police, what would they do? Maybe they already knew that he was going to be propositioned. If he turned down the proposition, what then? If the hotel management learned he had already betrayed that most precious of all assets the Ritz offered, confidentiality, by informing the paparazzi, he could be fired, even prosecuted. For Henri Paul, in those last days of August 1997, there seemed no way out. He continued to drink, to take pills, to sleep restlessly, to bully junior staff. He was a man teetering close to the edge. Maurice maintained the pressure. He often managed to be in a bar where Paul was drinking off duty. The Katza's very presence could only have been a further reminder to the security chief of what he was being pressured to do. Maurice continued to visit the Ritz, sipping an aperitif in one of the hotel bars, lunching in its restaurant, taking afternoon coffee in a lounge. To Henri Paul it would have seemed as if Maurice had become a personal shadow. That would have only further increased the pressure on him, reminding him that there was no way out. Compounding the pressure was the forthcoming visit of Princess Diana and Dodi Al-Fayed. Paul had been put in charge of their security while they were in the hotel, with particular responsibility for keeping away the paparazzi. At the same time, the photographers were calling him on his cell phone, seeking information about the visit. He was being offered large sums of money to provide details. The temptation to accept was another pressure. Everywhere he turned, there seemed to be pressure. Though he managed to conceal it, Henri Paul was unraveling mentally. He was taking antidepressants, sleeping pills, and pep pills to get him through the day. This combination of drugs could only have furthered the strain on his ability to make reasoned judgments. The blinking light signaling an incoming telephone call, which awoke Maurice, was timed by the recorder at 1:58 a.m. on Sunday, August 31st, 1997. The caller worked in the Paris Gendarmerie Accident Unit and had been recruited by Mossad some years before. Its computers classified him as a Mabua, a non-Jewish informer. On the totem pole of Maurice's Parisian contacts, his caller was somewhere near the bottom. Nevertheless, the man's news about a traffic accident stunned Maurice. It had occurred less than an hour before, when a Mercedes sedan had struck a reinforced concrete pillar on the westbound roadway of the underpass beneath the Place de l'Alma, a notorious accident spot in the city. The dead were Diana, Princess of Wales, mother of the future King of England, Dodi Al-Fayed, son of Mohammed, the Egyptian-born owner of Harrods of Knightsbridge, the Royal Store, and Henri Paul. The couple's bodyguard had been critically injured. Hours after the accident, Maurice flew back to Tel Aviv, leaving in his wake questions that would remain unanswered. What part had his pressure played in the accident? Had Henri Paul lost control of the Mercedes, causing it to smash into the 13th concrete pillar of the underpass beneath the Place de l'Alma, because he could see no way of extricating himself from the clutches of the Mossad? Was that pressure linked to the high level of prescribed drugs found in his bloodstream? When he had left the Ritz with his 3 passengers, had his mind continued to vacillate over what he should do about the pressure? Was he not only responsible for a terrible road accident, but also the victim of a ruthless intelligence agency? Questions would continue to fester in the mind of Mohammed Al-Fayed. In February 1998, he publicly announced, "It was no accident. I am convinced of that in my heart of hearts. The truth cannot remain hidden forever." 5 months later, the British network TV screened a documentary that claimed Henri Paul had close links to French intelligence. He had none. The program also hinted that an unnamed intelligence agency had been involved in the deaths. There were dark hints that the agency had acted because the British establishment feared Diana's love for Dodi could have political repercussions because he was an Egyptian. To this day, Mossad's involvement with Henri Paul has remained a well-kept secret, the way the service had always intended it should remain. Mossad acted at the behest of no one outside Israel. Indeed, few outside the service still have any idea of Mossad's part in the deaths of then the most famous woman in the world. Mohammed Al-Fayed, prompted by what he saw as a campaign of vilification in the English media, has continued to claim that unnamed security services had been ranged against his son and Diana. In July 1998, 2 Time magazine journalists published a book which included the suggestion that Henri Paul could have had some connection with French intelligence. Neither Al-Fayed or the journalists offered any conclusive proof that Henri Paul was an intelligence agent or even an informer, and none of them came near to identifying Mossad's involvement with him. In July 1998, Mohammed Al-Fayed asked a number of questions, in a letter he sent to every one of Britain's members of Parliament. He wrote of a plot to get rid of Diana and his son, and attempted to link all kinds of disparate events with his questions. Why did it take 1 hour and 40 minutes to get the princess to hospital? Why have some of the photographers failed to give up some of the pictures they shot? Why was there a break-in that night at the London home of a photographer who handles paparazzi pictures? Why have all the closed-circuit television cameras in that part of Paris produced not one frame of videotape? Why were the speed cameras on the route out of film and the traffic cameras not switched on? Why was the scene of the crash not preserved but reopened to traffic after a few hours? Who was the person in the press group outside the Ritz who was equipped like a news photographer? Who were the two unidentified men mingling in the crowd who later sat at the Ritz bar? They ordered in English, watching and listening in a marked way. Mossad had no interest in the relationship between Diana and Dodi. Their sole concern was to recruit Henri Paul as their informer in the Ritz. Regarding the mysterious news photographer, in the past Mossad have allowed its agents to pose as journalists. It may well have been Maurice keeping watch outside the hotel. The two unidentified men in the hotel bar may have had some connection to Mossad. It would no doubt comfort Mohammed El-Fayed if that were true. Some of Maurice's colleagues have increasingly felt that the attempt to entrap Henri Paul was additional proof that Mossad has lurched a little further out of control, carrying out reckless international operations without taking into account the potential long-term consequences for itself, for Israel, for peace in the Middle East, and ultimately for the relationship with the Jewish state's oldest and closest ally, the United States of America. Several officers claimed that since Benjamin Netanyahu became prime minister in 1996, matters have worsened. Another experienced Israeli intelligence officer was equally blunt. Netanyahu behaves as if Mossad is part of his own version of the court of King Arthur. Something new every day, or the knights of his own round table get bored. The first lesson I learned during a quarter of a century of writing about secret intelligence is that deception and disinformation are its stock in trade, along with subversion, corruption, blackmail, and sometimes assassination. Agents are trained to lie and to use and abuse friendships. They are the very opposite of the dictum that gentlemen do not read each other's mail. I first encountered their behavior while investigating many of the great spy scandals of the Cold War, the betrayal of America's atomic bomb secrets by Klaus Fuchs, and the compromising of Britain's MI5 and MI6 by Guy Burgess, Donald MacLean, and Kim Philby. Each made treachery and duplicity his byword. I also was one of the first writers to gain access to the CIA's obsession with mind control, a preoccupation the agency was forced to confirm 10 years after my book on the subject, Journey into Madness, appeared. Denial is the black art all intelligence services long ago perfected. Nevertheless, in getting to the truth, I was greatly helped by two professional intelligence officers. Joachim Kroner, my late father-in-law, who ran an MI6 network in Dresden in the post-World War II years, and Bill Buckley, who was station chief of the CIA in Beirut. Physically, they were similar, tall, lean, and trim, with chins ready to confront trouble halfway. Their eyes revealed little, except to say, if you weren't part of the answer, you had to be part of the problem. Intellectually formidable, their criticism of the agencies they served at times was astringent. Both constantly reminded me that a great deal can be heard from what Bill called murmurs in the mush, a deadly skirmish fought in an alley with no name, the collective hold your breath when an agent or network is blown, a covert operation which could have undone years of overt political bridge-building, a snippet of mundane information that completed a particular intelligence jigsaw. Joachim added that sometimes a few words, casually offered, could often throw a new light on something. Proud of being members of what he called the second oldest profession, both not only were my friends, but convinced me that secret intelligence is the key to fully understanding international relations, global politics and diplomacy, and of course, terrorism. Through them, I made contacts in a number of military and civilian intelligence agencies: Germany's BND and France's DGSE, the CIA, Canadian and British services. Joachim died in retirement. Bill was murdered by Islamic fundamentalists who kidnapped him in Beirut and triggered the Western hostage crisis in that city. I also met members of Israel's intelligence community who first helped me by filling in the background of Mehmet Ali Aqsa, the Turkish fanatic who attempted to assassinate Pope John Paul in St. Peter's Square, Rome, in May 1981. Those contacts were arranged by Simon Wiesenthal, the renowned Nazi hunter and an invaluable Mossad source for over 40 years. Because of his fame and reputation, Wiesenthal still finds doors readily open, especially in Washington. It was in that city in March 1986 that I learned a little more of the tangled relationship between the intelligence communities of the United States and Israel. I was there to interview William Casey, then the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, as ongoing research for my book, Journey into Madness, which deals in part with the death of Bill Buckley. Despite his customized suit, Casey was a shambling figure. His jowled face was pale, and the rims of his eyes were red as we sat in a Washington club. He looked like someone whose ectoplasm was running out after 5 years of directing the CIA. Over a Perrier, he confirmed the conditions for our meeting. No notes, no tape recordings. He sat, watchful and waiting for my first question. What could he tell me about Bill Buckley? You speak to Admoni, or any of his people? Casey interrupted. In 1982, Nahum Admoni had become head of Mossad. On Tel Aviv's embassy cocktail circuit, he had a hard-nosed reputation. Casey characterized Admoni as a Jew who'd want to win a pissing contest on a rainy night in Gdansk. He can listen in half a dozen languages, was Casey's judgment. Admoni was a soft-spoken intelligence bureaucrat who, when he became Mossad's chief, in Casey's words, ran a tight ship. Socially gregarious, he has as keen an eye for women as for what's best for Israel. By the time we realized Admoni was going to do nothing, Bill Buckley was dead. Casey sipped more water, locked in his own time capsule. His next words came out flat, like a jury foreman handing down a verdict. Next thing Admoni was selling us a bill of goods that the PLO were behind the kidnapping. We knew the Israelis were always ready to blame Yasser Arafat for anything, and our people did not buy at first. But Admoni was very plausible. He made a good case. By the time we figured it wasn't Arafat, it was long over for Buckley. What we didn't know was that Mossad had also been playing real dirty pool, supplying the Hezbollah with arms to kill the Christians, while at the same time giving the Christians more guns to kill the Palestinians. Casey's less than full glimpse of what the CIA now believed had happened to Bill Buckley, that Mossad had deliberately done nothing to save him in the hope the PLO could be blamed, so frustrating Arafat's hopes of gaining sympathy in Washington, provided a chilling insight into the relationship between two intelligence services supposedly friendly with each other. Before we parted, Casey had a final thought. A nation creates the intelligence community it needs. America relies on technical expertise because we are concerned to discover rather than secretly rule. The Israelis operate differently. Mossad, in particular, equates its actions with a country's survival. This attitude has long made Mossad immune to close scrutiny. But in 2 years of research for this book, a series of mistakes, scandals in some cases, has forced the service into Israel's public consciousness. Questions have been asked, and if the answers are rarely volunteered, gaps have begun to appear in the protective body armor Mossad has worn against that outside world. I spoke to more than 100 persons, either directly employed by or working indirectly for Israeli and other intelligence services. Several urged I should focus on recent events, The past should only be used to illustrate events which are relevant to Mossad's role at the cutting edge of the current frontiers of espionage and intelligence gathering. Many interviews were with participants who had not been questioned before. Often no amount of probing could produce a comfortingly simple explanation for the way they or others behaved. Many were surprisingly frank, though not all agreed to be fully identified. In the case of serving Mossad personnel, they are prevented by Israeli law from voluntarily allowing their names to be published. Some of the non-Israeli sources asked, and received, a guarantee of anonymity. On the organization charts newspapers try to piece together and publish, many sources remain among the empty spaces. They still take their anonymity seriously, and some wish to be known in these pages by an alias or only a first name. It does not make their testimony less valid. Their personal motives for breaking silence may be many: a need to secure their own place in history, a desire to justify their actions, the anecdotage of old men, even perhaps expiation. The same can be said for those who agreed to be identified. Perhaps the best motive of all which drove them to break silence was a real and genuine fear that an organization they had served with pride was increasingly endangered from within, and that the only way to save it was to reveal what it had achieved in the past and what it is doing today. To understand both requires knowing how and why it was created. Since dawn, the faithful had come to the most sacred wall in the world, the only remaining relic of Herod the Great's second temple in Jerusalem, the Wailing Wall. The young and the old, the lean and the fat, the bearded and the balding, all had made their way through the narrow streets or from outside the city walls. Office clerks walked alongside shepherds from the hills beyond Jerusalem. Newly bar mitzvahed youths proudly marched with men in the winter of their years. Uniformly dressed in black, each carried a prayer book and stood before the towering wall to recite portions of Scripture. Down the centuries, Jews had done that. But this Sabbath Eve, in September 1929, was different. Rabbis had urged as many men as possible to be united in public prayer and to show their determination to their right to do so. It was intended not only as an expression of their faith, but also as a reminder to the Arab population, who vastly outnumbered them, that they would not be cowed. For months, there had been persistent rumors that the Muslim population were once more becoming increasingly angry over what they saw as Zionist expansion. These fears had started with the 1917 Balfour Declaration and its commitment to a formal Jewish homeland in Palestine. To Arabs who lived there and could trace their ancestry back to the Prophet, this was an outrage. Land which they had farmed for many centuries would be threatened, perhaps even taken from them by the Zionists and their British protectors, who had arrived at the end of the Great War to place Palestine under a mandate. The British had ruled, as they did in other parts of the empire, trying to please both sides. It was a recipe for disaster. Tensions between Jews and Arabs had increased. There had been skirmishes and bloodletting, often over where the Jews wanted to build their synagogues and religious schools. But the Jews were stubbornly determined to exercise their prayer rites at the Wailing Wall in Jerusalem. For them, it was part of the core of their faith. By noon, the hour of the Shema prayer, there were close to 1,000 reading aloud the ancient words of Scripture before the yellow sandstone wall. The rise and fall of their voices had its own soothing cadence. Then, with stunning swiftness, missiles, stones, broken bottles, and tins filled with rubble rained down on them. The assault had been launched by Arabs from vantage points around the Wailing Wall. The first crack of gunfire rattled, a ragged volley of musket shots from Muslim marksmen. Jews fell and were dragged away by their fleeing neighbors. Miraculously, no one was killed, though the injured numbered scores. That night, the leaders of the Yishuv, the Jewish community in Palestine, met. They quickly realized that their carefully planned demonstration had lacked one essential: foreknowledge of an Arab onslaught. One of those present at the meeting spoke for them all. "We need to remember Scripture. From King David onward, our people have depended on good intelligence. Over cups of Turkish coffee and sweet pastries were sown the seeds for what would one day become the most formidable intelligence service in the modern world, Mossad. But its creation was still almost a quarter of a century away. The coming to power of Hitler in 1933 marked the start of the exodus of German Jews to Palestine. By 1936, over 300,000 had made the long journey across Europe. The British continued to try and placate both sides, and failed. In 1936, sporadic fighting flared into full-scale Arab revolt against both the British and the Jews. The British ruthlessly suppressed the rebellion, but the Jews realized it would only be a matter of time before the Arabs struck with renewed fury. World War II brought a renewed uneasy peace to Palestine. Jews and Arabs sensed the grim future they would both face if the Nazis won. The first detail of what was happening in the death camps of Europe had reached the Yishuv. David Ben-Gurion and Yitzhak Rabin were among those who attended a meeting in Haifa in 1942. There was consensus that the survivors of the Holocaust must be brought to their spiritual home, Eretz Israel. No one could estimate how many there would be, but everyone agreed the arrival of the refugees would rekindle confrontation with the Arabs, and this time the British would openly side against the Jews. Britain had steadfastly said it would refuse to admit the survivors into Palestine after Hitler was defeated, on the grounds it would create a population imbalance. Ben-Gurion decided that the time had come for the mandate to end. That could only be done by force. By 1946, he had united the disparate Jewish underground movements. Fired by the unquenchable spirit of those who had first settled the land, the order was given to launch a guerrilla war against both the British and the Arabs. Finally, in February 1947, Britain agreed to leave Palestine by May 1948. From then on, the United Nations would deal with the problems of what would become the State of Israel. Ben-Gurion and his commanders knew they must continue to depend on superior intelligence. Ben-Gurion, as Israel's first prime minister, set up 5 intelligence services to operate both internally and abroad. The overseas service modeled itself on Britain's and France's security services. Both those services readily agreed to work with the Israelis. Yet despite this promising start, Ben-Gurion's dream of an integrated intelligence organization working in harmony died in the birth pangs of a nation itself struggling for a cohesive identity. Finally, on March 2, 1951, Ben-Gurion summoned the heads of the 5 intelligence agencies to his office. He told them that he intended to place Israel's intelligence-gathering activities abroad in a new agency called Hamossad Leteum, the Institute for Coordination. The new agency would draw its personnel from the existing intelligence agencies. In everyday usage, the new agency would be called only Mossad. Mossad, for all administrative and political purposes, would come under the jurisdiction of the Foreign Ministry. However, it would have on its staff senior officers representing the other organizations within the Israeli intelligence community: Shin Bet, internal security; Aman, military intelligence; Air Force intelligence; and naval intelligence. The functions of the officers would be to keep Mossad informed of the specific requirements of their clients. In the event of disagreement over any request, the matter would be referred to the Prime Minister's office. In his usual blunt way, Ben-Gurion spelled it out. You will give Mossad your shopping list. Mossad will then go and get the goods. It is not your business to know where they shopped or what they paid for the goods. 28 eventful years after those Jews had sat through the Jerusalem night in September 1929, discussing the vital importance of intelligence to ward off further Arab attacks, their descendants had an intelligence service which would become more formidable than any other in the world. In February 1962, the innuendos coalesced over the fate of an 8-year-old boy, Yossele Schumacher. 2 years before, the child had been kidnapped from his parents by an ultra-Orthodox sect. The boy's maternal grandfather, Nachman Starkes, was a member of the sect, Neturei Karta, the guardians of the walls of Jerusalem. He was suspected of complicity in the kidnapping. Already there had been a huge police hunt for Yossele, which had produced no clue as to his whereabouts. Nachman had been briefly imprisoned when he had refused to cooperate with the investigation. Orthodox Jews had turned the old man into a martyr. Thousands had paraded with banners, proclaiming Ben-Gurion to be no different from the Nazis, imprisoning an old man. Nachman had been released on health grounds. The protests had continued. Ben-Gurion's political advisers warned that the matter could lose him the next election. Worse, in the event of another war with the Arabs, some Orthodox groups could actually support them. The embattled prime minister had sent for Harel and ordered Mossad to find the boy. Harel argued it was not a task for the service. In his later words, the atmosphere turned to ice. He repeated he was giving me an order. I said I needed at least to read the police file. The prime minister said I had an hour. The file was large, but as he read it, something stirred deep in Issa Harel. The right of parents to bring up their child without being pressurized by extreme religious belief. Yossele had been born in March 1953 to Arthur and Ida Schumacher. Due to family financial difficulties, Yossele had been sent to live with his grandfather in Jerusalem. The child found himself in a religious enclave, spiritually isolated from the rest of the city. Increasingly, Nachman inducted his grandson into the sect's ways. When Yossele's parents visited, Nachman angrily criticized them for what he saw as their own wayward religious attitudes. The old man belonged to a generation whose faith helped them survive the Holocaust. Nachman's daughter and son-in-law felt their prime role was to create a life for themselves in the young nation. All too often, prayer had to take second place. Tired of Nachman's constant criticism, Yossele's parents said they wanted him back. Nachman objected, arguing that to move him would disrupt Yossele's instruction into a prayer life which would serve him as an adult. There were more angry exchanges. Then, the next time they visited Jerusalem, Yossele had disappeared. Both Orthodox and secular Jews had seized upon the incident to give full vent to an issue which continued to divide the nation and was exemplified by Ben-Gurion's Labour Party only being able to survive in office by cobbling together various religious factions in the Knesset. In turn, those groups had obtained further concessions for the strict laws of orthodoxy, but always they wanted more. Liberal Jews demanded that Yossele must be returned to his family. Having read the file, Issa Harel told Ben-Gurion he would mobilize Mossad's resources. He put together a team of agents, 40 strong, to locate Yossele. Many of them were openly opposed to what they saw as a misuse of their skills. He silenced their criticism with a short speech. Although we will be operating outside our normal type of target, this is still a very important case. It is important because of its social and religious background. It is important because the prestige and authority of our government are at stake. It is important because of the human issues which the case involves. In the first weeks of the investigation, the team soon discovered how formidable the investigation would be. A future head of Shin Bet, then a Mossad agent, grew the curly side locks of the ultra-Orthodox and tried to penetrate their ranks. He failed. Another Mossad agent was ordered to maintain surveillance on a Jewish school. He was spotted within days. A third agent tried to infiltrate a group of Hasidic mourners traveling to Jerusalem to bury a relative within the walls of the city. He was quickly unmasked when he failed to utter the right prayers. Those failures only made Harel more determined. He told his team he was certain the child was no longer in Israel, but somewhere in Europe, or even farther afield. Harel moved his operation headquarters to a Mossad safe house in Paris. From there he sent men into every Orthodox community in Italy, Austria, France, and Britain. When that produced nothing, he sent the agents to South America and the United States. The investigation continued to be enlivened with bizarre episodes. 10 Mossad agents joined a Saturday morning service at a synagogue in the London suburb of Hendon. The furious congregation called the police to arrest the religious impostors after their false beards came unstuck during scuffles. The agents were quietly released after the Israeli ambassador intervened with the Home Office. A venerated Orthodox rabbi was invited to Paris on the pretext that a member of a wealthy family wished him to officiate at a circumcision. He was met at the airport by 2 men dressed in the severe black coats and hats of Orthodox Jews. They were Mossad agents. Their report had an element of black comedy. We took him to a Pigalle brothel. 2 prostitutes who had been paid by us suddenly appeared and were all over the rabbi. We took Polaroid photographs and showed them to him and said we would send them to his congregation unless he revealed where the boy was. The rabbi finally convinced us he had no idea, and we destroyed the photographs in front of him. Another rabbi, Shai Fryer, surfaced in Issa Harel's ever-expanding search through the world of Orthodox Jewry. The rabbi was picked up by Mossad agents as he traveled between Paris and Geneva. When they became convinced, after rigorous questioning, that once more this was another dead end, Harel ordered Fryer to be held a prisoner in a Mossad safe house in Switzerland until the search ended. He feared the rabbi would alert the Orthodox community. Another promising lead appeared. She was Madeleine Frey, the daughter of an aristocratic French family and a heroine of the French resistance in World War II. Madeleine had saved a large number of Jewish children from deportation to the Nazi death camps. After the war, she had converted to Judaism. Checks revealed she was a regular visitor to Israel, spending her time with members of the Neturei Karta sect, and on several occasions she had met Yossele's grandfather. Her last visit to Israel had been around the time of the boy's abduction. Madeleine had not returned to Israel since then. In August 1962, Mossad agents tracked her to the outskirts of Paris. When they introduced themselves, she physically attacked them. One of the agents summoned Issa Harel. He explained to Madeleine the great wrong done to Yossele's parents. They had the moral right to bring up their son as they wished. No parents should be denied that right. Madeleine still insisted she knew nothing about Yossele. Harel saw his own men believed her. He asked for Madeleine's passport. Beneath her photograph was one of her daughter. He asked an agent to bring him a photograph of Yossele. The facial structures of the children in both photographs were almost identical. Harel called Tel Aviv within a couple of hours. I had everything I needed to know, from details of her love life during her student days to her decision to join the Orthodox movement after renouncing her Catholic faith. I went back to Madeleine and told her, as if I knew everything, that she had dyed Yossele's hair to disguise him and smuggled the boy out of Israel. She flatly denied it. I said she must understand that the future of the country she loved was in grave danger, that in the streets of Jerusalem people she loved were throwing stones at each other. Still, she refused to admit anything. I said the boy had a mother who loved him as much as she loved all those children she had helped in World War II. The reminder worked. Suddenly, Madeleine began to explain how she had traveled by sea to Haifa, a tourist come to see Israel. On the boat, she made friends with a family of new immigrants who had a child about the age of Yossele. She had led the little girl down the gangplank at Haifa, and the immigration officer had taken the child as Madeleine's own. He made a note of this in his records. A week later, under the very noses of Israeli police, she had boarded a flight to Zurich with her daughter. Madeleine had even persuaded Yossele to dress in girls' clothing and have his hair dyed. For a while, Yossele had lived in an Orthodox school in Switzerland, where Rabbi Shai Fryer was a teacher. Following his detention, Madeleine flew with Yossele to New York, placing him with a family who were members of the Neturei Karta sect. Harel only had one more question for her. Will you give me the name and address of the family? For a long moment there was silence before Madeleine calmly said, He is living at 126 Penn Street, Brooklyn, New York. He is known as Yankele Gertner. For the first time since their encounter, Harel smiled. Thank you, Madeleine. I would like to congratulate you by offering you a job with Mossad. Your kind of talent could serve Israel well. Madeleine refused. Mossad agents flew to New York. Waiting for them was a team of FBI agents authorized to cooperate by U.S. Attorney General Robert Kennedy. He had received a personal request from Ben-Gurion to do so. The agents traveled to the apartment house at 126 Penn Street. Mrs. Gertner opened the door. The agents rushed past her. Inside, her husband was praying. Beside him was a pale-faced boy with a yarmulke on his head and dark side curls framing his face. "Hello, Yossele. We have come to take you home," one of the Mossad men said gently. 8 months had passed since Mossad had begun its search. Close to $1 million had been spent on the operation. The safe return of Yossele did nothing to bridge the religious divide within the country. Successive governments would continue to totter and fall at the whim of small ultra-Orthodox groups elected to the Knesset. Successful though he had been in finding the boy, Issa Harel returned to Israel to face a powerful new critic, General Meir Amit, the newly appointed chief of Amman, military intelligence. Just as Harel had connived against his predecessor, he had now found himself on the receiving end of Amit's barbed criticisms over the operation to rescue Yossele. Shortly after Meir Amit took command, a man who gave his name as Salman had walked into the Israeli embassy in Paris with an astounding proposition. For $1 million in cash, he could guarantee to provide what was then the world's most secret combat aircraft, the Russian MiG-21. Salman had concluded his astounding offer to an Israeli diplomat with a bizarre request. Send someone to Baghdad, call this number and ask for Joseph, and have our $1 million ready. The diplomat sent his report to the resident Katza in the embassy. He had been one of those who had survived the purging which followed Meir Amit's appointment. The Katza sent the report to Tel Aviv, together with the phone number Salman had provided. For days, Meir Amit weighed and considered. Salman could be a confidence trickster or a fantasist, or even part of an Iraqi plot to try to entrap a Mossad agent. There was a very real risk that other Katzas working under deep cover in Iraq would be compromised. But the prospect of getting hold of a MiG-21 was irresistible. Its fuel capacity, altitude, speed, armaments, and turnaround servicing time had made it the Arab world's premier frontline fighter aircraft. Israel's Air Force chiefs would cheerfully have given many millions of dollars for just a glimpse of the MiG's blueprint, let alone for the actual plane. Meir Amit said, "I went to bed thinking of it. I woke up thinking of it. I thought of it in the shower, over dinner. I thought about it every spare moment I had. Keeping up with the enemy's advanced weapon system is a priority with any intelligence service. Actually getting your hands on it almost never happens." The first step was to send an agent to Baghdad. Meir Amit created an alias for him, as English as the name in his passport, George Bacon. No one would think a Jew would have a name like that. Bacon would travel to Baghdad as the sales manager of a London-based company selling hospital X-ray equipment. He arrived in Baghdad on an Iraqi Airways flight with several sample boxes of equipment and demonstrated how well he had absorbed his brief by selling several items to hospitals. At the beginning of his second week, Bacon made the call to the number Salman had provided. I used a payphone in the hotel lobby. The risk the phone was tapped was smaller than making the call from my room. The number was answered at once. A voice asked in Farsi who was speaking. I replied in English, apologizing I must have the wrong number. The voice then asked, also in English, who was speaking. I said I was a friend of Joseph's. Was there someone there by that name? I was told to wait. I thought maybe they were tracing the call, that this was a trap after all. Then a very cultured voice was on the line, saying he was Joseph and that he was glad I had called. He then asked if I knew Paris. I thought, contact. Bacon found himself agreeing to a meeting in a Baghdad coffeehouse the following noon. At the appointed hour, a man smilingly introduced himself as Joseph. His face was deeply etched, his hair white. The agent's later report once more captured the surreal atmosphere of the moment. Joseph said how very pleased he was to see me, as if I was some long-awaited relative. He then started to talk about the weather and how the quality of service had dropped in cafes like this one. I thought, here I am in the middle of a hostile country whose security service would surely kill me if they had the chance, listening to an old man's ramblings. I decided, whoever he was, whatever his connection was with Salman in Paris, Joseph was certainly not an Iraqi counterintelligence officer. That calmed me. I told him my friends were very interested in the merchandise his friend had mentioned. He replied, Salman is my nephew, who lives in Paris. He's a waiter at a cafe. All the good waiters have left here. Joseph then leaned across the table and said, You have come about the MiG? I can arrange it for you, but it will cost $1 million. Just like that. Bacon sensed that perhaps after all Joseph was more than he appeared. There was a quiet certainty about him, but as he began to question him, the old man shook his head. Not here. People could be listening. They arranged to meet again the following day on a park bench along the Euphrates River, which flowed through the city. That night, Bacon slept very little, wondering if after all he was being slowly hooked, if not by Iraqi intelligence, then by some clever con men who were using Joseph as a front. The next day's meeting revealed a little more of Joseph's background and motives. He came from a poor Iraqi Jewish family. As a boy, he had been employed as a servant by a rich Maronite Christian family in Baghdad. Then, after 30 years of loyal service, he had been abruptly dismissed, wrongly accused of stealing food. He found himself, on his 50th birthday, cast out into the streets. Too old to find other work, he existed on a modest pension. He had also decided to seek out his Jewish roots. He discussed his quest with his widowed sister, Manu, whose son, Munir, was a pilot in the Iraqi Air Force. Manu admitted she too had a strong desire to go to Israel, but how could they possibly do that? Even to mention the idea was to risk imprisonment in Iraq. To leave anyone behind would guarantee the authorities would punish them severely, perhaps even kill them. And where would the money come from? She had sighed and said it was all an impossible dream. But in Joseph's mind, the idea took hold. Over dinner, Munir had often told him his commander boasted that Israel would pay a fortune for one of the MiGs he flew. Perhaps even $1 million, Uncle Joseph. The sum had focused Joseph. He could bribe officials, organize an escape route. With that money, he could somehow move the entire family out of Iraq. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it became. Munir loved his mother. He would do anything for her, even stealing his plane for $1 million. And there would be no need for Joseph to have to organize the family's escape. He would let the Israelis do that. Everyone knew they were clever at such things. That was why he had sent Salman to the embassy. And now you are here, my friend. Joseph beamed at Bacon. What about Munir? Does he know any of this? Oh, yes. He has agreed to steal the MiG. But he wants half the money down now, then the balance delivered just before he does so. Bacon was astounded. Everything he had heard sounded both genuine and feasible. But first he had to report to Mayor Amit. In Tel Aviv, the Mossad chief listened for an entire afternoon while Bacon reported every detail. Where does Joseph want to be paid? Mayor Amit finally asked. Into a Swiss bank. Joseph has a cousin who needs urgent medical treatment, not available in Baghdad. The Iraqi authorities will give him permission to go to Switzerland. When he arrives, he expects to have the money already deposited by us. A resourceful man, your Joseph, Mayor Amit commented wryly. Once the money is in that account, we'll never get it back. He put one more question to Bacon. Why do you trust Joseph? I trust him because it is the only choice. Mayor Amit authorized $500,000 should be deposited in the main branch of the Credit Suisse in Geneva. He was gambling more than money. He knew he could not survive if Joseph turned out to be the brilliant fraud some Mossad officers still believed he was. The time had come to brief Prime Minister Ben-Gurion and his Chief of Staff, Yitzhak Rabin. Both men green-lighted the operation. Mayor Amit had not told them he had taken one more step, withdrawing the entire Mossad network from Iraq. If the mission failed, I didn't want anyone's head on the block except my own. I set up 5 teams. The first team was the communications link between Baghdad and me. They would break radio silence only if there was a crisis. Otherwise, I didn't want to hear from them. The second team was to be in Baghdad without anyone knowing. Not Bacon, not the first team, no one. They were there to get Bacon out of the country if there was trouble, and Joseph too, if possible. The third team was to keep an eye on the family. The fourth team was to liaise with the Kurds who would help in the last stages of getting the family out. Israel was supplying them with arms. The fifth team was to liaise with Washington and Turkey. For the MiG to be flown out of Iraq, it would have to fly over Turkish airspace to reach us. Washington, who had bases in northern Turkey, would have to persuade the Turks to cooperate by saying the MiG was going to end up in the United States. I now knew that the Iraqis feared the possibility of a pilot defecting to the west, so they kept fuel tanks only half full. That was something we could do nothing about. There were still other problems. Joseph had decided that not only his immediate family but distant cousins should have the opportunity of escaping from the harsh Iraqi regime. In all, he wanted 43 persons to be airlifted to safety. Mayor Amit agreed, only to face a new worry. From Baghdad, Bacon sent a coded message that Munir was having second thoughts. The Mossad chief sensed what was happening. Munir was first and foremost an Iraqi. Iraq had been good to him. Betraying his country to Israel did not sit well. We were the enemy. All his life he had been taught that. I decided the only way was to convince him the MiG would go straight to America. So I flew to Washington and saw Richard Helms, then director of the Central Intelligence Agency. He listened and said, no problem. He was always very good like that. He arranged for the U.S. military attaché in Baghdad to meet Munir. The attaché confirmed the plane would be handed over to the United States. He gave Munir a lot of talk about helping America catch up with the Russians. Munir bought it and agreed to go ahead. The operation now took on a pace of its own. Joseph's relative received his Iraqi exit permit and flew to Geneva. From there, he sent a postcard. The hospital facilities are excellent. I am assured of a total recovery. The message was the signal that the second $500,000 had been deposited. Reassured, Joseph told Bacon the family were ready. On the night before Munir would make his flight, Joseph led them in a convoy of vehicles north to the cool of the mountains. Iraqi checkpoints did not trouble them. Residents moved every summer away from the stifling heat of Baghdad. In the foothills, Kurds waited with the Israeli liaison team. They led the family deep into the mountains, where Turkish Air Force helicopters were waiting. Flying below radar, they crossed back into Turkey. An Israeli agent made a call to Munir telling him his sister had safely delivered a baby girl. Another coded signal had been safely transmitted. Next morning, August 15, 1966, at sunup, Munir took off for a practice mission. Clear of the airfield, he kicked in the MiG's afterburners and was over the border with Turkey before other Iraqi pilots could be instructed to shoot him down. Escorted by U.S. Air Force Phantoms, Munir landed at a Turkish air base, refueled, and took off again. Through his earphones, he heard the message in plain talk this time: all your family are safe and on the way to join you. An hour later, the MiG touched down at a military air base in northern Israel. Mossad had now become a serious player on the world stage. Exiting the highway north of Tel Aviv, Mayor Amit continued to maintain his speed at a little above the speed limit. Discreetly bucking the system had continued to be part of his life since he had masterminded the theft of an Iraqi jet. Blindly refusing to follow the rule book, he put down as stemming from his Galilean background, "We are a stubborn lot." He had been born in King Herod's favorite city, Tiberias, close to the shore of the Sea of Galilee, and spent most of his early life on a kibbutz. Long ago, all traces of the region's flat accent had been smoothed away by his mother, an elocution teacher. She had also instilled her son's sense of independence, his refusal to tolerate fools, and a barely concealed contempt for city dwellers. Most important of all, she had encouraged his analytical skills and ability to think laterally. In his long career, he had used those qualities to discover an enemy's intention. Often action could not wait for certainty, and motive and deception had been at the center of his work. At times, his critics in the Israeli intelligence community had been concerned at what they saw as his imaginative leaps. He had one answer for them all: read the case file on the stolen MiG. On this March morning in 1997, as he continued to drive out of Tel Aviv, Meir Amit was officially on the retired list. But no one in Israeli intelligence believed that was the case. His vast knowledge was too valuable to be put in cold storage. The previous day, Meir Amit had returned from Ho Chi Minh City, where he had visited former Viet Cong intelligence officers. They had swapped experiences and had found common ground over besting superior opposition: the Vietnamese against the Americans, Israel fighting the Arabs. Meir Amit had made other trips to places where his secret maneuvers had once created havoc: Amman, Cairo, Moscow. No one dared to question the purpose of these visits, just as during his 5 momentous years as Director General of Mossad, from 1963 to 68, no one had mounted a successful challenge over his sources or methods. In that period, he had turned human intelligence gathering, into an art form. No other intelligence agency had been able to match his agents on the ground in collecting information. He had placed spies in ever greater numbers in every Arab country across Europe, down into South America, throughout Africa, and in the United States. His Qatzas had penetrated the Jordanian Mukhabarat, the best of the Arab intelligence services, and Syrian military intelligence, the most cruel. They were men of cool nerve and steel resolve that no novelist would have dared to invent. Soon after he became Director General, Meir Amit circulated within the service a memo stolen by an agent from Yasser Arafat's office. Quote, "Mossad has a dossier on each of us. They know our names and addresses. We know there are 2 photographs with each of our files. One is a copy of how we look without a keffiyeh, and the other wearing one. So the Mossad have no difficulty tracking us down with or without our headdresses." Unquote. To create further fear, Meir Amit had recruited an unprecedented number of Arab informers. He worked on the principle that by the law of averages he would discover a sufficient number who would be useful. Bribed Arabs had betrayed PLO gunmen and revealed their arms caches, safe houses, and travel arrangements. For each terrorist killed by Mossad, Meir Amit paid an informer a bonus of $1. In the run-up to the Six-Day War in 1967, there was either a Mossad Qatza or an informer inside every Egyptian airbase and military headquarters. There were no fewer than 3 in the General High Command headquarters in Cairo, staff officers who had been persuaded by Meir Amit. How he had done so had remained his closely guarded secret. There are some matters best left that way. To each informer and agent in place, he had given the same instruction. As well as the big picture, he wanted the small details. How far did a pilot have to walk from his barracks to the mess for his meals? How long was a staff officer held up in the notorious Cairo traffic jam? Did a key planner have a mistress? Only he fully understood how such disparate matters would be used. One Qatza had managed to get himself a job as a waiter in the officers' mess in a frontline fighter base. Every week he provided details of aircraft readiness and the lifestyle of pilots and technicians. Their drinking habits and sexual pleasures were among the information secretly radioed to Tel Aviv. Mossad's newly created Department of Psychological Warfare, Lo Amal Psychologit, LAP, worked around the clock preparing files on Egyptian flyers, ground crew, and staff officers, their flying skills, whether they had achieved their rank through ability or influence, who had a drink problem, frequented a brothel, had a predilection for boys. Well into the night, Mayor Amit pored over the files, looking for weaknesses, for men who could be blackmailed into working for him. It was not a pleasant task, but intelligence is often a dirty business. Egyptian families of servicemen began to receive anonymous letters, posted in Cairo, giving explicit details of their beloved's behavior. Informers reported back to Tel Aviv details of family rows, which led to aircrew going on sick leave. Staff officers had anonymous phone calls giving information about a colleague's private life. A teacher at school was called by a sympathetic-sounding woman to be told that the only reason a pupil was doing badly was because her father, a senior officer, had a secret male lover. The call led to the officer shooting himself. This relentless campaign caused considerable dissension within the Egyptian military and brought great satisfaction to Mayor Amit. By early 1967, it became clear from all the evidence his Egyptian network was producing that the country's leader, Gamal Abdel Nasser, was preparing for war against Israel. More informers were recruited by fair means or foul, helping Mossad to know as much about the Egyptian Air Force and its military command as did Cairo. By early May 1967, he was able to give Israel's Air Force commanders the precise time of day they should launch a knockout strike against the Egyptian air bases. Mossad's analysts had produced a remarkable blueprint of life on all Egyptian air bases. Between 7:30 a.m. and 7:45 a.m., airfield radar units were at their most vulnerable. In those 15 minutes, the outgoing night staff were tired after the long shift, while their incoming replacements were not yet fully alert and were often late in taking over due to slow service in the mess halls. Pilots breakfasted between 7:15 a.m. and 7:45 a.m. Afterward, they usually walked back to their barracks to collect their flying gear. The average journey took 10 minutes. Most flyers spend a further few minutes in the toilets before going to the flight lines. They arrived there around 8 a.m., the official start to the day. By then, ground crew had begun to roll out aircraft from their hangars to be fueled and armed. For the next 15 minutes, the flight lines were crammed with fuel trucks and ammunition trucks. A similar detailed itinerary was prepared for the movements of staff officers in the Cairo High Command. The average officer took 30 minutes to drive to work from his house in one of the suburbs. Strategic planners were often not at their desks before 8:15 a.m. They usually spent a further 10 minutes settling in, sipping coffee, and gossiping with colleagues. The average staff officer did not properly start studying overnight signals traffic from the fighter bases until close to 8:30 a.m. Mayor Amit told the Israeli Air Force commander that the time their aircraft must be over their targets should be between 8 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. In those 30 minutes, they would be able to pulverize enemy bases, knowing that the Cairo High Command would be without many of its key personnel to direct the fight back. On June 5, 1967, Israel's Air Force struck at precisely 8:01 a.m. with deadly effect, sweeping in low over the Sinai to bomb and strafe at will. In moments, the sky turned reddish-black with the flames from burning fuel trucks and exploding ammunition and aircraft. In Tel Aviv, Mayor Amit sat looking out of his office window toward the south, knowing his intelligence analysts had virtually settled the outcome of the war. It was one of the most stunning examples of his extraordinary skills, and even more remarkable given the numerical size of Mossad. Much of the Mossad's success came from the rules Mayor Amit laid down for selecting Katzas, the field agents who ultimately were at the cutting edge of Mossad's success. He fully understood the deep and complex motives which allowed them, upon selection, to shake his hand, the gesture that acknowledged they were now his to command as he wished. While much else had changed in Mossad, Meir Amit knew that his recruiting criteria had remained intact. No Katza is accepted into Mossad who is primarily motivated by money. The overly zealous Zionist also has no place in this work. It gets in the way of a clear understanding of what the job is all about. It is one that calls for calm, clear, far-sighted judgment and a balanced outlook. People want to join Mossad for all kinds of reasons. There is the so-called glamour. Some like the idea of adventure. Some think joining will enhance their status. Small people who want to be big. A few want the secret power they believe being in Mossad would give them. None of these are acceptable reasons for joining. And always, always you must ensure your man in the field knows he has your total support, that you will look out for his family, make sure his kids are happy. At the same time, you must protect him. If his wife starts to wonder if he has another woman, reassure her he has not. If he has, don't tell her. If she goes off the rails, bring her back on the straight and narrow. Don't tell her husband. You want nothing to distract him. The job of a good spy master is to treat his people as family. Make them feel he is always there for them, day, night, no matter what the time. This is how you buy loyalty. Make your Katza do what you want. And in the end, what you want is important. Each Katza underwent 3 years of intensive training, including being subjected to severe physical violence under interrogation. He or she became proficient in the use of Mossad's weapon of choice, the .22 caliber Beretta. The first Katzas stationed outside the Arab countries were in the United States, Britain, France, and Germany. In the United States, there were permanent Katzas in New York and Washington. The New York Katza had special responsibility for penetrating all UN diplomatic missions and the city's many ethnic groups. The Washington Katza had a similar job, with the additional responsibility of monitoring the White House. Other Katzas operated in areas of current tensions, returning home when a mission ended. There were several spies whose bravery would remain in the annals of Mossad. Eli Cohen was born in Alexandria, Egypt, on December 16, 1924. Like his parents, he was a devout Orthodox Jew. In December 1956, he was among the Jews expelled from Egypt after the Suez Crisis. He arrived in Haifa and at first felt himself a stranger in his new land. In 1957, he was recruited into Israeli military counterintelligence, but his work as an analyst bored him. He began to inquire how he could join Mossad, but was rejected. Meir Amit recalled, "We heard that our rejection had deeply offended Eli Cohen. He resigned from the army and married an Iraqi woman named Nadia." For 2 years, Cohen led an uneventful life as a filing clerk in a Tel Aviv insurance office. Unknown to him, his background had surfaced in a trawl through Mossad's reject files by Meir Amit, who was looking for a certain kind of agent for a very special job. Finding no one suitable in the active files, he had gone to the rejects. Cohen seemed the only possibility. He was put under surveillance. The weekly reports by Mossad's recruiting office described his fastidious habits and devotion to his wife and young family. He was hard-working, quick on the uptake, and worked well under pressure. Finally, he was told that Mossad had decided he was suitable after all. Eli began an intensive 6-month course at the Mossad training school. Sabotage experts taught him how to make explosives and time bombs from the simplest of ingredients. He learned unarmed combat and became a first-class marksman and an accomplished burglar. He discovered the mysteries of encoding and decoding, how to work a radio set, use invisible inks, and hide messages. He constantly impressed his instructors with his skills. His phenomenal memory came from memorizing tracts of the Torah as a young man. His graduate report stated he had every quality needed by a Katza. Still, Meir Amit hesitated. I asked myself 100 times, can Eli do what I want? I always showed him, of course, My confidence was always in place. I never wanted him for a moment to think he would always be one step from the trapdoor which would send him to Kingdom Come. Yet some of the very best brains in Mossad put everything they knew into him. Finally, I decided to run with Eli. Meir Amit spent weeks creating a cover story for his protégé. They would sit together, studying street maps and photographs of Buenos Aires, so that Cohen's new background and name, Kamil Amin Tarabes, became totally familiar. The Mossad chief saw how quickly Eli learned the language of an exporter-importer to Syria. He memorized the difference between waybills and freight certificates, contracts and guarantees, everything he would need to know. He was like a chameleon, absorbing everything. Before my very eye, Eli Cohen faded and Tarabes took over. The Syrian who had never given up a longing to go home to Damascus. Every day Eli became more confident, more certain and keen to prove he could carry off the role. He was like a world champion marathon runner, trained to peak at the start of the race. But he could be running his for years. We had done all we could to show him how to pace his new life, to live the life. The rest was up to him. We all knew that. There was no big goodbye or send-off. He just slipped out of Israel, the way all my spies went. In the Syrian capital, Cohen quickly established himself in the business community and developed a circle of high-level friends. These included Mazi Zahareddin, nephew of Syria's president. Zahareddin was a boastful man, eager to show how invincible Syria was. Cohen played to that. In no time he was being given a guided tour of Syria's Golan Heights fortifications. He saw the deep concrete bunkers housing the long-range artillery sent by Russia. He was even permitted to take photographs. Within hours of 200 T-45 Russian tanks arriving in Syria, Cohen had informed Tel Aviv. He even obtained a complete blueprint of Syria's strategy to cut off northern Israel. The information was priceless. While Cohen continued to confirm Meir Amit's belief that one field agent was worth a division of soldiers, he eventually began to become reckless. Cohen had always been a soccer fan. The day after a visiting team beat Israel in Tel Aviv, he broke the strict business-only rule about transmissions. He radioed his operator, "It is about time we learned to be victorious on the soccer field." Other unauthorized messages were translated, "Please send my wife an anniversary greeting," or "Happy birthday to my daughter." Meir Amit was privately furious, but he understood enough of the pressures on the agent to hope Cohen's behavior was no more than a temporary aberration often found in the best of agents. He said, "I tried to get inside his head. Was he desperate, and this is his way of showing it by dropping his guard? I tried to think like him, knowing I'd rewritten his life. I had to try and weigh 100 factors, but in the end the only important one was, could Eli still do his job?" Meir Amit decided that Cohen could. On a January night in 1965, Eli Cohen waited in his Damascus bedroom ready to transmit. As he tuned his receiver to go, Syrian intelligence officers burst into the apartment. Cohen had been caught by one of the most advanced mobile detection units in the world, supplied by the Russians. Under interrogation, he was forced to send a message to Mossad. The Syrians failed to notice the subtle change of speed and rhythm in the radio transmission. In Tel Aviv, Meir Amit received news Eli had been captured. 2 days later, Syria confirmed his capture. It was like losing one of your family. You ask yourself the questions you always ask when an agent is lost. Could we have saved him? How was he betrayed? By his own carelessness? By someone close to him? Was he burned out and we didn't realize it? Did he have some kind of death wish? That too happens. Or was it just bad luck? You ask, you go on asking. You never get an answer for certain. But asking can be a way to cope. At no stage did the Syrians succeed in breaking Eli Cohen, despite the torture he endured before being sentenced to death. Meir Amit devoted almost all his time trying to save Eli Cohen. While Nadia Cohen launched a worldwide publicity campaign for her husband's life, she approached the Pope, the Queen of England, prime ministers, and presidents. Amit worked more secretly. He traveled to Europe to see the heads of French and German intelligence. They could do nothing. He made informal approaches to the Soviet Union. He fought on right until on May 18, 1965. Shortly after 2 a.m., a convoy drove out of El Maza prison in Damascus. In one of the trucks was Eli Cohen. With him was the 80-year-old chief rabbi of Syria, Nissim Andabo. Overcome by what was to happen, the rabbi wept openly. Eli Cohen calmed the old man. The convoy reached El Marga Square in the center of Damascus. There Eli recited the Vidui, the Hebrew prayer of a man about to face death. Almighty God, forgive me for all my sins and transgressions. At 3:35 a.m., watched by thousands of Syrians and in the full glare of television lights, Eli stood on the gallows. In Tel Aviv, Nadia Cohen watched her husband die and tried to kill herself. She was taken to a hospital and her life was saved. Next day, Meir Amit recognized his katzas would need support in the field. He created the Sayanim, volunteer Jewish helpers. Each Sayan was an example of the historical cohesiveness of the world Jewish community. Regardless of allegiance to his or her country, in the final analysis, a Sayan would recognize a greater loyalty, the mystical one to Israel and a need to help protect it from its enemies. Sayanim fulfilled many functions. A car Sayan, running a rental agency, provided a katsa with a vehicle without the usual documentation. A letting agency Sayan offered accommodation. A bank Sayan might unlock funds outside normal hours. A Sayan physician would give medical assistance, treating a bullet wound, for example, without informing the authorities. Sayanim only received expenses for their services. Between them, they collected technical data for all kinds of overt intelligence. A rumor at a cocktail party, an item on the radio, a paragraph in a newspaper, a half-finished story at a dinner party. They provided leads for katzas. Without its Sayanim, Mossad could not operate. Again, Meir Amit's legacy would remain, though vastly expanded. In 1997, there were over 4,000 Sayanim in Britain, almost 4 times as many in the United States. While Meir Amit had operated on a tight budget, Mossad, to maintain its worldwide operations, now spends several $100 million a month maintaining its assets, paying the expenses of Sayanim, running safe houses, providing logistics, and covering operational costs. He had left them one other reminder of his time as their chief, a language of their own. Its report-writing system was known as Nakka. Daylight was the highest form of alert, a Gideon was a member of Mossad's assassination team, and Neviot was a specialist in surveillance, Yahalomim was the unit that handled communications to Katzas, Safanim was the one that targeted the PLO, a Balder was a courier, a Slick was a secure place for documents, Teuds were forgeries. When Transworld Airlines Flight 800 crashed off the southeastern coast of Long Island on July 17, 1996, killing all 230 people aboard, LAP, Israel's Department of Psychological Warfare, began a campaign to suggest the tragedy was masterminded by Iran or Iraq, both Israel's bête noire. Thousands of media stories quickly perpetuated the fiction. Almost a year later, after expending some $500,000 and 10,000 work hours, the FBI's chief investigator, James K. Colstrom, ruled out a terrorist bomb or any evidence of a forensic crime. Privately, he told colleagues, "If there was a way to nail those bastards in Tel Aviv for time wasting, I sure would like to see it happen. We had to check every item they slipped into the media." LAP struck again after the bombing of the Atlanta Olympic Games. The fiction was spread that the bomb had all the signs of being manufactured by somebody who had learned his skills from the bomb makers of Lebanon's Bekaa Valley. The story took off, and love brought the specter of terrorism home to an understandably fearful American public. The only suspect was a hapless security guard at the games, a man who manifestly had no connection with international terrorism, and when he was cleared, the story died. Again, Mayor Amit understood the importance of reminding the world about terrorism. But the warning needed to be copper-fastened, something I always insisted upon. The admission was followed by a shrug, as if some inner fire blanket had doused his spark of irritation. Long ago he had learned to hide his feelings and to be vague about details. For years his strength had been in concealment. In his mind, the downward spiral of Mossad had begun when Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated at a peace rally in Tel Aviv in November 1995. Shortly before Rabin was gunned down by a Jewish extremist, a further sign of the deepening malaise Mayor Amit saw in Israeli society, Mossad's then Director General, Shabtai Shavit, had warned Rabin's staff that there might be an attempt on his life. According to one staffer, the possibility was ignored as being too vague to constitute a definite threat. Under Mayor Amit's command, Mossad still had no mandate to operate within Israel, any more than the CIA could do so within the United States. Yet despite his criticisms, Mayor Amit liked to say that Mossad had shared the destiny of Israel. Under his tenure, the impact of what it did had often reverberated around the world. Much of that he put down to loyalty, a quality which now seemed to have become passé. People still did their work, as dangerous and dirty as it always had been, but they wondered if they would be held accountable not only to some superior, but to some political figure in the background. That interference could account for the paranoia that regularly surfaced and challenged the concept that Israel is a true democracy. The birth of a nation, Israel, was followed by its near annihilation as Arab armies tried to reclaim the land. 6,000 Jews died. No one would ever be certain how many Arabs fell. The sight of so many bodies all but completed the maturing of Mayor Amit. What deepened the process was the arrival of the survivors of the Nazi death camps, each bearing a hideous blue tattoo branded onto his or her flesh. The sight was a reminder of the depth of human depravity. From others, the words would sound inadequately banal. Mayor Amit gave them dignity. His military career was the biography of a soldier destined for the top, a company commander in the 1948 War of Independence, 2 years later a brigade commander under Moshe Dayan, then, within 5 years, Army Chief of Operations, the second-ranking officer of the Israel Defense Forces. An accident, the partial failure of his parachute to open, ended his military career. The Israeli government paid for him to go to Columbia University, where he took a master's degree in business administration. He returned to Israel without a job. Moshe Dayan proposed Mayor Amit should become Chief of Military Intelligence. Despite initial opposition, mostly on the reasonable grounds that he had no intelligence experience, he was appointed. The one advantage I had, he said, was that I had been a battlefield commander and knew the importance of good intelligence to the fighting soldiers. On March 25, 1963, he took over Mossad from Issa Harel. His achievements had become so many, they needed a shorthand of their own. The man who introduced Mossad's policy of assassinating its enemies, who set up a secret working relationship with the KGB at the very time millions of Jews were being persecuted, who refined the role of women and the use of sexual entrapment in intelligence work, who approved the penetration of King Hussein's palace shortly before the Hashemite ruler became a CIA spy in the Arab world. The techniques he created to achieve all that remain in use, but no outsider will ever learn how he first developed them. His jaw muscles tightening, all he would say was, "There are secrets, and there are my secrets." When the time had come when he felt Mossad could benefit from a new hand at the helm, he had departed with no fuss, called his staff together, and reminding them that if ever they found being a Jew and working for the Mossad created a problem between their personal ethics and the demands of the state, they should resign at once. Then, after a round of handshakes, he was gone. But no incoming chief of Mossad failed to call upon him for coffee in his office on Jabotinsky Street in Tel Aviv's pleasant suburb of Ramat Gan. On those occasions, Meir Amit's office door remained firmly closed and the phone switched off. "My mother always said a trust broken is a friend lost," he explained in English, smiling an old man's wily smile. Outside his immediate family, a small tribe of children, grandchildren, cousins, kith and kin, stretching over generations, few really know Meir Amit. He would have it no other way. Wealthy residents in the exclusive suburb of Afeka, in the north of Tel Aviv, were used to seeing Rafi Eitan, a squat, barrel-chested elderly man, myopic and almost totally deaf in his right ear since fighting in Israel's War of Independence, return home with pieces of discarded lavatory piping, used bicycle chains, and other assorted metal junk. Wearing a pair of chain-store trousers and shirt, his face covered with a welder's guard, he fashioned the scrap into surreal sculptures with an acetylene torch. Some neighbors wondered if it was a means of momentary escape from what he had done. They knew he had killed for his country, not in open battle, but in secret encounters that were part of the ceaseless undercover war Israel waged against the state's enemies. No neighbor knew exactly how many Rafi Eitan had killed, sometimes with his stubby, powerful hands. All he had told them was, "Whenever I killed, I needed to see their eyes, the white of their eyes." Rafi Eitan had for almost a quarter of a century been Mossad's hands-on deputy director of operations. Not for him a life behind a desk. There had been no one like him for cold-blooded ruthlessness, cunning, and more. All those qualities had come together in the one operation which had given him lasting fame, one of the most dramatic kidnapping stories of all time, the kidnapping of Adolf Eichmann, the Nazi bureaucrat who epitomized the full horror of Hitler's final solution. After World War II, tracking down Nazi war criminals was initially done by Holocaust survivors. They called themselves Nokmim, avengers. They didn't bother with legal trials. They just executed any Nazis they found. Rafi Eitan did not know of a single case where they killed the wrong person. Officially in Israel, there was little interest in pursuing war criminals. It was a matter of priorities. As a nation, Israel was clinging on by its fingertips, still surrounded by hostile Arab states. It was one day at a time. The country was almost broke. There was no spare cash for resolving the evil of the past. In 1957, Mossad received the electrifying news that Eichmann had been seen in Argentina. Rafi Eitan, already a rising star in Mossad as a result of astute forays against the Arabs, was selected to capture Eichmann and bring him to Israel to stand trial. The risks were great. He would be working thousands of miles from home, traveling on forged documentation, relying entirely on his own resources, and working in a hostile environment. Argentina was a haven for Nazis. The Mossad team could end up in prison there or even be killed. For 2 long years, Rafi Eitan patiently waited while the first tentative sighting was confirmed, that the man living in a middle-class suburb of Buenos Aires under the name of Ricardo Clement was Adolf Eichmann. When the go order finally came, Rafi Eitan became ice-cold. He had done all his thinking of what could go wrong. The political, diplomatic, and for him, the professional repercussions would be enormous. He had also wondered what would happen when, having captured Eichmann, the Argentinian police intervened. I decided I would strangle Eichmann with my own bare hands. If I was caught, I would argue to the court it had been the biblical eye for an eye. El Al, the national airline, had specially purchased from the Mossad slush fund a Britannia aircraft for the long flight to Argentina. Rafi Eitan remarked, "We just sent someone to England to buy one." He handed over the money and we had our plane. Officially, the flight to Argentina was to carry an Israeli delegation to attend Argentina's 150th Independence Day celebrations. None of the delegates knew why we were going with them, or that we had constructed a cell in the back of the aircraft to hold Eichmann. Rafi Eitan and his team arrived in Buenos Aires on May Day 1960. They moved into one of 7 safe houses a Mossad advance man had rented. For 3 days, he and the team conducted a discreet surveillance on how Adolf Eichmann, who had once been chauffeured everywhere in a Mercedes limousine, now traveled by bus and alighted on the corner of Garibaldi Street in a suburb on the outskirts of the city, as punctual as he had once been in signing the consignment orders for the death camps. On the night of May 10, 1960, Rafi Eitan chose for the snatch a driver and 2 others to subdue Eichmann once he was in the car. One of the men had been trained to overpower a target on the street. Rafi Eitan would sit beside the driver, ready to help in any way I could. The operation was set for the following evening. At 8 p.m. on May 11th, the team's car drove into Garibaldi Street. There was no tension. Everyone was long past that. No one spoke. There was nothing to say. Rafi Eitan looked at his watch. 8:03. They drove up and down the empty street. 8:04. Several buses came and went. At 8:05, another bus came. They saw Eichmann alight. To Rafi Eitan, he looked a little tired, perhaps how he looked after another day of sending my people to the death camps. The street was still empty. Behind me, I heard our specialist snatchman open the car door. We drove up just behind Eichmann. He was walking quite quickly, as if he wanted to get home for his dinner. I could hear the specialist breathing steadily, the way he had been taught to do in training. He had got the snatch down to 12 seconds. Out of the door, grab him around the neck, drag him back into the car. Out, grab, back. The car came alongside Eichmann. He half-turned, gave a puzzled look at the sight of the specialist coming out of the car. Then the man tripped on a loose shoelace, almost stumbling to the ground. For a moment, Rafi Eitan was too stunned to move. He had come halfway across the world to catch the man who had been instrumental in sending 6 million Jews to their deaths, and they were just about to lose him because a shoelace had not been properly tied. Eichmann was starting to walk quickly away. Rafi Eitan leaped from the car. I grabbed him by the neck with such force I could see his eyes bulge. A little tighter, and I would have choked him to death. The specialist was on his feet, holding open the door. I tossed Eichmann onto the back seat. The specialist jumped in, sitting half on top of Eichmann. The whole thing didn't last more than 5 seconds. From the front seat, Rafi Eitan could smell Eichmann's sour breath as he struggled for air. The specialist worked his jaw up and down. Eichmann grew calmer. He even managed to ask what was the meaning of this outrage. No one spoke to him. In silence, they reached their safe house about 3 miles away. Rafi Eitan motioned Eichmann to strip naked. He then checked his physical measurements against those from an SS file he had obtained. He was not surprised to see that Eichmann had somehow removed his SS tattoo, but his other measurements all matched the file: the size of his head, the distance from elbow to wrist, from knee to ankle. He had Eichmann chained to a bed. For 10 hours he was left in complete silence. Rafi Eitan wanted to encourage a feeling of hopelessness. Just before dawn, Eichmann was at his lowest mental state. I asked him his name. He gave a Spanish one. I said, No, your German name. He gave his German alias, the one he had used to flee Germany. I said again, No, your real name, your SS name. He stretched on the bed as if he wanted to stand to attention, and said loud and clear, Adolf Eichmann. I didn't ask him anything else. I didn't need to. For the next 7 days, Eichmann and his captors remained closeted in the house. Still no one spoke to Eichmann. He ate, bathed, and went to the lavatory in complete silence. For Rafi Eitan, keeping silent was more than an operational necessity. We didn't want to show Eichmann how nervous we all were. That would have given him hope, and hope makes a desperate person dangerous. I needed him to be as helpless as my own people were when he had sent them in train loads to the death camps. The decision of how to move him from the safe house to the El Al plane waiting to fly the delegation home was filled with its own black humor. First, Eichmann was dressed in the spare El Al flight suit Rafi Eitan had brought from Israel. Then he was induced to drink a bottle of whiskey, leaving him in a drunken stupor. Rafi Eitan and his team dressed in their own flight suits and liberally sprinkled themselves with whiskey. Thrusting a flight hat on Eichmann's head and squashing him into the back seat of the car, Rafi Eitan drove to the military air base where the Britannia was waiting, engines running. At the base gate, Argentinian soldiers flagged down the car. In the back, Eichmann was snoring. Rafi Eitan recalled, "The car reeked like a distillery. That was the moment we all earned our Mossad Oscars. We played the drunken Jews who couldn't handle strong Argentinian liquor." The guards were amused and never gave Eichmann a second look. At 5 minutes past midnight, on May 21, 1960, the Britannia took off with Adolf Eichmann still snoring in his cell in the back of the plane. After a lengthy trial, Eichmann was found guilty of crimes against humanity. On the day of his execution, May 31, 1962, Rafi Eitan was in the execution chamber at Ramle prison. Eichmann looked at me and said, "Your time will come to follow me, Jew." And I replied, "But not today, Adolf. Not today." Next moment, the trap opened. Eichmann gave a little choking sound. There was the smell of his bowel moving, then just the sound of the stretched rope. A very satisfying sound. A special oven had been built to cremate the body. Within hours, the ashes were scattered out at sea over a wide area. Ben-Gurion had ordered there must be no trace left to encourage sympathizers to turn Eichmann into a Nazi cult figure. Israel wanted him expunged from the face of the earth. Afterward, the oven was dismantled and would never be used again. That evening, Rafi Eitan stood on the shore and looked out to sea, feeling totally at peace, knowing I had finished my assignment. That is always a good feeling. As Mossad's deputy operations chief, Rafi Eitan's rolling gait continued to take him across Europe to find and execute Arab terrorists. To do so, he used remote-controlled bombs, Mossad's handgun of choice, the Beretta, and where silence was essential, his own bare hands to either garrote a victim with steel wire or deliver a lethal rabbit punch. Always he killed without compunction. When he returned home, he stood for hours at his open-air furnace, wreathed in sparks, totally consumed with bending sculpture metal to his will. In between killing, his other skill was recruiting more Sayanim. He had a routine that played upon the Jewish love for their homeland. Soon he had over 100 men and women across Europe to do his bidding: lawyers, dentists, school teachers, doctors, tailors, shopkeepers, housewives, secretaries. Years later, in another reshuffle of government, a new prime minister, Menachem Begin, named Rafi Eitan as his personal advisor on terrorism. Eitan's first act was to organize the assassination of the Palestinian responsible for planning the 1972 Munich Olympics massacre of 11 Israeli athletes. Their actual killers were already dead, each one executed by Mossad. The first to die had been standing in the lobby of his Rome apartment building when he was shot 11 times at close range, a bullet for each murdered athlete. When the next terrorist to die answered a telephone call in his Paris apartment, his head was blown off by a small bomb planted in the receiver and triggered by remote control. Another terrorist was asleep in a hotel room in Nicosia when it was wrecked by a similar bomb. To create panic among the remaining members of the Black September group who had killed the athletes, Mossad Arab Sayanim arranged for their obituaries to appear in local Arab newspapers. Their families received flowers and condolence cards shortly before each was killed. Rafi Eitan set about finding and killing their leader, Ali Hassan Salameh, known throughout the Arab world as the Red Prince. Using precise timings Rafi Eitan had provided, a rigged car was set to explode. It did, blowing him to pieces. Eitan later began to badger Prime Minister Begin to give him something else to do. After some hesitation, for Rafi Eitan was an excellent advisor on counterterrorism, Begin appointed Rafi Eitan to one of the most sensitive posts in the intelligence community, one that would stretch him intellectually and satisfy his craving for a hands-on job. He was made director of the Bureau of Scientific Liaison, known by its Hebrew acronym LACAM. Created in 1960, it had operated as the Defense Ministry's spy unit to obtain scientific data by all means possible. In principle, that had meant stealing or bribing people to provide material. From the beginning, LACAM had been hampered by the hostility of Mossad, who saw the unit as the proverbial new kid on the block. Working out of cramped offices in a Tel Aviv backwater, he told his new staff, awed at now being commanded by such a legendary figure, that what he knew about science he could place in a test tube and still leave plenty of space. But, he added, he was a fast learner. He immersed himself in the world of science, looking for potential areas to target. He left his home before dawn and often returned close to midnight with bundles of technical papers and read into the small hours. There was little time to relax by sculpting scrap metal. In between the huge amounts of data he absorbed, he re-established contact with his old service. Mossad now had a new director, Nahum Admoni. Like Rafi Eitan, Admoni had a deep-seated suspicion of U.S. intentions in the Middle East. The Mossad chief was also concerned about reports from Mossad's own Katzas and well-placed Sayanim in Washington. They had discovered discreet meetings between high-ranking State Department officials and Arab leaders close to Yasser Arafat, who had discussed ways to pressure Israel to be more accommodating over Palestinian demands. Admoni told Rafi Eitan he now felt he could no longer regard the United States as a foul-weather friend. In August 1983, Mossad agents discovered an attack was being planned against the U.S. forces in Beirut, there as UN peacekeepers. The agents had identified a Mercedes truck that would contain half a ton of explosive. Under back-channel arrangements, Mossad should have passed on the information to the CIA. But at a meeting at Mossad headquarters, overlooking King Saul Boulevard, staff were informed they were to make sure our people watch the truck. As far as the Yanks go, we're not here to protect them. They can do their own watching. We start doing too much for the Yanks, and we'll be shitting on our own doorstep. On October 23, 1983, monitored closely by Mossad agents, the truck was driven at full speed into the headquarters of the U.S. 8th Marine Battalion, situated near Beirut Airport. 241 Marines died. The reaction in the upper echelons of Mossad, according to a former officer, Viktor Ostrovsky, was, they wanted to stick their nose into this Lebanon thing, let them pay the price. That attitude had further encouraged Rafi Eitan to think seriously about targeting the United States. Its scientific community was the most advanced in the world, its military technology without equal. For LACAM to get its hands on even some of that data would be a tremendous coup. The first hurdle to overcome would be the hardest, finding an informer sufficiently well-placed to provide the material. Using the list of U.S. Sayanim he had helped compile during his time with Mossad, he put out the word that he was interested in hearing of anyone in the United States who had a scientific background and was known to be pro-Israeli. For months, it produced nothing. Then, in April 1984, Aviam Sela, a colonel in the Israeli Air Force who was on a sabbatical to study computer science at New York University, went to a party given by a wealthy Jewish gynecologist on the Upper East Side of Manhattan. Sela was a minor celebrity among the city's Jewish community as the pilot who had led an air attack 3 years before, which had destroyed Iraq's nuclear reactor. At the party was a diffident young man with a shy smile who seemed ill at ease among the small set of doctors, lawyers, and bankers. He told Sela his name was Jonathan Pollard, and that the only reason he had come was to meet him. Embarrassed by such obvious adulation, Sela made polite small talk and was about to move on when Pollard revealed he was not only a committed Zionist, but worked for U.S. Naval Intelligence. So important was the work that he had the highest possible U.S. intelligence community security clearance. Sela could not believe what he was hearing, especially when Pollard began to give specific details about incidents where the U.S. intelligence community was not cooperating with its Israeli counterpart. Zeller began to wonder if Pollard was part of a sting operation by the FBI to try to recruit an Israeli. Yet there was something about the intense Pollard that rang true. That night, Zeller called Tel Aviv and spoke to his Air Force intelligence commander. The officer switched the call to the Israeli Air Force Chief of Staff. Zeller was ordered to develop his contact with Pollard. They began to meet at the skating rink at Rockefeller Plaza, in a coffee shop at 48th Street, in Central Park. Each time, Pollard handed over secret documents to confirm the truth of what he said. Zeller couriered the material to Tel Aviv, enjoying the frisson of being caught up in an important intelligence operation. He was therefore understandably stunned to be told that Mossad knew all about Pollard, who had actually offered to spy for them 2 years previously and had been rejected as unstable. Unwilling to relinquish his role, Zeller looked around for a way to keep matters alive. That night, using a secure consulate phone, Yosef Yagur telephoned Rafi Eitan. He was exultant. He had his informer. For the next 3 months, Yagur and Zeller assiduously cultivated Pollard and his future wife, Ann Henderson. They took them to expensive restaurants, Broadway shows, first-night films. Pollard continued to hand over important documentation. Rafi Eitan could only marvel at how good the material was. He decided it was time to meet the source. In November 1984, Zeller and Yagur invited Pollard and Henderson to accompany them on an all-expense-paid trip to Paris. Yagur told Pollard the vacation was a small reward for all you are doing for Israel. They all flew first class and were met by a chauffeured car and driven to the Bristol Hotel. Waiting for them was Rafi Eitan. By the end of the night, Rafi Eitan had finalized all the practical arrangements for Pollard to continue his treachery. No longer would matters continue in their free and easy way. Zeller would fade from the picture, his role over. Yagur would become Pollard's official handler. A proper delivery system was worked out for documents to be handed over. Pollard would deliver them to the apartment of Irit Erb, a mousy-haired secretary at the Washington Embassy. A high-speed Xerox had been installed in her kitchen to copy the material. Pollard's visits would be spaced between those to a number of designated car washes. While Pollard's car was being cleaned, he would hand over documents to Yagur, whose own car would be undergoing a similar process. Concealed beneath the dash was a battery-operated copier. Both Erb's apartment and the car wash facilities were close to Washington's National Airport, making it easier for Yagur to fly back and forth to New York. From the consulate, he transmitted the material by secure fax to Tel Aviv. Rafi Eitan returned to Tel Aviv to await results. They exceeded his wildest expectations. Details of Russian arms deliveries to Syria and other Arab states, including the precise location of SS-21 and SA-5 missiles, maps and satellite photographs of Iraqi, Syrian, and Iranian arsenals, including chemical and biological manufacturing plants. Rafi Eitan quickly obtained a clear picture of U.S. intelligence gathering methods, not only in the Middle East, but in South Africa. Pollard had provided reports from CIA operatives which provided a blueprint for the entire U.S. intelligence network within the country. One document contained a detailed account of how South Africa had managed to detonate a nuclear device on September 14, 1979, in the southern end of the Indian Ocean. The Pretoria government had steadfastly denied it had become a nuclear power. Rafi Eitan arranged for Mossad to pass over copies of all material relating to South Africa to Pretoria, virtually destroying the CIA network in South Africa. 12 operatives were forced to hurriedly leave the country. During the next 11 months, Jonathan Pollard continued to asset-strip U.S. intelligence. Over 1,000 highly classified documents, 360 cubic feet of paper, were transmitted to Israel. There, Rafi Eitan devoured them before passing over the material to Mossad. The data enabled Nahum Admoni to brief Shimon Peres's coalition government on how to respond to Washington's Middle East policies in a manner previously impossible. One note-taker at the Sunday cabinet meetings in Jerusalem claimed that listening to Admoni was the next best thing to sitting in the Oval Office. We not only knew what was the very latest thinking in Washington on all matters of concern to us, but we had sufficient time to respond before making a decision. Pollard had become a crucial factor in the mysteries of Israeli policymaking and the intricacies of choosing options. Rafi Eitan authorized an Israeli passport for Pollard in the name of Danny Cohen, as well as a generous monthly stipend. In return, he asked Pollard to provide details about the electronic eavesdropping activities of the National Security Agency in Israel and the bugging methods used against the Israeli embassy in Washington and its other diplomatic stations within the United States. Before Pollard could supply the information, he was arrested on November 21, 1985, outside the Israeli embassy in Washington. Hours later, Yagur, Sela, and the embassy secretary in Washington had all caught an El Al flight from New York to Tel Aviv before the FBI could stop them. In Israel, they disappeared into the protective arms of a grateful intelligence community. Pollard was sentenced to life imprisonment and his wife to 5 years. Meantime, Rafi Eitan was rejoicing in the success of another operation he had also mounted against the United States that had made Israel the first nuclear power in the Middle East. In the darkness of a Tel Aviv cinema in 1945, Rafi Eitan had watched the birth of the nuclear age over Hiroshima. While all around him young soldiers whistled and cheered at the newsreel footage of the devastated Japanese city, he had only two thoughts. Would Israel ever possess such a weapon? Suppose her Arab neighbors obtained one first. Trouble had begun in 1956, when France had sent a 24-megawatt reactor to Israel. Ben-Gurion announced its purpose was to provide a pumping station to turn the desert into an agricultural paradise by desalinating 1 billion cubic gallons of seawater annually. There was protest. Even Ariel Sharon, then and still Israel's leading hawk, vehemently opposed the nuclear arsenal. We have the best conventional forces in the region. Ignoring all opposition, Ben-Gurion gave the order for the reactor to be sited in the Negev desert, close to the bleak, sand-blown settlement at Dimona. Dimona's silver dome, beneath which was the reactor, rose above the desert heat. Dimona employed over 2,500 scientists and technicians. They worked within the most fortified plant on Earth. By itself, the reactor could not provide Israel with a nuclear bomb. To produce one required fissionable material, uranium or plutonium. The handful of nuclear powers had agreed among themselves never to provide as much as a gram of either substance to all those outside their exclusive club. Imposing though it was, the reactor at Dimona was little more than a showpiece until it received fissionable materials. 3 months after the reactor had been installed, a small nuclear material processing company opened for business in a converted World War II steel plant in the unappealing town of Apollo, Pennsylvania. The company was called the Nuclear Materials and Equipment Corporation, NUMEC. Its chief executive was Dr. Salman Shapiro. On Lacan's computer database of prominent American Jews with a scientific background, Shapiro was also listed as a prominent fundraiser for Israel. Rafi Eitan knew he had found a potential answer to how to provide the Dimona reactor with fissionable material. The son of an Orthodox rabbi, Salman Shapiro's brilliance had already carried him far, and since some of his relatives had been Holocaust victims, Shapiro, in his typical discreet way, had provided several $1 million for an institute in Haifa that offered tuition in science and engineering. In 1957, Shapiro had left Westinghouse and set up NUMEC. It had 25 stockholders, all openly sympathetic to Israel. NUMEC had won a number of contracts to recover enriched uranium, a process that usually led to the loss of a quantity of uranium during the salvage operation. There was no way of telling how great or when the loss had taken place. In February 1961, President John F. Kennedy wrote to Ben-Gurion suggesting that Dimona should be regularly inspected by the International Atomic Energy Agency. Alarmed, Ben-Gurion flew to New York to meet with Kennedy at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel. The Israeli leader was very worried about what he saw as relentless American pressures, but Kennedy was firm. There had to be an inspection. Political efforts were made, but Kennedy was resolute, and Israel was forced to accept an inspection. A bogus control center was built over the real one at Dimona, complete with fake control panels and computer-line gauges which gave a credible impression of measuring the output of a reactor engaged in an irrigation scheme to turn the Negev into plush pasture land. The area containing the heavy water, smuggled from France and Norway, was placed off-limits to the inspectors for safety reasons. The sheer volume of heavy water would have been proof the reactor was being readied for a very different purpose. When the Americans arrived, the Israelis were relieved to discover not one spoke Hebrew. It further lessened any possibility of the inspectors uncovering the true intention of Dimona. The stage was set for Rafi Eitan. Gaining access to the NUMEC plant was relatively easy. Israel's embassy in Washington requested permission from the U.S. Atomic Energy Commission for a team of our scientists to visit the facility to better understand the concerns expressed by your inspectors on the reprocessing of nuclear waste. The request was granted, even though the FBI was now running a full-scale surveillance operation to discover whether Shapiro had been recruited as an Israeli spy. Rafi Eitan and his team's stay in Apollo was low-key. Rafi Eitan and his spies left Apollo as quietly as they had come. What followed can only be deduced from FBI reports, and even they leave tantalizing questions as to how much Salman Shapiro may have suspected was behind Rafi Eitan's visit. An FBI report stated that a month after the Israelis had returned home, NUMEC became a partner with the Israeli government in a business involving what was described as the pasteurization of food and the sterilization of medical samples by irradiation. The FBI noted that the NUMEC containers arrived at dusk and left before dawn. All were sheathed with lead, needed to transport enriched uranium, and each container was stamped with a pre-addressed stencil in Hebrew, giving Haifa as the final destination. The FBI could only assume that sufficient quantities of fissionable material had by then reached Dimona. During the agency's subsequent interviews, Shapiro denied he had supplied Israel with nuclear bomb-making material. The FBI said their check of company records showed there was a discrepancy in the amount of material reprocessed. Shapiro insisted the most logical explanation for any lost uranium was that it had seeped into the ground or had been disposed of into the air. All told, the missing material amounted to 100 pounds. Shapiro was never charged with any crime. On a warm afternoon in mid-October 1995, Mossad technicians used a hand-operated scanner to check an apartment off Pinsker Street in downtown Tel Aviv for bugging devices. The apartment was one of several safe houses Mossad owned around the city. The search was an indication of the sensitivity of the meeting shortly to take place there. Satisfied the apartment was electronically clean, they left. The apartment's furniture could have come from a garage sale. Nothing seemed to match. In the kitchen, instead of domestic appliances, were a computer and modem, a shredder, a fax, and where an oven would be, a safe. Usually the safe houses were dormitories for trainees from the Mossad School for Spies on the outskirts of the city while they learned streetcraft. How to tail someone or themselves avoid surveillance, how to set up a dead letter box, or exchange information concealed inside a newspaper. Day and night the streets of Tel Aviv were their proving ground under the watchful eye of instructors. Back in the safe houses, the lessons continued. How to brief a katza going to a target country, how to write special ink letters or use a computer to create information capable of being transmitted in very short bursts on specified frequencies. Those who could not live by the Gideon credo found themselves swiftly dismissed from the service. In the words of David Kimche, regarded as one of Mossad's best operatives, it's the old story of many think they are called, few are chosen. In that way, we are a little like the Catholic Church. Those who remain develop bonds which will carry them through life. We live by the rule of I help you, you help me. You learn to trust people with your life. No greater trust can ever be given by one person to another. By the time every man or woman who had access to the safe houses graduated to the next group, that philosophy had been engraved on their minds. They were now katzas departing on a mission or returning to be debriefed. Many agents had received their first instructions in a safe house like the one which had been meticulously checked for bugs on that October afternoon. Later in the day, a handful of senior members of Israel's intelligence community would meet around the apartment's dining room table to sanction an assassination that would have the full approval of Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin. In the 3 years he had been in that office, Rabin had attended a growing number of funerals for the victims of terrorist attacks. Rabin had himself, on more than one occasion, participated in an act of revenge. Most notable had been the assassination of Yasser Arafat's deputy, Khalil al-Wazir, known throughout the Arab world and on Mossad's Honeywell computer as Abu Jihad, the voice of holy war, who lived in Tunisia. In 1988, Rabin had been Israel's defense minister when the decision was taken in the same apartment off Pinsker Street. Abu Jihad must die. For 2 months, Mossad agents conducted an exhaustive reconnaissance of Abu Jihad's villa in the resort of Sidi Bou Said on the outskirts of Tunis. Access roads, points of entry, fence heights and types, windows, doors, locks, defenses, the routing employed by Abu Jihad's guards, everything was monitored, checked, and checked again. They watched Abu Jihad's wife play with her children. They came alongside her as she shopped and went to the hairdresser. They listened to her husband's phone calls, bugged their bedroom, listened to their lovemaking. They calculated distances from one room to another, found out what the neighbors did when they were at home, and logged the makes, colors, and registrations of all the vehicles that came and went from the villa. The rule for preparing an assassination Meir Amit had laid down all those years ago was constantly in their minds. Think like your target, and only stop being him when you pull the trigger. Satisfied, the team returned to Tel Aviv. For the next month, they practiced their deadly mission in and around the Mossad safe house near Haifa, which matched the target villa. From the time they would enter Abu Jihad's house, it should take the unit just 22 seconds to murder him. On April 16, 1988, the order was given for the operation to go ahead. That night, several Israeli Air Force Boeing 707s took off from a military base south of Tel Aviv. One carried Yitzhak Rabin and other high-ranking Israeli officers. Their aircraft was in constant touch by safe radio with the execution team already in position and led by an operative codenamed Sword. 2 more 707s acted as fuel tankers. High above the villa, the fleet of aircraft circled. A little after midnight on April 17th, the airborne officers heard Abu Jihad had returned home in the Mercedes Yasser Arafat had given him as a wedding gift. Prior to that, the hit team had set up sensitive listening devices able to hear everything inside the villa. From his vantage point near the villa, Sword announced into his mic that he could hear Abu Jihad climbing the stairs going to his bedroom, whispering to his wife, tiptoeing to an adjoining bedroom to kiss his sleeping son, before finally going to his study on the ground floor. The details were picked up by the electronic warfare plane, the Israeli version of an American AWAC, and relayed to Rabin's command aircraft. At 12:17 a.m., Rabin ordered, "Go." Outside the villa, Abu Jihad's driver was asleep in the Mercedes. One of Sword's men ran forward, pressed the silenced Beretta into his ear, and pulled the trigger. The driver slumped dead across the front seat. Next, Sword and another member of the hit team laid an explosive charge at the base of the villa's heavy iron front door. A new type of silent plastic explosive, it made little sound as it blew the doors clean off their hinges. Inside, 2 of Abu Jihad's bodyguards were standing in the entrance hall, too stunned by the explosion to move. They too were shot dead by silenced weapons. Running to the study, Sword found Abu Jihad watching video footage of the PLO. As he rose to his feet, Sword shot him twice in the chest. Abu Jihad crashed heavily to the floor. Sword stepped quickly forward and put 2 more bullets through his forehead. Leaving the room, he encountered Abu Jihad's wife. She was holding her small son in her arms. "Get back to your room," Sword ordered in Arabic. Then he and the team vanished into the night. From the time they had entered the villa to departure had taken them only 13 seconds. 9 vital seconds better than their best practice run. For the first time, an Israeli assassination met with public criticism. Cabinet Minister Ezra Weizmann warned that liquidating individuals will not advance the peace process. Nevertheless, the assassinations continued. On an October evening in 1995, in the safe house of Pinsker Street, all was ready for the meeting to settle another assassination. Selected for execution was the religious head of Islamic Jihad, Fatih Shkaki. Mossad had established that his group had orchestrated the deaths of over 20 Israeli passengers in a bus destroyed the previous January by 2 suicide bombers outside the small town of Beit Lid. The incident brought the number of terrorist attacks to over 10,000 in the last quarter century. In this pitiless world, Shkaki had long been lionized by his people. It was he who had personally granted the bombers of Beit Lid absolution from the inviolable Islamic prohibition against suicide. To do so, he had combed the Quran to extrapolate a philosophical assumption that oppression makes the oppressed discover new strengths. In preparing the suicide bombers, he had exploited the psychological flaws in unbalanced youngsters who, like the Japanese kamikaze teenagers in World War II, went to their own end in a state of religious fervor. His next recruits chosen, their target selected, Shkaki would hand the youths over to his bomb makers. On an October evening, when his fate was about to be settled in the Tel Aviv safe house, Shkaki was at home in Damascus with his wife Fatia. The apartment was strikingly different from the squalor of the refugee camps where he was venerated. Expensive carpets and wall hangings were gifts from the Ayatollahs of Iran. A gold-framed photograph of Shkaki with Muammar Gaddafi was a present from the Libyan leader. A coffee service was a gift from the Syrian president. Shkaki's clothes were far removed from the simple gown he wore on his crusades among the impoverished masses in South Lebanon. At home, he wore robes cut from the finest cloth available from London's Savile Row, and his feet were fitted in custom-made shoes bought in Rome, not the bazaar sandals he wore in public. Over his favorite meal of couscous, Shkaki reassured his wife he would be safe on his forthcoming trip to Libya to seek farther funds from Gaddafi. He hoped to return with $1 million, the full amount he had requested, in a fax to Libya's revolutionary headquarters in Tripoli. As usual, the money would be laundered through a Libyan bank in Valletta on the island of Malta. Shkaki planned to spend less than a day on the island before catching the flight home. News of the stopover in Malta had prompted his 2 teenage sons to give in their own shopping order, half a dozen shirts each from a Malta store where Shkaki had shopped previously. Rabin, who was now a Nobel Peace Prize winner, ordered Shkaki's execution. Details of Shkaki's forthcoming visit to Libya and Malta were sent to Tel Aviv. On October 24, 1995, 2 men in their late 20s, codenamed Gil and Ran, left Tel Aviv on separate flights. Ran flew to Athens, Gil to Rome. At each airport, they collected new British passports handed over by a local Sayan. They arrived in Malta on a late afternoon flight and checked into the Diplomat Hotel overlooking Valletta's harbor. That evening, a motorcycle was delivered to Ran. He told staff he planned to use it to tour the island. That evening, a freighter, which had sailed the previous day from the port of Haifa bound for Italy, radioed the Maltese harbor authorities, reporting it had developed engine trouble, and while it was being fixed, the ship would remain hove to off the island. On board the freighter were Shabtai Shavit and a small team of Mossad communication technicians. They established a radio link with Gil, whose suitcase contained a small but powerful radio. The suitcase's locks had to be opened counterclockwise to deactivate the fuses in the 2 charges built into the lid. They were designed to explode in the face of anyone who opened the case after turning the keys clockwise. The radio's rhombic antenna, a 1/4 mile of fiber-optic cable, was tightly coiled to form a disc 6 inches in diameter. Splitters connected the disc to 4 dipoles welded to the inside corner of the Samsonite. During the night, Gil received a number of radio messages from the boat. Fatih Shkaki had arrived earlier that day on the Tripoli-Valletta ferry, accompanied by Libyan security men who had stayed on board, their responsibilities over when Shkaki came ashore alone. Before doing so, he had shaved off his beard. He identified himself to Maltese immigration officers as Ibrahim Dawish, showing them his Libyan passport. After checking into the Diplomat Hotel, he spent the next few hours in seafront cafes, sipping endless cups of coffee and nibbling sweet Arabic cakes. He made several telephone calls. The next morning, Shkaki was returning with the promised shirts for his sons, strolling along the seafront, when two men on a motorcycle slowed beside him. One of them shot the jihad leader at point-blank range 6 times in the head. Shkaki died instantly. The motorcyclists disappeared. Neither was ever found. But an hour later, a fishing boat sailed out of Valletta harbor and dropped anchor in the lee of the freighter. Shortly afterward, the captain informed the harbor authorities that the engine malfunction had been temporarily repaired, but the ship was returning to Haifa for further repairs. In Iran, the spiritual home of Shkaki, the mullahs declared a day of national mourning. In Tel Aviv, asked to comment on the death, Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin said, "I'm certainly not sad." A few days later, on November 4, 1995, Rabin was assassinated at a Tel Aviv peace rally, close to the safe house where his order to execute Shkaki had been prepared. Rabin had died at the hands of a Jewish fanatic, Yigal Amir, who in many ways had the same ruthless qualities the Prime Minister had so admired in Mossad. Yitzhak Rabin, the hawk who had become a dove, the powerful political leader who had come to realize the only chance of peace in the Middle East was, as he once misquoted his favorite book, the Bible, is to turn our swords into plowshares and till the soil with our Arab neighbors. He was murdered by one of his own people because he failed to accept that his Jewish enemies would behave with the same ferocity as his old Arab foes had done, both groups determined to destroy his vision of the future. In 1998, there were 48 members in the Mossad Gideon unit, 6 of them women. All were in their 20s and superbly fit. They lived and worked away from Mossad headquarters in Tel Aviv, based in a restricted area of a military base in the Negev desert. The facility could be adapted to approximate a street or a building where an assassination was to take place. There were getaway cars and an obstacle course to negotiate. The instructors included former unit members who supervised practice with a variety of guns and taught how to conceal bombs, administer a lethal injection in a crowd, and make a killing appear accidental. Gideons reviewed films on successful assassinations, the shooting of President John F. Kennedy, for example, and studied the faces and habits of scores of potential targets stored on their own highly restricted computer, and memorized the constantly changing street plans of major cities, as well as air and seaport layouts. The unit worked in teams of 4 who regularly flew abroad on familiarization trips to London, Paris, Frankfurt, and other European cities. There were also occasional trips to New York, Los Angeles, and Toronto. During all of these outings, a team was always accompanied by instructors who assessed their skills in setting up an operation without drawing attention to themselves. Targets were chosen from local Sayanim volunteers who were only told they were taking part in a security exercise designed to protect an Israeli-owned facility. A synagogue or bank were usually given as the reason. Volunteers found themselves pounced upon in a quiet street and bundled into a car, or had their homes entered in the middle of the night and awoke to find themselves peering down a gun barrel. Gideons took these training exercises very seriously, for every team was aware of what was known as the Lillehammer fiasco. In July 1973, at the height of the manhunt for the killers of the Israeli athletes at the Munich Olympics, a makeshift Mossad team shot dead a Moroccan waiter named Ahmed Bouchiki, who had no connection to terrorism. The entire Mossad undercover network in Europe of safe houses, dead letter boxes, and secret phone numbers had to be abandoned. It would be 6 years before Ali Hassan Salameh would finally die in the operation masterminded by Rafi Eitan, who said, Lillehammer was an example of the wrong people for the wrong job. It should never have happened and must never happen again. It did. On July 31, 1997, the day after two Hamas suicide bombers killed 15 and injured another 157 people in a Jerusalem marketplace, Mossad chief Dani Yatom attended a meeting chaired by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The Prime Minister had just come from an emotional press conference at which he had promised that he would never arrest until those who planned the suicide bombings were no longer a threat. Publicly, Netanyahu had appeared calm and resolute, his responses to questions measured and magisterial. But on that stifling day, away from the cameras and surrounded only by Mossad Director Yatom and other senior intelligence officers, Netanyahu offered a very different image. He was neither cool nor analytical. Instead, in the crowded conference room adjoining his office, he frequently interrupted to shout he was going to get those Hamas bastards if it's the last thing I do. The agenda had been set. Yatom, well used to the mercurial mood swings of the Prime Minister, sat silently across the table as Netanyahu continued to bluster. Netanyahu badly needed a public relations coup. To deliver the head of a Hamas leader was one surefire way. A senior Israeli intelligence officer undoubtedly spoke for many when he said, "Any operation of that nature requires careful planning. Bibi wanted results as if this was a computer game." By September 1997, Netanyahu had begun to call Yatom at all hours of the night about progress. But on September 9th, news reached Tel Aviv that Hamas had struck again, this time seriously wounding two Israeli bodyguards of the cultural attaché at the newly opened Israeli embassy in Amman, the Jordanian capital. 3 days later, shortly before the Friday Sabbath began, Netanyahu requested that Yatom join him for lunch. The Prime Minister immediately raised the attack in Amman. How could the Hamas gunmen have come close enough to shoot? Why had there been no advance warning? What was the Mossad station in Amman doing about it? Yatom interrupted Netanyahu in mid-flow. There was a Hamas leader in Amman named Khalid Meshal, who ran the organization's Politburo from an office in the city. For weeks, Meshal had been traveling through various Arab countries, but Amman station reported that he was back in the city. Netanyahu was galvanized. "Then go and knock him down," he said across the table. "That's what you have to do, knock him down. Send your people in Amman to do that." The Mossad chief warned that to launch an attack in Amman would destroy the relationship with Jordan that Netanyahu's predecessor, Yitzhak Rabin, had created. "Excuses, that's all you give me, excuses," Netanyahu was said to have shouted. From that moment on, every move that Yatom made would be personally approved by Netanyahu. No other prime minister had taken such a close personal interest in a state-sponsored act of murder. Khalid Meshal was 41 years old, a full-bearded and physically strong man. He lived close to King Hussein's palace and by all accounts was a devoted husband and father of 7 children, cultured and well-spoken. Yet the rapidly assembled data that Mossad's Amman station had put together indicated Meshal was the driving force behind the suicide bomb attacks against Israeli civilians. Mossad's weapon of choice was unusual. Not a gun, but an aerosol filled with a nerve agent. It would be the first time a Gideon hit team had used this method of killing, even though it had long been perfected by the KGB and other Soviet bloc intelligence agencies. Russian scientists, recently emigrated to Israel, had been recruited by Mossad to create a range of deadly toxins, all outlawed under international treaties. The substances were intended to produce death that could be instantaneous or lingering. In all cases, the victim lost control over his internal organs and suffered pain so excruciating that death itself would be a merciful release. On September 24, 1997, the Gideon unit assigned to assassinate Meshal flew into Amman, Jordan. The hitmen had been given Canadian passports in the names of Barry Beeds and Sean Kendall. At 10 a.m., Meshal was being driven by his chauffeur to work. In the back of the car with him were 3 of his young children, a boy and 2 girls. Barry Beeds followed at a discreet distance in a rented car. Other team members were out on the road in other cars. As they entered the city's Garden District, The chauffeur informed Mishal that they were being followed. Mishal used the car phone to call in the make and number of Bede's car to Amman police headquarters. As the rented car drove past, Mishal's children waved at Bede's as they had done to other motorists. The Mossad agent ignored them. Next, Kendall's rented green Hyundai pulled ahead of the chauffeur, and both cars disappeared into the traffic. The chauffeur pulled into Wasfi al-Tal Street, where a crowd had gathered outside the Hamas office. Mishal quickly kissed his children before leaving the car. Bede stepped forward as if to shake him by the hand. Kendall was at his shoulder, fumbling with a plastic bag. "Mr. Mishal?" asked Bede pleasantly. Mishal looked at him uncertainly. At that moment, Kendall produced the aerosol and tried to spray its contents into Mishal's left ear. The Hamas leader recoiled, startled, wiping his lobe. Kendall made another attempt to spray the substance into Mishal's ear. Around him, the crowd were beginning to recover from their surprise, and hands reached out to grab the agents. "Run," said Bede in Hebrew. Followed by Kendall, Bede sprinted to his car, parked a little way up the street. Mishal's chauffeur had seen what was happening and began to reverse back down the street, trying to ram the rented Toyota. Mishal was staggering around, moaning. People were trying to support him from falling. Others were shouting for an ambulance. Bede, with Kendall sprawled beside him and still clutching his half-used aerosol, managed to avoid the chauffeur's car and was accelerating up the street. Others were in pursuit. One of the drivers had a cell phone and called for roads to be blocked. The chauffeur used his car phone to contact police. Bede and Kendall were caught and forced to lie on the ground. They were taken to Amman Central Police Headquarters, where they produced their Canadian passports and insisted they were victims of some horrendous plot. The arrival of Sami Batihi, the formidable chief of Jordanian counterintelligence, ended the pretense. He told them he knew who they were. News of the failure reached Israel swiftly. Netanyahu received a telephone call from King Hussein on the hotline installed between the two leaders to deal with the crisis. The flavor of the call came later from an Israeli intelligence officer. Hussein had two questions for Bibi. What the fuck did he think he had been playing at? Did he have an antidote for the nerve gas? Netanyahu sat there, hunched over his phone, as white as anyone caught with his hand in the till. Netanyahu offered to fly at once to Amman to explain matters to the king. Hussein told him not to waste his time. The intelligence officer recalled, "You could hear the ice crackling on the line from Jordan." It must have been the worst moment in Bibi's political life. Events now took on their own momentum. Within an hour, an antidote to the nerve gas had been flown to Amman by an Israeli military plane and administered to Mishal. He began to recover. Kendall and Bede were allowed back to Israel, minus their Canadian passports. They were assigned to non-specific desk duties. As an Israeli intelligence officer said, that could mean they would be in charge of security in the building's toilets. Yatom had become a lame duck chief. In February 1998, Yatom resigned in an attempt to head off what he acknowledged was a near mutiny. Prime Minister Netanyahu did not send his fallen intelligence chief the customary letter of thanks for services rendered. On a damp spring morning in 1997, David Kimche instructed Arab landscapers how he wanted his garden rearranged in a Tel Aviv suburb. His manner was diffident, the mellifluous voice more suited to a college campus than dealing with manual workers, suggesting Kimche was descended from generations of administrators who had once raised Britain's Union Jack over far-flung lands. The English-born son of middle-class Jews, Kimche's impeccable manners deepened the image of the quintessential Englishman. Expensively tailored clothes emphasized a figure kept trim with regular workouts and a strict diet. Kimche looked 20 years younger than his close to 60 years, and there was a boyish quality about him. His every gesture while briefing the gardeners, the flicking away of hair from his forehead, the lengthy pauses, the thoughtful stare, suggested a lifetime spent cloistered on a college campus. In reality, David Kimche had been what Mossad Director Meir Amit called one of the intellectual powerhouses behind many Mossad operations. His reasoning skills had been accompanied by breathtaking nerve, catching even the wariest with some totally unexpected move which had quickly earned the respect of even cynical colleagues. But his very intellectualism had often made them keep their distance. He was too remote and abstract for their earthy ways. Several felt like Rafi Eitan, that if you said good morning to David, his mind would already be deciding how good it was and how much of the morning was left. Within Mossad, Kimche was widely regarded as the epitome of the gentleman spy with the cunning of an alley cat. How, where, and by whom Kimche was recruited was something he would forever keep under lock and key. David Kimche sensed he had arrived at an eventful time. Mossad Director Meir Amit was about to leave, shortly to be followed by Rafi Eitan and other senior Mossad officers. Part of Kimche's work included monitoring events in Morocco. There was still a substantial number of Jews living there under the repressive regime of King Hassan. In an attempt to make their lives easier, Meir Amit had established a working relationship with the monarch's feared security service, finding common cause in trying to remove Egypt's President Nasser, whose own hatred of Israel was only equaled by what he felt for the king. Kimche had many matters to concern him. The Palestinians had secretly trained a commando unit to exploit a security weakness not even Mossad had anticipated: mid-air aircraft hijacking. Once a plane was seized between destinations, it would be flown to a friendly Arab country. There the passengers would be held for ransom, either for substantial sums of money to buy their freedom or to be exchanged for Arab prisoners held by Israel. An additional bonus would be the worldwide publicity for the PLO cause. In July 1968, an El Al flight from Rome was hijacked to Algeria. Mossad was stunned at the simple audacity of the operation. A team of Qattars flew to Algeria, while Kimche and other planners worked almost around the clock to devise a strategy to free the terrified passengers. But any attempt to storm the aircraft was hampered by the presence of the world's media crews covering the story. Kimche recommended playing for time in the hope the story would lose its momentum and the Qattars could move. But the hijackers had anticipated that and began to issue blood-curdling threats unless their demands were met: the freeing of Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails. The Algerian government supported the hijackers. Kimche realized we were between the proverbial rock and a hard place. He was one of those who reluctantly recommended the prisoners should be exchanged for passengers, knowing full well the consequences of such action. It would pave the way for further hijackings. It would ensure the PLO cause would receive from now on maximum coverage. Israel had been put on the defensive. So had Western governments, who also had no answer to hijackings. Yet what could we do except to wait grimly for the next hijacking? And come they did, each one better prepared than the last. In a short time, half a dozen more passenger aircraft were overpowered by hijackers, who were not only expert in concealing weapons and placing explosives on board, but had been trained to fly the actual aircraft, or know the actual workings of a flight deck crew. In the Libyan desert, they practiced exchanging fire in the confined area of an airplane cabin, knowing that El Al had now introduced armed guards on its flights, one of the first moves Kimche had recommended. He had also correctly predicted that the hijackers would know the laws of the various countries they would be flying in and out of, so that if they were captured, their colleagues could use those laws to obtain their freedom by bargaining or threatening. Kimche knew that Mossad urgently needed an incident which would enable the service to overcome the hijackers through the two skills for which it was justifiably renowned: cunning and ruthlessness. And just as the hijackers effectively used publicity, Kimche wanted an operation whose outcome would match the universal praise for Israel which had followed the kidnapping of Adolf Eichmann. The incident Kimche needed must have high drama, considerable risk, and an against-all-the-odds outcome. Those elements would combine to show Mossad leading the fight back. On June 27, 1976, an Air France plane filled with Jewish passengers en route to Paris from Tel Aviv was hijacked after a stopover at Athens airport, which was notorious for lax security. The hijackers were members of the extreme Wadi Haddad faction, and they made two demands: the freeing of 40 Palestinians in Israeli jails together with a further dozen held in European prisons, and the release of 2 German terrorists arrested in Kenya when they tried to shoot down an El Al jet with a SAM-7 rocket as it took off from Nairobi airport. After a stopover in Casablanca and being refused permission to land in Khartoum, the plane flew to Entebbe in Uganda. From there, the hijackers announced the aircraft would be blown up along with all its passengers unless their demands were met. The deadline was June 30th. In Tel Aviv, in closed cabinet sessions, the vaunted public image of no surrender to terrorism wilted. Ministers favored freeing Israel's PLO prisoners. Prime Minister Rabin produced a Shin Bet report to show there was a precedent for releasing convicted criminals. Chief of Staff Mordechai Gur announced he could not recommend military action due to insufficient intelligence from Entebbe. While their anguished deliberations continued, news came from Entebbe that the Jewish passengers had been separated from the others on board. Those passengers had been released and were on their way to Paris. That had been the opening Mossad needed. Yitzhak Hoffi, Mossad's chief, in what was to be his finest hour, argued powerfully and passionately for a rescue to be mounted. He dusted down the plan Rafi Eitan had used to capture Eichmann. There were similarities. Rafi Eitan and his men had worked far from home in a hostile environment. They had improvised as they went along, using bluff, the renowned Jewish chutzpah. It could be done again. Soaked in sweat, his voice hoarse from pleading and arguing, Hoffi had stared around the cabinet room. If we let our people die, it will open the floodgates. No Jew will be safe anywhere. Hitler would have won a victory from the grave. Very well, Rabin finally said. We try. As well as Kimche, every other strategist and planner in Mossad was mobilized. The first step was to open a safe communication channel between Tel Aviv and Nairobi. Hoffi had nursed the unpublicized intelligence link between Mossad and its Kenyan counterpart introduced by Mayor Amit. The link started to bear immediate results. Half a dozen Katzers descended on Nairobi and were installed in a Kenyan intelligence service safe house. They would form the bridgehead for the main assault. Meantime, Kimche had overcome another problem. Any rescue mission would require a fuel stop at Nairobi. Working the phone, he obtained Kenya's approval in a matter of hours, granted on humanitarian grounds. But there was still the formidable problem of reaching Entebbe. The PLO had established the airport as their own entry point to Uganda, from where the organization ran its own operation against the pro-Israeli white supremacist regime in South Africa. Idi Amin, Uganda's despotic dictator, had actually given the PLO the residence of the Israeli ambassador as a headquarters after breaking off diplomatic relations with Jerusalem in 1972. Kimche knew it was essential to know if the PLO were still in the country. Their battle-hardened guerrillas would be a formidable force to overcome in the short time allowed for the actual rescue mission. The Israeli forces could only be on the ground for minutes, otherwise they ran the risk of a powerful counterattack. Kimche sent 2 Katzers from Nairobi by boat across Lake Victoria. They landed near Entebbe and found the PLO headquarters deserted. The Palestinians had recently moved on to Angola. Then, with a stroke of luck any operation needs, one of the Kenyan security officers who had accompanied the Katzers discovered that one of his wife's relatives was actually one of the men guarding the hostages. The Kenyan inveigled himself into the airport and was able to see that the hostages were all alive, but he counted 15 very tense and nervous guards. The information was radioed to Tel Aviv. Meanwhile, 2 other Katzers, both qualified pilots, hired a Cessna and flew from Nairobi, ostensibly to photograph Lake Victoria for a holiday brochure. Their aircraft passed directly over Entebbe Airport, enabling one Katzer to obtain good photographs of the runway and adjoining buildings. The film was flown to Tel Aviv. There, Kimche recommended yet another strategy to confuse the hijackers. During several telephone conversations with Amin's palace, Israeli negotiators in Tel Aviv made it clear their government was ready to accept the hijackers' terms. A diplomat in a European consulate in Uganda was used to add credibility to this apparent surrender by being called in confidence to see if he could negotiate suitable wording the hijackers would accept. Kimche told the envoy, "It must be something not too demeaning to Israel, but also not too impossible for the hijackers to accept." The diplomat hurried to the airport with the news and began to draft suitable words. He was still doing so as Operation Thunderball moved to the final stages. An unmarked Israeli Boeing 707, to be used as a flying hospital, landed at Nairobi Airport, flown by IDF pilots who knew Entebbe Airport. Meantime, 6 Mossad Katzers had surrounded that airport. Each man carried a high-frequency radio and an electronic device which would jam the radar in the control tower. It had never before been tried under combat conditions. 50 Israeli paratroopers, under cover of darkness, left the hospital plane and went full speed to Lake Victoria. Inflating their rubber boats, they rowed across the water to wait close to the Ugandan shore, ready to storm into Entebbe Airport. In Tel Aviv, the rescue mission had been rehearsed to perfection. When the time came, a force of C-130 Hercules transporters crossed the Red Sea, headed south, refueled at Nairobi, and then flying just above the African treetops, swept down on Entebbe Airport. The radar jammer worked perfectly. The airport authorities were still trying to work out what had happened when the 3 Hercules transporters and the hospital plane landed. Commandos raced into the building where the hostages were held. By then, they were only Jews. All other nationalities had been freed by Amin, enjoying his moment of strutting the world stage. The paratroopers waiting in support were never called into action. They rowed back across the lake and returned to Nairobi. There they would be picked up by another Israeli transporter and flown home. Within 5 minutes, 2 full minutes less than the time allowed, the hostages were free and all the terrorists were killed, along with 16 Ugandan soldiers guarding the prisoners. The attack force lost 1 officer, Lieutenant Colonel Yonatan Netanyahu, the elder brother of the future Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He would say that his own hard line against all terrorists came as a result of the death of Yonatan. 3 hostages also died. David Kimche's wish for a headline-making riposte to hijackers had been more than met. The rescue at Entebbe was an episode that even more than the capture of Adolf Eichmann came to be seen as Mossad's calling card. Increasingly, Kimche found himself ever more immersed in Mossad's efforts against the PLO. This deadly struggle was fought beyond the borders of Israel, on the streets of European cities. Kimche was one of the strategists who prepared the ground for Mossad's own assassins, the Gideons. They struck in Paris, Munich, Cyprus, and Athens. For Kimche, the killings were remote. He was like the bomber pilot who does not see where the bombs fall. By 1973, another and more serious threat had begun to focus Kimche's mind: the possibility of a second full-scale Arab war led by Egypt against Israel. But Mossad was a lone voice within the Israeli intelligence community. Kimche remained unconvinced. On the night of October 5th to 6th, Mossad received reports that the Egyptian military high command had gone on red alert. The evidence could no longer be ignored. At 6 a.m., Mossad's chief Tzvi Zamir joined Amman intelligence chiefs in the defense ministry. The building was almost deserted. It was Yom Kippur, the holiest of all Jewish holidays, the day even non-practicing Jews rested, when all public services, including the state radio, shut down. The radio had always been the means used to mobilize reserves in the event of a national emergency. Alarm bells began to sound all over Israel that a 2-pronged attack from Syria in the north and Egypt in the south was about to engulf Israel. War began at 1:55 p.m. local time, while the Israeli cabinet was in emergency session, assured by Amman strategists that hostilities would still only start at 6 p.m. Never in the history of the Israeli intelligence community had there been such an inglorious failure to predict an event. The mass of impeccable evidence that David Kimche and others had provided had been totally ignored. After the war ended, Mossad once more ruled supreme over the intelligence community, though there was a key change there too. Zamir was removed as Director General of the Mossad on the grounds he had not been sufficiently assertive. His place was taken by Yitzhak Hofi. Kimche viewed Hofi's arrival with mixed feelings. In some ways, Hofi was from a similar mold to Meir Amit, the same erect bearing, the same proven battlefield experience, the same incisive manner, and total inability to suffer fools at any price. But Hofi was also blunt to the point of rudeness. Kimche saw an opportunity for Mossad to work its way into the Lebanese woodwork. He told Mossad Director Hofi that politically it made sense to partly support the Christians against the Muslims who were vowed to destroy Israel. But the service's relationship with the Christians soured in January 1976, when Christian leaders invited in the Syrian army to lend additional support against the pro-Iranian Hezbollah. That group was seen in Damascus as a threat. Within days, thousands of battle-hardened Syrian troops were in Lebanon and moving close to its borders with Israel. Too late the Christians found they had, in Kimche's words, behaved like Little Red Riding Hood, inviting in the wolf. Kimche launched his own guerrilla battle against Israel's Beit Noir, the PLO. It was a halcyon time for the men operating out of the featureless high-rise on King Saul Boulevard. Inside the building, relations between Kimche and Hofi were deteriorating. There were whispers of violent disagreements over operational matters, that Hofi feared Kimche wanted his job. On a spring morning in 1980, David Kimche used his unrestricted access card, which had replaced the 2 keys, to access the headquarters building. Arriving in his office, he was told that Hofi wished to see him at once. Kimche strolled along the corridor to the Director General's office, knocked and entered, closing the door behind him. What happened there has passed into Mossad legend, a tale of increasingly raised voices, of accusation and counter-accusation. The row lasted for 20 electrifying minutes. Then Kimche came out of the office tight-lipped. His career in Mossad was finished. But Kimche's intelligence activities on behalf of Israel were about to enter a familiar arena, the United States. This time it would not involve the theft of nuclear materials, but the scandal that eventually became known as Iran Gate. After a period of considering his future, David Kimche had accepted the Director Generalship of the Israeli Foreign Ministry. It offered him an opportunity to bring his skills to bear on the international stage far beyond Lebanon. Meanwhile, in the United States, the saga of President Nixon and Watergate had moved to an inescapable finale, leaving the CIA tarred with suspicion. Kimche studied it closely. But there was a new president in the White House, Ronald Reagan, who promised a new dawn for the CIA. The agency, Kimche learned from his own contacts in Washington, would become Reagan's secret trump in foreign policy. Heading the CIA was William Casey. Instinctively, Kimche sensed he was no friend of Israel, but someone who could be outmaneuvered should the need arise. For the next 2 years, as part of his work, Kimche closely followed CIA operations in Afghanistan and Central America. Many of them struck him as babe-in-the-wood stuff, old-fashioned intelligence gathering, mingled with some pretty ruthless killing. Then once more, Kimche's attention was brought to focus on Iran and what had happened in Beirut. A few months after Kimche took up his duties at the Foreign Ministry, Israel had begun to arm Iran with the tacit support of the United States. Israel had provided the help to weaken the Baghdad regime, part of Jerusalem's long-established tactic of what Kimche called playing at both ends. 3 years later, 2 events had affected matters. There had been the car bomb massacre in Beirut of 241 U.S. Marines, and the growing U.S. suspicion that Mossad not only had prior knowledge of the attack, but that Iran's intelligence service had helped to prepare it. Pressure was put on Israel to stop supplying Tehran. It increased with the kidnapping, torture, and subsequent death of William Buckley, the CIA station chief in Beirut. In quick succession, 7 other Americans were taken hostage by Iran-backed groups. For the tough-talking Reagan administration, which had come into office with its promise to crack down on terrorism, the idea of American citizens languishing deep beneath the rubble of Beirut demanded action. But retaliation was out of the question. There then occurred a conversation between the President and Robert McFarlane, a gung-ho former Marine who was National Security Advisor. Kimche was to recall that McFarlane told him the conversation went like this: "What do the Iranians need most, Mr. President?" "You tell me, Bob." "Weapons to fight Iraq. So we give them what they want, and we get back our people in return." Reagan and McFarlane, against the advice of Casey and other U.S. intelligence chiefs, took the simplistic view that arming Iran would not only result in the mullahs bringing pressure to bear on the Beirut group to free the hostages, but would improve the administration's relations with Tehran. There could also be the added bonus that it was bound to weaken Moscow's position in Iran. The seeds were sown for what became known as Iran Gate. Marine Colonel Oliver North was put in charge of supplying the arms. North and McFarlane decided to exclude the CIA from their plans. Both were action-oriented men. Their push-and-shove mentality had served them well in Vietnam, and from all they had heard, Israelis were similar men of action. So, in North's words, it was time to bring Israel into the fold. There was also the personal prospect of visiting the Holy Land. A committed Christian, North relished the thought of treading in the footsteps of Jesus. Israel's new Prime Minister, Yitzhak Shamir, decided there was only one person capable of handling the request from Washington for help and making sure Israel's interests were fully protected. On July 3, 1983, David Kimche flew to meet with McFarlane in the White House. Kimche said he believed the arms for hostages deal could work. He asked if the CIA was actively involved. He was told the agency was not. In turn, McFarlane asked Kimche how far Mossad would be involved. Kimche claims that McFarlane reassured Reagan that Israel would batten down the hatches. The deal was on. Kimche flew back to Israel. 2 weeks later, Kimche was back in Washington. Over dinner, he laid out his game plan to McFarlane. Kimche was to recall the conversation went like this: "You want the good or bad news first?" Kimche asked McFarlane. "The good. We'll ship the arms for you, using the same routes we used before." McFarlane said, "No problem." Kimche's method would ensure that the United States had no direct contact with Iran, and so the administration's bellicose attitude about being tough on terrorism would not be compromised. The U.S. arms embargo on Iran would be intact, and the hostages, when freed, would not have been directly exchanged for weapons. "And the bad news?" McFarlane prompted. Kimche said his own well-placed contacts in Iran were uncertain the mullahs could actually manage to procure the release of the Beirut hostages. "The radicals there are getting beyond Tehran's control," he told his host. If McFarlane was disappointed, he did not show it. The next day, Secretary of State George Shultz told Reagan back in the Oval Office the risks were too high. Supposing the Iranians took the arms and then revealed the deal to embarrass the great Satan, as the mullahs called the United States. Wouldn't that draw Iraq further into the Soviet camp? And what about the hostages? They could be even worse off. All morning the arguments continued. By lunchtime, Reagan was visibly tired. The decision, when it came, was sudden. The President agreed to support the proposition that the United States would replace all arms Israel sold to Iran. Once more, Kimche returned home with a green light. Nevertheless, Shamir insisted that all possible steps should also be taken so that he could deny any connection with the matter should there be a problem. To ensure this, Kimche assembled a colorful cast of characters to initiate the operation. There was Adnan Khashoggi, the Saudi petro-billionaire, with a habit of eating caviar by the pound and an eye for the current cover girls. There was the equally mysterious Yaakov Nimrodi, who had run agents for Amman, who had once been Israel's military attaché in Iran during the Shah's regime. Khashoggi brokered a deal that was to be a precursor for all that followed. He would head a consortium that would indemnify the United States if Iran failed to live up to its obligations, and would similarly protect Iran if the arms were not acceptable as specified. For these guarantees, the consortium would receive a 10% fee from the purchase of all the arms with cash provided by the United States. In return, it would also act as a buffer to ensure that plausible deniability would remain intact for both the Iranian and U.S. governments if anything went wrong. Everyone understood that the consortium would essentially be working outside any political control and would first and foremost be driven by the profit motive. In late August 1985, the first plane load of arms landed in Tehran from Israel. On September 14th, a U.S. hostage, the Reverend Benjamin Weir, was freed in Beirut. As the pace quickened, still more raffish players joined the consortium, including Miles Copeland, a former CIA officer, who on the eve of the Shah falling from power in what was soon to be named the Islamic Republic of Iran, had sent CIA agents into Tehran souks, distributing $100 bills to anyone who dared shout, "Long live the Shah." Other shadowy figures also became involved, such as a former Special Air Services officer who ran a company in London which had once provided non-specific services to Mossad. Meanwhile, the policymakers in Israel and Washington looked the other way. All that mattered was that the operation had taken off under the noses of an unsuspecting world, at least for the moment. In all, Iran would receive 128 U.S. tanks, 200,000 Katyusha rockets captured in South Lebanon, 10,000 tons of artillery shells of all calibers, 3,000 air-to-air missiles, 4,000 rifles, and close to 50 million rounds of ammunition. From Marama Air Force Base in Arizona, over 4,000 TOW missiles were lifted to Guatemala to begin their long journey to Tel Aviv. From Poland and Bulgaria, 8,000 SAM-7 surface-to-air missiles were shipped, together with 100,000 AK-47s. China provided hundreds of Silkworm sea-to-sea missiles, armored cars, and amphibious personnel carriers. Sweden provided 105mm artillery shells, Belgium, air-to-air missiles. The weapons were shipped with certificates, showing Israel was the end user. From IDF military bases in the Negev desert, the consortium arranged for chartered transport aircraft to fly the weapons to Iran. The consortium received a handling fee for each consignment, Iran paying the money out of funds in Swiss bank accounts. The sum eventually totaled $7 million. Israel received no financial reward, only the satisfaction of witnessing Iran improve its capability to kill more Iraqis in the long drawn-out war between both countries. For David Kimche, it was a further example of the divide-and-rule policy he strongly advocated. Nevertheless, his well-honed instincts told him that what had started as a sweet operation was now in danger of running out of control. In his view, the wrong men now had too much power in the consortium. In creating it, he had again demonstrated Israel's realpolitik. Israel had been ready to help the United States because it recognized it could not survive without Washington's support in other areas. It was also a way to demonstrate that Israel could perform decisively on the world stage and keep matters secret. But the longer the arms for hostages operation continued, Kimche sensed the greater was the chance of discovery. In December 1985, he told the consortium that he could no longer remain involved in its activities, using the old saw of being overworked at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The consortium thanked him for his help, gave him a farewell dinner in a Tel Aviv hotel, and told him that he was being replaced as the Israeli link by Amiran Nir, who was Peres's gung-ho advisor on terrorism. That was the moment, Kimche would later admit, when the arms for hostages deal was firmly on the fast track to self-destruction. If anyone could derail it, then Nir was the man. A former journalist, Nir had shown the alarming trait of regarding real-life intelligence as being part of the cavernous lobby of the Palestine Meridian Hotel in Baghdad was crowded as usual on that last Friday in April 1988, and the mood was cheerful. Iraq had just won a decisive battle against Iran in the Gulf of Basra, and the consensus was that their war was finally drawing to an end after 7 bloody years. One reason for impending Iraqi victory could be attributed to the foreigners who sat in the lobby in their well-tailored blazers and trousers with uniformly knife-edge creases, the permanent smiles of successful salesmen on their faces. They were arms dealers. Their Iraqi hosts needed no translation. Their hosts spoke an esoteric jargon. Every and any kind of weapon was for sale. All payments would be made in US dollars, still the preferred currency in this closed world. Since the formation of the Jewish state, a formal state of war had existed between Israel and Iraq. Israel had felt confident its forces could win a conventional war. But in 1977, Mossad discovered the French government, which had provided Israel with its own nuclear capability, had also given Iraq a reactor and technical assistance. The facility was Al Tuwaitha, north of Baghdad. The Israeli Air Force began planning how to bomb the site before it became hot with the uranium rods in the reactor core. To destroy it then would cause widespread death and pollution and turn Baghdad and a sizable area of Iraq into an irradiated desert and earn Israel global condemnation. For these reasons, Yitzhak Hofi, then Mossad's chief, opposed the raid, arguing an airstrike would anyway result in a heavy death toll among the French technicians and would isolate European countries Israel was trying to reassure on its peaceful intentions. Bombing the reactor would also effectively end the delicate maneuvering to persuade Egypt to sign a peace treaty. He found himself presiding over a divided house. Hofi tried a different tack. He suggested the United States should bring diplomatic pressure to bear on France to stop the export of the reactor. Washington received a curt rebuff from Paris. Israel then chose a more direct route. Hofi dispatched a team of Qassars to raid the French plant at Toulon, where the core for the Iraqi reactor was being built. The core was destroyed by an organization no one had ever heard of previously, the French Ecological Group. Hofi had personally chosen the name. Admony increasingly made no secret of his contempt for Hofi's position. The two men, who had been close friends, became cold colleagues. Nevertheless, it took a further 6 months of bitter conflict between the embattled Mossad chief and his senior staff before the General Staff approved the attack on March 15, 1981. The attack was a tactical masterpiece. 8 F-16 fighter bombers, escorted by 6 F-15 fighter interceptors, flew at sand dune level across Jordan before streaking toward Iraq. They reached the target at the planned moment, 5:34 p.m. local time, minutes after the French construction staff had left. The death toll was 9. The nuclear plant was reduced to rubble. The aircraft returned unharmed. Hofi's career in Mossad was over. Admony replaced him. By the time Kimche was starting the hostages for arms deal, Ben Menashe had been appointed Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir's personal consultant on intelligence, having told Shamir he knew where all the bodies were buried. Kimche decided it made Ben Menashe the ideal choice to work with the one intelligence officer he admired above all others, Rafi Eitan. With the full approval of the Prime Minister, Ben Menashe was released from all other duties to work with Eitan. The two men moved to New York in March 1981. Their purpose, Ben Menashe would recall, was straightforward. Our friends in Tehran were desperate to have sophisticated electronic equipment for their Air Force and air and ground defenses. Israel, of course, wanted to help them as much as possible in their war against Iraq. Traveling on British passports, always a favorite of Mossad, they set up a company in New York's financial district. They quickly recruited a team of 50 brokers who scoured the U.S. electronics industry for suitable equipment. All sales were accompanied by end-user certificates which stated the equipment was to be used only in Israel. Ben Menashe would recall, "We had packs of certificates which we would fill out and send to Tel Aviv to keep on file in case anyone ever bothered to check." The equipment was flown to Tel Aviv. There, without going through customs, it was transferred onto aircraft chartered from Guinness Peat in Ireland and flown to Tehran. Guinness Peat, a well-regarded air charter company, was an obvious choice. The idea of using Irish pilots had also been Rafi Eitan's. He had maintained what he called his Irish connections. When it comes to a deal, the Irish understand the rules. The only one which matters is to pay on the day. As the volume of the New York operation increased, it became necessary to have a central holding company to process the billions of dollars involved in the purchasing and selling of arms. The name chosen for the company was Ora, light in Hebrew. In 1987, Iran's Ayatollah Ali Akbar Hashemi Rafsanjani received a cable from Ora concerning the sale to Iran of 4,000 TOW missiles at a cost of $13,800 each. The cable concluded with the confirmation that Nicholas Davis is a representative of Ora Limited with the authority to sign contracts. It was a champagne time for Ari Ben Menashe, Nicholas Davis, and the powerful figure who loomed ever larger in the background of unfolding events, Robert Maxwell. But none suspected for a moment the grim truth of the Hollywood cliché Davis liked to quote: "There's no such thing as a free lunch." Matters had looked very different on that morning in late March 1985, when Ari Ben Menashe had caught the early morning British Airways flight from Tel Aviv to London. Eating his kosher airline breakfast, he reflected that life had never been so good. He was not only making real money, but had learned a great deal at the elbow of David Kimche as they trawled through the Byzantine world of selling arms to Iran. For Ben Menashe, compared to my former colleagues, the average arms dealer was a choir boy. Ben Menashe regarded what he was doing, providing arms for Iranians to kill untold number of Iraqis, as different. The bottom line was the money he was making. Even with Kimche's departure, Ben Menashe still believed the merry-go-round he was riding would only stop when he decided, and he would step off a multi-millionaire. By his count, Ora's business was now worth hundreds of millions, most of it being generated through the house in the London suburb from where Nicholas Davis ran Ora's international operations. Ben Menashe knew Davis had continued to amass his own fortune, far in excess of the £65,000 yearly salary he was paid as foreign editor of the Daily Mirror. Davis's commission from Ora was almost always as much in a month. Ben Menashe didn't mind if the newspaperman took an extra slice of the cake, left plenty to go around. It was still champagne time. Robert Maxwell dispensed it by the magnum from his office on top of the Mirror building to his guests. When the BA flight landed, Ben Menashe would be chauffeured to see the tycoon in a limousine. Maxwell would have sent a further sign, Ben Menashe felt, of the importance in which Maxwell now held him. In the car with him would be Nahum Admoni, Mossad's Director General, traveling on board an El Al flight an hour behind the British Airways jet. Ben Menashe planned to spend the time waiting for Admoni at Heathrow Airport by reviewing all he had put together on how a powerful press baron had become the most important Sayan Mossad had recruited. Maxwell had volunteered his services at the end of a meeting in Jerusalem with Shimon Peres, shortly after Peres had formed a coalition government in 1984. One of Peres's aides would recall the encounter as the ego meets the megalomaniac. Peres was haughty and autocratic, but Maxwell just drove on, saying things like, "I will pour millions into Israel. I will revitalize the economy." He was like a man running for office. He was bombastic. Interrupted, went off on tangents, and told dirty jokes. Peres sat there, smiling his Eskimo smile. Recognizing that Maxwell over the years had developed powerful contacts in Eastern Europe, Peres arranged for Maxwell to see Admoni. The meeting took place in the presidential suite of the King David Hotel in Jerusalem, where Maxwell was staying. Maxwell and Admoni found common ground in their Central European backgrounds. Maxwell had been born in Czechoslovakia, which had led Peres to utter one of his few remembered jokes: "He's the only bouncing Czech I know with money." Both men shared a burning commitment to Zionism and a belief Israel had a God-given right to survive. They also enjoyed a passion for food and good wine. Admoni was keenly interested in Maxwell's view that both the United States and the Soviet Union had a similar desire to achieve global domination, but through significantly different approaches. Russia included international anarchy as part of its strategy, while Washington saw the world in terms of friends and enemies rather than nations with conflicting ideological interests. Maxwell had offered other insights. The CIA's secret contact with its Chinese counterparts was causing unease in the State Department, which found it could impinge on future diplomatic action and policies. The tycoon had painted portraits of two men in particular interest to Admony. Maxwell said that after meeting Ronald Reagan, he came away with the feeling that the president was an eternal optimist who used his charm to conceal a tough politician. Reagan's most dangerous failing was that he was a simplifier, and never more so than on the Middle East, where his second or third thought was no better than his original shoot-from-the-hip judgment. Maxwell had also met William Casey and judged the CIA director as a man of narrow opinions and no friend of Israel. Casey was running a can-do agency with outmoded ideas about the role of intelligence in the current political global arenas. Nowhere in Maxwell's view was this more evident than in the way Casey had misread Arab intentions in the Middle East. These views coincided exactly with those of Nahum Admony. After the meeting, they drove in Admony's unmarked car to Mossad headquarters, where the tycoon was given a personally conducted tour of some of the facilities by the Director General. Now, a year later, March 15, 1985, they would meet again. Not until Admony and Ben Menashe entered Maxwell's office suite in the Mirror newspaper's headquarters in London's High Holborn did their host announce that there would be one other person present to share the bagels, lox, and coffee Maxwell had ordered must be available whenever he was in the building. Like a conjurer producing a rabbit out of a hat, Maxwell introduced Viktor Chebrikov, vice chairman of the KGB and one of the most powerful spy masters in the world. With masterful understatement, Ben Menashe would subsequently admit that for a KGB leader to be in a British newspaper publisher's office might seem a fanciful notion. But at the time, President Gorbachev was on very friendly terms with Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, so it was acceptable for Chebrikov to be in Britain. More debatable is what the founder of Thatcherism and its free trade principles would have made of the agenda for the meeting. Sprawled in Maxwell's hand-tooled leather armchairs, Admony and Ben Menashe led the discussion. They wanted to know if very substantial amounts of currency were to be transferred to banks in the Soviet Union, could Chebrikov ensure the deposits would be safe? The money was from Ora's profits in the sale of U.S. arms to Iran. Chebrikov asked how much money was involved. Ben Menashe replied, $450 million American dollars, with similar amounts to follow, $1 billion, maybe more. Chebrikov looked at Maxwell as if to ensure he had heard correctly. Maxwell nodded enthusiastically. "This is perestroika," he boomed. To Ben Menashe, the sheer simplicity of the deal was an added attraction. There would be no galaxy of middlemen chipping away their pieces of commission. There would just be Maxwell with his connections and Chebrikov because of the power he wielded. His involvement was a guarantee the Soviets would not steal the funds. It was agreed the initial $450 million would be transferred from Credit Suisse to the Bank of Budapest in Hungary. That bank would disperse the money to other banks in the Soviet bloc. A flat fee of $8 million would be paid to Robert Maxwell for brokering the deal. Handshakes sealed matters. Maxwell proposed a champagne toast to the future capitalism of Russia. Afterward, his guests were flown in the tycoon's helicopter to Heathrow Airport to catch their flights home. Apart from Nicholas Davis, not one journalist in the Mirror building realized a monumental story had just escaped them. Soon another would slip from their grasp as Maxwell betrayed their journalistic skills to try to protect Israel. At the beginning of his relationship with Mossad, it was agreed that Maxwell was too valuable an asset to be involved with routine intelligence-gathering matters. According to a serving member of the Israeli intelligence community, Maxwell was Mossad's high-level Mr. Fix-It. He opened the doors to the highest offices. The power of his newspapers meant that presidents and prime ministers were ready to receive him. Because of who he was, they spoke to him as if he was a de facto statesman, never realizing where the information would end up. A lot of what he learned was probably no more than gossip, but no doubt some of it contained real nuggets. Maxwell knew how to ask questions. He had received no training from us, but he would have been given guidelines of areas to probe. On September 14, 1986, Robert Maxwell called Mossad Director Nahum Admoni on his direct line with devastating news. A freelance Colombian-born journalist, Oscar Guerrero, had approached a Maxwell-owned Sunday tabloid newspaper, the Sunday Mirror, with a sensational story, one which would rip aside the carefully constructed veil disguising the true purpose of Dimona. Guerrero claimed to be acting for a former technician who had worked at the nuclear plant. During that time, the man had secretly gathered photographic and other evidence to show that Israel was now a major nuclear power, possessing no fewer than 100 nuclear devices of varying destructive force. Like all telephone calls to and from the Mossad chief, this one was automatically recorded. That member of the Israeli intelligence community would later claim the tape contained the following exchange. Admoni, what is the name of this technician? Maxwell, Vanunu, Mordechai Vanunu. Admoni, where is he now? Maxwell, Sydney, Australia, I think. Admoni, I will call you back. Admoni's first call was to Prime Minister Shimon Peres, who ordered every step to be taken to secure the situation. With those words, Peres authorized an operation that once more demonstrated the ruthless efficiency of Mossad. Admoni's staff quickly confirmed Vanunu had worked at Dimona from February 1977 until November 1986. He had been assigned to Mahon II, one of the most secret of all the plant's 10 production units. The windowless concrete building externally resembled a warehouse, but its walls were thick enough to block the most powerful of satellite camera lenses from penetrating. Inside the bunker-like structure, a system of false walls led to the elevators, which descended through 6 levels to where the nuclear weapons were manufactured. Vanunu's security clearance was sufficient to gain unchallenged access to every corner of Mahon II. His special security pass number 520, coupled with his signature on an Israeli Official Secrets Acts document, ensured no one ever challenged him as he went about his duties as a menahel, a controller on the night shift. The stunned Admoni was told that almost certainly for some months, Vanunu somehow had secretly photographed the layout of Mahon II, the control panels, the glove boxes, the nuclear bomb-building machinery. Evidence suggested he had stored his films in his clothes locker and smuggled them out of what was supposedly the most secure place in Israel. Admoni demanded to know how Vanunu had achieved all that and perhaps more, supposing he had already shown his material to the CIA, or the Russians, the British, or even the Chinese. The damage would be incalculable. Israel would be exposed as a liar before the world, a liar with the capability of destroying a very large part of it. Who was Vanunu? Whom could he be working for? Answers were soon forthcoming. Vanunu was a Moroccan Jew, born on October 13, 1954, in Marrakesh, where his parents were modest shopkeepers. In 1963, when anti-Semitism, never far from the surface in Morocco, spilled once more into open violence, the family emigrated to Israel, settling in the Negev desert town of Beersheba. Mordechai led an uneventful life as a teenager. Along with every other young person, when his time came, he was conscripted into the Israeli army. He was already beginning to lose his hair, making him appear older than his 19 years. He reached the rank of first sergeant in a mine-sweeping unit stationed on the Golan Heights. After military service, he entered Ramat Aviv University in Tel Aviv. Having failed 2 exams at the end of his first year in a physics degree course, he left the campus. In the summer of 1976, he replied to an advertisement for trainee technicians to work at Dimona. After a lengthy interview with a plant security officer, he was accepted for training and sent on an intensive course in physics, chemistry, math, and English. He did sufficiently well to finally enter Dimona as a technician in February 1977. Vanunu had been made redundant in November 1986. In his security file at Dimona, it was noted that he had displayed left-wing and pro-Arab beliefs. Vanunu left Israel for Australia, arriving in Sydney in May of the following year. Somewhere along his journey, which had followed a well-trodden path by young Israelis through the Far East, Vanunu had renounced his once strong Jewish faith to become a Christian. The picture emerging from a dozen sources for Admoni to consider was of a physically unprepossessing young man who appeared to be the classic loner. He had made no real friends at Dimona. He had no girlfriends. He spent his time at home reading books on philosophy and politics. Mossad psychologists told Admoni, a man like that could be foolhardy, with a warped sense of values and often disillusioned. That kind of personality could be dangerously unpredictable. In Australia, Vanunu had met Oscar Guerrero, a Colombian journalist working in Sydney, while he was painting a church. Soon the garrulous journalist had concocted a bizarre story with which to regale his friends in the raffish King's Cross quarter of Sydney. He claimed he had helped a top Israeli nuclear scientist to defect, with details of Israel's plans to nuke its Arab neighbors, and that one step ahead of Mossad, the scientist was now hiding out in a safe house in a city suburb, while Guerrero masterminded what he called the sale of the scoop of the century. Vanunu was irritated by such nonsensical claims. Now a committed pacifist, he wanted his story to appear in a serious publication to alert the world to the threat he perceived Israel now posed with its nuclear capability. However, Guerrero had already contacted the Madrid office of the Sunday Times, and the London newspaper with a fearless reputation sent a reporter to Sydney to interview Vanunu. Guerrero's fantasies were swiftly exposed under questioning. The Colombian began to feel he was about to lose control over Vanunu's story. His fears increased when the Sunday Times reporter said he would fly Vanunu to London, where his claims could be more fully investigated. The newspaper planned to have the technician questioned by one of Britain's leading nuclear scientists. Guerrero watched Vanunu and his traveling companion board the flight to London, his misgivings deepening by the minute. He needed advice on how to handle the situation. The only person he could think of was a former member of the Australian Security and Intelligence Service, ASIS. In the hours which had passed since Vanunu was being flown to London by the Sunday Times, Guerrero had tried to make a quick killing by offering copies of Vanunu's documentation to 2 Australian newspapers. They had dismissed the material as forgeries. Growing desperate, Guerrero had set off to London in pursuit of Vanunu. Unable to find him, Guerrero had taken the documents to the Sunday Mirror. Included was a photograph of Vanunu taken in Australia. Within hours, Nicholas Davis knew they were there. He promptly told Maxwell. The publisher called Admoni. Several hours later, when the Mossad chief again called Maxwell, Admoni received another jolt. The Sunday Times was taking Vanunu's story seriously. It was therefore critically important to know what the technician had photographed. It was hoped a damage limitation response could then be fashioned. The reports from Canberra suggested that Guerrero was clearly motivated by money. If Vanunu was shown to have a similar aspiration, then it might be possible to mount a successful disinformation campaign that the Sunday Times had been swindled by 2 con men. Once more, the indefatigable Ari Ben Menashe was pressed into service. Admoni ordered him to fly to London to obtain the copies which Guerrero had shown to the Sunday Mirror. Ben Menashe would later recall to the veteran American investigative journalist Seymour Hersh. Nicholas Davis had arranged for Guerrero to meet this hot American journalist, me. At the meeting, Guerrero, eager for another sale, displayed some of Vanunu's color photographs. I had no idea if they were significant. They needed to be seen by experts in Israel. I told Guerrero I needed copies. He balked. I said I had to know if they were real, if he wanted money, and that Nick would vouch for me. Guerrero handed over several photographs to Ben Menashe. They were couriered to Tel Aviv. Their arrival created further consternation. Officials from Dimona identified Mahon II from the photographs. One of the prints showed the area where nuclear landmines had been manufactured before being sown along the Golan Heights border with Syria. There was no longer any question of being able to destroy Vanunu's credibility. Every nuclear physicist would recognize what the equipment was for. Prime Minister Peres set up a crisis team to monitor the situation. Some of Mossad's department heads urged that a Gideon squad should be sent to London to hunt down Vanunu and kill him. Mossad Director Admoni rejected the idea. The Sunday Times would not have the space to publish everything Vanunu told the newspaper. It would require a full-length book to contain all the information to which the technician would have had access. But once the newspaper had finished with Vanunu, the likeliest possibility was he would then be debriefed by MI6 and the CIA, and Israel would face even more problems. It was all the more imperative to learn how Vanunu had carried out his spying activities in Dimona, and whether he had worked alone or with others, and if so, whom they were working for. The only way to discover all this was to bring Vanunu back to Israel to be interrogated. Admoni needed a way to flush the technician out of wherever the Sunday Times had hidden him. In the open, it would be easier to deal with Vanunu, and in the end, if he had to be killed, it would not be the first time Mossad had committed murder on the streets of London. In the hunt for the perpetrators of the massacre of the Israeli athletes at the Munich Olympics, Mossad had killed one of the Black September group in a carefully staged hit-and-run road accident as he walked back to his Bloomsbury hotel. In London, the Sunday Times, realizing Israel would do everything possible to discredit Vanunu, had arranged for him to be questioned by Dr. Frank Barnaby, a nuclear physicist with impeccable credentials who had worked at Britain's nuclear weapons installation at Aldermaston. He concluded that the photographs and documentation were authentic and the technician's detailed recall was accurate. The Sunday Times then took a fateful step. Its reporter presented the Israeli embassy in London with a summary of all that Vanunu had revealed to them, along with photostats of his passport and the photographs, together with Barnaby's assessment. The intention was to force an admission from the Israeli government. Instead, the embassy dismissed the material as having no base whatsoever in reality. In Tel Aviv, the photocopies presented to the embassy caused further consternation. For Ben Menashe, the cat was out of the bag. I was still in London when Davis said Maxwell wanted to see me. We met in the same office where I had agreed to pay him $8 million commission for hiding our money behind the Iron Curtain. Maxwell made it clear he understood what was to be done about the Vanunu story. He said he had already spoken to my boss in Tel Aviv. As a result of that call, Admoni had finally come up with a way to drive Vanunu into the open. The next issue of the Sunday Mirror contained a large photograph of Mordechai Vanunu, together with a story holding the technician and Oscar Guerrero up to ridicule, calling the Colombian a liar and a cheat, and the claim about Israel's nuclear capability a hoax. The report had been dictated by Maxwell, who had also supervised the prominent positioning of Vanunu's photograph. The first shot had been fired in a major disinformation campaign orchestrated by Mossad's Psychological Warfare Department. After reading it, Vanunu became agitated to the point where he told his Sunday Times minders, the reporters who had watched over him since he had been brought to London, that he wanted to disappear. I don't want anyone to know where I am. The panic-stricken technician was staying at the latest hotel his minders had chosen, the Mountbatten, near Shaftesbury Avenue in central London. Following the Sunday Mirror publication, Sayanim in London were mobilized to find him. Scores of trusted Jewish volunteers had each been given lists of hotels and boarding houses to check. In each call they gave a description of Vanunu from the photograph published in the Sunday Mirror, each caller claiming to be a relative checking to see if he had registered. On Wednesday, September 25th, Admoni received news from London that Vanunu had been located. It was time to bring into play the next stage of his plan. The link between intelligence work and sexual entrapment was as old as spying itself. In the fourth book of Moses, Rahab, a prostitute, saves the lives of two of Joshua's spies from the king of Jericho's counterintelligence people, the first recorded meeting between the world's two oldest professions. One of Rahab's heirs in the love and espionage business was Mata Hari, a Dutch seductress who worked for the Germans in World War I and was executed by the French. From the beginning, Mossad had recognized the value of sexual entrapment. For Meir Amit, it was another weapon. A woman has skills, a man simply does not. She knows how to listen. Pillow talk is not a problem for her. The history of modern intelligence is filled with accounts of women who have used their sex for the good of their country. To say that Israel has not done the same would be foolish. But our women are volunteers, high-minded women who know the risks involved. That takes a special kind of courage. It is not so much a question of sleeping with someone. It is to lead a man to believe you will do so in return for what he has to tell you. That does not begin to describe the great skills that are called into play to achieve that. Nahum Admoni had handpicked an agent who possessed all those qualities to entice Mordechai Vanunu into Mossad's hands. Cheryl Bentov was a bat Leviah, 1 grade below a Katza. Born into a wealthy Jewish family in Orlando, Florida, she had seen her parents' marriage end in a bitterly contested divorce. She found solace in religious studies, which led her to spending 3 months on a kibbutz in Israel. There she became immersed in Jewish history and the Hebrew language. She decided to remain in Israel. At the age of 18, she met and fell in love with a Sabra, a native-born Israeli called Ofer Bentov. He worked for Amman as an analyst. A year after they met, the couple were married. Among the wedding guests were several high-ranking members of the Israeli intelligence community, including one from Melucha, Mossad's recruiting department. During the marriage feast, he asked Cheryl the sort of questions any bride might expect. Was she going to go on working? Have a family at once? Caught up in the excitement of the celebrations, Cheryl had said her only plan was to try and find a way to give something back to her country, emotionally Israel, which had given her so much, referring to Israel as family. A month after she returned from her honeymoon, she received a call from the wedding guest. He said he had been thinking over what they had spoken about, and maybe there was a way for her to help. They arranged to meet at a cafe in downtown Tel Aviv. He astonished her by citing with complete accuracy her school grades, her family history, how she had met her husband. Perhaps sensing her anger at having her privacy invaded, he explained that all the information was in her husband's file at Amman. The recruiter understood the tricky relationship. At the wedding, she had compared Israel to a family. Well, Mossad was like that. Once you were accepted, you were part of its family, protected and nurtured. In return, you served the family in any way asked of you. Was she interested? Cheryl was. She was told she would have to undergo preliminary tests. During the next 3 months, she took a number of written and oral examinations in various safe houses around Tel Aviv. Her high IQ, she consistently registered 140 in these tests. American background, general knowledge, and social skills made her an above-average recruit. She was told she was suitable for training. Before that, she had a further session with her recruiter. He told her she was about to enter a world in which she could share her experiences with no one, not even her husband. In such a lonely place, she would feel vulnerable to the corrupting lure of trust. But she must trust no one except her colleagues. She would be tutored in deceit, taught to use methods that violated every sense of decency and honor. She must accept new ways of doing things. She would find some of the acts she would be asked to perform highly unpleasant, but she must always put them in the context of the mission she was on. The recruiter leaned across the table in the interview room and said there was still time for her to change her mind. There would be no recriminations. There should be no sense of failure on her part. Cheryl said she was fully prepared to undergo training. For the next 2 years, she found herself in a world which until then had only been part of her favorite relaxation, going to the movies. She learned how to draw a gun while sitting in a chair, to memorize as many names as possible as they flashed with increasing speed across a small screen. She was shown how to pack her Beretta inside her pants, on the hip, and how to cut a concealed opening in her skirt or dress for easy access to the handgun. From time to time, other recruits in her class left the training school. Such departures were never a subject for discussion. She was sent on practice missions, breaking into an occupied hotel room, stealing documents from an office. Her methods were analyzed for hours by her instructors. She was aroused from her bed in the dead of night and dispatched on more exercises, picking up a tourist in a nightclub, then disengaging herself outside his hotel. Every move she made was observed by her tutors. She was asked close questions about her sexual experiences. How many men had there been before her husband? Would she sleep with a stranger if her mission demanded? She answered truthfully. There had been no one before her husband. If she was absolutely certain that the success of a mission depended on it, then she would go to bed with a man. It would purely be sex, not love. She learned how to use sex to coerce, seduce, and dominate. She became especially good at that. She was taught how to kill by firing a full clip of bullets into a target. She learned about the various sects of Islam and how to create a mishlashim, a dead letter box. A day was spent perfecting a floater, a strip of microfilm attached to the inside of an envelope. Another was devoted to disguising herself by inserting cotton wadding in her cheeks to subtly alter the shape of her face. She learned to steal cars, pose as a drunk, chat up men. One day she was summoned to the office of the head of the training school. He looked her up and down as if he were doing an inspection, checking off each item on a list in his mind. Finally, he said she had passed. Cheryl Bentov was assigned as a bat leviah, working in Mossad's Kesrut department, which liaised with Israeli embassies. Her specific role was to provide cover as a girlfriend or even as a wife for Katzas on active service. She worked in a number of European cities, passing herself off as an American citizen. She did not sleep with one of her lovers or husbands. Admoni personally briefed her on the importance of her latest mission. With Vanunu now located, it would be up to her to use her skills to entice him out of Britain. This time her cover would be that of an American tourist traveling alone around Europe after a painful divorce. To give that part of her story credibility, she would make use of details from her own parents' separation. The final part of her story was to have a sister living in Rome. Her brief was to get Vanunu there. On Tuesday, September 23, 1986, Cheryl Bentov joined a team of 9 Mossad Katzas already in London. They were under the command of Mossad's Director of Operations, Ben Ze'evi, a dour man with the stained teeth of a chain smoker. The Katzas were staying in hotels between Oxford Street and the Strand. 2 were registered in the Regent Palace. Cheryl Bentov was registered as Cindy Johnson in the Strand Palace, staying in room 320. Ze'evi had rented a room at the Mountbatten, close to the one Vanunu occupied, 105. He may well have been among the first to observe the mood changes in the technician. Increasingly, Vanunu was showing signs of strain. London was an alien environment for someone brought up in the small-town life of Beersheba. And, despite the efforts of his companions, he was lonely and hungry for female companionship, for a woman to sleep with. Mossad psychologists had predicted that possibility. On Wednesday, September 24th, Vanunu insisted that his Sunday Times minders should allow him to go out alone. They reluctantly agreed. However, a reporter discreetly followed him into Leicester Square. There he saw Vanunu begin to talk to a woman. The newspaper would subsequently describe her as in her mid-20s, about 5'8", plump, with bleached blonde hair, thick lips, a brown Trilby-style hat, brown tweed trouser suit, high heels, and probably Jewish. After a while they parted. Back in the hotel, Vanunu confirmed to his minder that he had met an American girl called Cindy. He said he planned to meet her again. The reporters were worried. One of them said that Cindy's appearance in Leicester Square might be too much of a coincidence. Vanunu rejected their concerns. Whatever Cindy had said, it had been enough to make him want to plan to spend more time with her, and not in London, but in her sister's apartment in Rome. Ben Ze'evi and 4 other Mossad Katzas were passengers on the flight on which Cheryl and Vanunu traveled to Rome. The couple took a taxi to an apartment in the old quarter of the city. Waiting inside were 3 Mossad Katzas. They overpowered Vanunu and injected him with a paralyzing drug. Late that night, an ambulance arrived, and Vanunu was carried on a stretcher out of the building. Neighbors were told by the concerned-looking Katzers that a relative had fallen ill. Cheryl climbed into the ambulance, which drove off. The ambulance sped out of Rome and down the coast. At a prearranged point, a speedboat was waiting, to which Vanunu was transferred. The craft rendezvoused with a freighter anchored off the coast. Vanunu was taken on board. Ben-Zevi and Cheryl traveled with him. 3 days later, in the middle of the night, the freighter docked at the port of Haifa. Mordechai Vanunu was soon facing Nahum Admoni's skilled interrogators. It was the prelude to a swift trial and a life sentence in solitary confinement. Cheryl Bentov disappeared back into her secret world. For more than 11 years, Mordechai Vanunu remained in solitary confinement in a cell where Israel intended to keep him into the next century. His living conditions were bleak: poor food and an hour's exercise a day, and he spent his time in prayer and reading. Then, bowing to international pressure, Israel's government agreed in March 1998 that Vanunu could be moved to less restrictive conditions. However, he has remained an Amnesty International prisoner of conscience, and the Sunday Times regularly reminds its readers of his plight. Vanunu received no money for the world-shattering scoop he provided the newspaper. In 1998, he was finally released from solitary, but despite renewed appeals by his lawyers, there seemed little prospect of him being released from prison. 10 years later, plumper now, her once-styled hair blowing in the Florida sea breeze, Cheryl was back in Orlando, ostensibly on vacation at Walt Disney World with her 2 young daughters. Confronted in April 1997 by a Sunday Times reporter, she did not deny her role in the kidnapping. Her only concern was that publicity would harm her position in the United States. Ari ben Menashe fared less well. He had seen many good men come and go, victims of the constant manipulation within the Israeli intelligence community, but he had never thought his day would come. In 1989, he was arrested in New York and accused of conspiring with others to violate the Arms Export Control Act by attempting to sell C-130 military aircraft to Iran. The planes had originally been sold to Israel. During the preliminary court hearing, the government of Israel said it had no knowledge of Ben Menashe. He produced a file of references from his superiors in the Israeli intelligence community. The Israeli government said they were forgeries. Ben Menashe satisfied the court they were not. The Israeli government then said Ben Menashe was a low-level translator employed within the Israeli intelligence community. Ben Menashe countered that the nub of the case against him, the sale of the aircraft, had been sanctioned by the Israeli and the U.S. governments. He spoke of hundreds of millions of dollars worth of authorized arms deals to Iran. In Tel Aviv, there was consternation once more. Rafi Eitan and David Kimche were both questions about how much Ben Menashe knew and how much damage he could do. The responses could only have been less than reassuring. Rafi Eitan said that Ari ben Menashe was in a position to blow wide open the U.S.-Israeli arms to Iran network, whose tentacles had extended everywhere, down to Central and South America, through London, into Australia, across Africa, deep into Europe. Waiting for trial in the Metropolitan Correction Center in New York, Ben Menashe was visited by Israeli government lawyers. They offered him a deal: plead guilty in return for a generous financial settlement that would assure him a good life after he came out of prison. Ben Menashe decided to tell it how it had been. He had started to do so when suddenly, in November 1990, a federal jury acquitted him of all charges. A number of his former associates in Israeli intelligence felt that Ben Menashe had been lucky to escape. They would claim that in his attempts to gain freedom, he had used what one Mossad officer called a scattergun approach by attacking everyone who threatened his freedom. Kimche echoed the fervent hope of many when he later recalled, "All we wanted was for him to disappear from our sight. He had set out to damage us, his country, and its safety. The man was and is a menace." But Israel had not counted on the revenge Ben Menashe took. He wrote a book, Prophets of War, that he hoped would have the same effect Woodward and Bernstein achieved with their Watergate exposé that had brought down President Richard Nixon. Ben Menashe's self-stated intention was clear: to right the terrible wrongs of the 1980s and help remove from power those who were responsible. In Tel Aviv, there were urgent meetings. The question of buying the manuscript and forever locking it away was discussed. It was pointed out that Ben Menashe had already refused a very large sum, said to be $1 million, to stay silent. He was unlikely to have changed his mind. The decision was taken that every Sayan in New York publishing must be alerted to use every possible means to stop the book appearing. What success they had is debatable, though the manuscript was submitted to several mainstream publishers before being published by Sheridan Square Press, a small New York house. Ben Menashe would describe his book as a tale of government by a cabal, how a handful of people in a few intelligence agencies determined the policies of their governments, secretly ran enormous operations without public accountability, abused power and public trust, lied, manipulated the media, and deceived the public. Last but not least, it is a tale of war, a war run not by generals, but by comfortable men in air-conditioned offices who are indifferent to human suffering. Many saw the book as an outrageous act of atonement by its author. Others saw it as an exaggerated version of events, with Ari Ben Menashe at center stage. Robert Maxwell, the London newspaper tycoon who once fired a reporter who had cheated on his expenses, had been secretly stealing the pension funds of his employees to support Mossad. Maxwell had personally removed the money through a series of interlinked financial maneuvers which years later would leave fraud investigators awed by his skilled duplicity. The funds had sometimes been laundered through Credit Suisse in Geneva, the bank from which Ben Menashe had transferred $450 million of Aura profits with Maxwell's connivance. On visits to Israel, Maxwell was feted like a head of state, but Mossad had taken the precaution of being prepared should the proverbial hand that fed it suddenly withdraw its largesse. Discovering Maxwell had a strong sexual appetite, and because of his massive size favored oral sex, Mossad arranged that during the tycoon's visits to Israel, he was serviced from one of the prostitutes the service maintained for blackmail purposes. Soon Mossad had acquired a small library of video footage of Maxwell in sexually compromising positions. In 1967, communications expert William Hamilton returned to the United States from Vietnam, where he had devised a network of electronic listening posts. It was an era when the revolution in electronic communications, satellite technology, and microcircuitry was changing the face of intelligence gathering. Hamilton saw an opening in this ever-expanding market. He would create a software program to interface with data banks in other computer systems. Its application in intelligence work would mean that the owner of the program would be able to interdict most other systems without their users being aware. Encouraged by the NSA, the inventor, Hamilton, a patriotic man, worked 16-hour days, 7 days a week. After 3 years, Hamilton was close to producing the ultimate surveillance tool, a program which could track the movements of literally untold numbers of people in any part of the world. Hamilton, however, resigned from the NSA and purchased a small company called Inslaw. The company's stated function was to cross-check legal court actions. Hamilton called the system Promise. By 1981, he could copyright the software and turn Inslaw into a small profit-making company. The NSA protested that he had made use of the agency's own research facilities to produce the program. Hamilton hotly rejected the allegation, but offered to lease Promise to the Justice Department on a straightforward basis. Each time the program was used, Inslaw would receive a fee. Through a man named Brian in California, Rafi Eitan learned about Promise. Once more, conflict had flared between Mossad and the other members of the Israeli intelligence community. The cause was a new Arab uprising the Intifada. Promise could be an effective weapon to counter its activities. The revolution had spread, stunning the Israelis and galvanizing the Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. The more people the Israeli army arrested, shot, beat, and uprooted from their homes, the swifter the Intifada spread. Rafi Eitan realized that Promise could then have an impact on the Intifada. Promise could track a terrorist's every step. Rafi Eitan put together a small team of former Israeli Lakam programmers. They deconstructed the Promise disk and rearranged its various components, then added several elements of their own. A Promise disk could fit a laptop computer. But before Promise could be sold by Israel to other entities, according to Ben Menashe, Rafi Eitan needed to add one further element. Ben Menashe claims he was summoned and played a large part in inserting a trapdoor, a built-in chip that, unknown to any purchaser, would allow Rafi Eitan to know what information was being sought. Jordan was selected as the first Promise site. Long before the Intifada, Jordan had become a proving ground for Mossad to develop its electronic skills. It was installed. Rafi Eitan soon saw results as the trapdoor showed which PLO leaders the Jordanians were tracking. The next stage was to prepare the sales pitch for Promise. Yasser Arafat of the PLO was selected as the ideal example. The PLO chairman was renowned for being security conscious. He constantly changed his plans, never slept in the same bed 2 nights in succession, altered his meal times at the last moment. Whenever Arafat moved, the details were entered on a secure PLO computer. But Promise could hack into its defenses to discover what aliases and false passports he was using. Promise could obtain his phone bills, check the numbers called, and cross-check with other calls. In that way, Promise would have a picture of Arafat's movements. Rafi Eitan realized there was only one man Rafi Eitan knew who had the requirements to market Promise globally: Robert Maxwell. Maxwell needed little convincing, and in his usual ebullient manner, when there was a deal to be profited from, said he had a computer company through which to sell Promise. However, on recent visits to Israel, he had begun to display disturbing traits. Maxwell told Admoni he should start employing psychics to read the minds of Mossad's enemies. He began to suggest targets for elimination. He wanted to meet Kidons and inspect their training camps. All these requests were firmly but politely parried by the Mossad chief. But within Mossad, questions began to be asked about Maxwell. Was his behavior only that of a megalomaniac, throwing about his weight, or was it a precursor of something else? Could the time eventually come when, despite all he had done for Israel, Robert Maxwell became sufficiently mentally unstable and unpredictable to create a problem? A spectacular success by Promise came when an Intifada commander who had moved to Rome called a Beirut number which Mossad's computers already had listed as the home of a known bomb maker. The Rome caller wanted to meet the bomb maker in Athens. Mossad used Promise to check all the travel offices in Rome and Beirut for the travel arrangements of both men. In Beirut, further checks revealed the bomber had ordered the local utility companies to suspend supplies to his home. A further search by Promise of the local PLO computers also showed the bomber had switched flights at the last moment. Thus, it did not save him. He was killed by a car bomb on the way to Beirut airport. Shortly afterward, in Rome, the Intifada commander was killed in a hit-and-run accident. Mossad was using Promise to read the secret intelligence of a number of intelligence services, such as in Guatemala. And in South Africa, a Katsa in the Israeli embassy used Promise to track the country's banned revolutionary organization and their contacts with Middle Eastern groups. In Washington, Mossad specialists at the Israeli embassy used Promise to penetrate the communications of other diplomatic missions and U.S. government departments. The same was happening in London and other European capitals. The system had continued to yield valuable information for Mossad. By 1989, over $500 million worth of Promise programs had been sold to Britain, Australia, South Korea, and Canada. The figure would have been even bigger but for the CIA marketing its own version to intelligence agencies. In Britain, PROMIS was used by MI5 in Northern Ireland to track terrorists and the movements of political leaders like Gerry Adams. Maxwell had also managed to sell the system to the Polish intelligence service, the UB. In return, the Poles, according to Ben Menashe, allowed Mossad to steal a Russian MiG-29. The operation was a reminder of the theft of the earlier version of the MiG from Iraq. A Polish general in charge of the UB office in Gdańsk, in return for $1 million paid into a Citibank account in New York, had arranged for the aircraft to be written off as no longer airworthy, though the plane had only recently arrived from its Russian aircraft factory. The fighter was dismantled, placed in crates marked agricultural machinery, and flown to Tel Aviv. There the plane was reassembled and test-flown by the Israeli Air Force, enabling its pilots to counter the MiG-29s in service with Syria. It was weeks before the theft was discovered by Moscow during a routine inventory of aircraft. Shortly afterward, Robert Maxwell flew to Moscow. Officially, he was there to interview Mikhail Gorbachev. In reality, he had come to sell PROMIS to the KGB. Through its secret trapdoor microchip, it gave Israel unique access to Soviet military intelligence, making Mossad one of the best-briefed services on Russian intentions. From Moscow, Maxwell flew to Tel Aviv. As usual, he was received like a potentate, excused all airport formalities, and welcomed by an official greeter from the Foreign Office. In London, Robert Maxwell's newspaper empire was in grave financial trouble. Soon, without a substantial injection of capital, it would have to cease operations. Bankers had curbed their anger and caved in to his demands, but they would no longer do so. In the Bank of England and other financial institutions in the city, the word was that Maxwell was no longer a safe bet. The time limit on repayments had long gone. There were calls from the investors threatening to place the matter before the City of London regulatory body. There was a further matter for Maxwell to be concerned over. He had stolen some of the very substantial profits from Aura, which he had been entrusted to hide in Soviet bloc banks. He had used the money to try to prop up the newspaper Mirror Group. Maxwell had already stolen all he could from the staff pension fund, and the Aura money would not stretch very far. From his hotel suite, Maxwell began to strategize. There was one possibility: selling the Tel Aviv-based Cytex Corporation he owned, which manufactured high-tech printing equipment. If Cytex could be sold quickly, the money could go some way to solving matters. Maxwell ordered Cytex's senior executive, the son of Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir, to his suite. The executive had bad news. A quick sale was unlikely. The reaction provoked a furious outburst from Maxwell as his last hope of rescue faded. And tactically, he made an error in lambasting the Prime Minister's son, who now told his father that Maxwell was in serious financial trouble. The Prime Minister, aware of the tycoon's links to Mossad, informed Mossad Director Nahum Admoni. He called a meeting of senior staff to see how to deal with what had become a problem. Later it emerged that several options were discussed. After extensive somber discussion, the meeting concluded that Admoni would see Maxwell and remind him of his responsibility to both Mossad and Israel. That night, the two men met over dinner in Maxwell's hotel suite. What transpired between them would remain a secret, but hours later, Robert Maxwell left Tel Aviv in his private plane. It would be the last time, it would turn out, that anyone in Israel would see him alive. Back in London, Maxwell, against all the odds, seemed to be succeeding in holding on to his newspaper group. It was like a loose cannon on deck. Maxwell proposed that Mossad should, on his behalf, lobby for Mordechai Vanunu to be freed and handed over to him. Maxwell would then fly the technician to London and personally interview him for the Daily Mirror. The story would be Vanunu's act of atonement, written in a way that would show Israel's compassion. With the chutzpah characteristic of so many of his actions, Maxwell added it would be a huge circulation booster for the Mirror and would unlock those doors still closed to him in the City of London. The preposterous plan finally decided Mossad that Robert Maxwell had become a dangerous loose cannon. On September 30th, 1991, further evidence of Maxwell's bizarre behavior came when he telephoned Admony. This time there was no disguising the threat in Maxwell's words. He said that unless Mossad arranged to immediately return all the stolen Mirror Pension Fund money, he could not be sure if he would be able to keep secret Admony's meeting with the former head of the KGB. That was likely the moment when a meeting of right-wingers at Mossad headquarters resulted in a consensus to terminate Maxwell. Elsewhere, Maxwell was again linked to the Mossad. Maxwell had taken refuge behind a battery of lawyers, issuing writs against Seymour M. Hersh and his London publishers. But for the first time, he met his match. Hersh, a Pulitzer Prize winner, refused to be cowed. In Parliament, more pointed questions were asked about Maxwell's links to Mossad. Old suspicions surfaced. MPs demanded to know, under parliamentary privilege, how much Maxwell knew about Mossad's operations in Britain. For Viktor Ostrovsky, the ground was starting to burn under Maxwell's feet. Maxwell received a call from a Katza at the Israeli embassy in Madrid. Maxwell was asked to come to Spain the next day, and according to Ostrovsky, his caller promised that things would be worked out, so there was no need to panic. Maxwell was told to fly to Gibraltar and board his yacht and order the crew to set sail for the Canary Islands and wait there for a message. Robert Maxwell agreed to do as instructed. On October 30th, 4 Israelis arrived in the Moroccan port of Rabat. They said they were tourists on a deep-sea fishing vacation and hired an ocean-going motor yacht. They set off toward the Canary Islands. In what it claimed was a world exclusive, headlined How and Why Robert Maxwell Was Murdered, Britain's Business Age magazine subsequently claimed that a 2-man hit team crossed in a dinghy during the night. Boarding the yacht, they found Maxwell on the afterdeck. The men overpowered him before he could call for help. Then one assassin injected a bubble of air into Maxwell's neck via his jugular vein. It took just a few moments for Maxwell to die. A subsequent police investigation and the Spanish autopsy left unanswered questions. To this day, no convincing answers have emerged. On November 10, 1991, Maxwell's funeral took place on the Mount of Olives in Jerusalem, the resting place for the nation's most revered heroes. It had all the trappings of a state occasion attended by the country's government and opposition leaders. No fewer than 6 serving and former heads of the Israeli intelligence community listened as Prime Minister Shamir eulogized, "He has done more for Israel that can today be said." From the beginning, successive Israeli prime ministers had been fascinated by the concept of the Pope as an absolute ruler elected for life, a leader not held accountable to any judiciary or legislative control. David Ben-Gurion once growled, "Never mind that nonsense about how many divisions does the Pope have. Just look at how many people he can summon to his aid." For Mossad, the appeal was the sheer secrecy with which the Vatican operated. It was a well-defined mechanism, strictly enforced, and it cloaked everything the Holy See did. Often months passed before the first hints emerged of papal involvement in some diplomatic initiative. Even then, the full story rarely surfaced. Each Mossad chief wondered how to penetrate the veil. But various attempts by both the government of Israel and Mossad to establish a good working relationship with the Vatican had been politely but firmly rejected. The reality was that within the Holy See's Secretariat of State, the equivalent of a secular foreign office, there existed a powerful anti-Israeli faction. Every Friday evening, the CIA station chief in Rome brought to the Apostolic Palace the latest secrets obtained from satellite surveillance and electronic eavesdropping by CIA field agents. No other foreign leader had access to the intelligence the Pope received. It enabled the most political of all modern pontiffs to stamp his distinctive style and authority on both the Church and the secular world. Papal diplomacy, the political core of a highly centralized Vatican bureaucracy had more than at any time in its 500 years of very active history become deeply involved with international events. As a world leader, this involvement had nearly cost the Pope his life when he was almost assassinated in St. Peter's Square on May 13, 1981. 2 years later, on November 15, 1983, a cold winter's night in Rome, John Paul was about to learn the answer to a question which still consumed him. Who had ordered the assassination? Every moment of what had happened had been seared forever into his memory and remained as vivid as the scar tissue from his bullet wounds. There had been about 100,000 people in St. Peter's Square on that Wednesday afternoon, May 13, 1981. They were packed within the three-quarter circle encompassing Bernini's colonnades. What went on in the mind of a swarthy young Turk, Mehmet Ali Aksa, would not be known. He had arrived in the square in mid-afternoon and worked his way close to the path along which the Pope-mobile would trundle. Aksa had been a member of a terrorist group based in Turkey, which called itself the Grey Wolves, but he had left their ranks and traveled through the Middle Eastern training camps of extreme Islamic fundamentalist groups. Now he was almost at the end of his journey. Aksa was in St. Peter's Square not to praise, but to kill the Pope. At 4 o'clock, John Paul had changed into a freshly pressed, pristine white silk cassock. On the advice of the CIA, the garment had been cleverly modified to enable a flak jacket to be worn undetected beneath the garment. John Paul had refused to wear the protection. John Paul descended to the San Damaso courtyard inside the Apostolic Palace at 4:50 p.m. The immediate protection of the pontiff was in the hands of blue-suited vigili, the Vatican's small but highly trained security force with the sharp eyes behind the ceremonial Swiss guards already positioned in St. Peter's Square. Parked in the courtyard was the Pope-mobile, or Campagnola, with its white leather padded seat and handrail for the Pope to grip during his progress through the vast piazza. Gathered around the vehicle were senior members of his staff. McGee would remember that John Paul was in unusually good form. At 5 o'clock precisely, the Pope-mobile drove out of the courtyard. Ahead from St. Peter's Square, the cheering began. As the Campagnola approached the Arch of the Bells, the vigili were joined by Rome's city policemen who walked ahead and immediately behind the vehicle. As the Pope-mobile emerged into the piazza, the crowd noise rose to a roar. John Paul waved and smiled. His time as an actor in his youth had given him a powerful stage presence. At 2 miles an hour, the Pope turning from one side to the other, the vehicle moved toward the Egyptian obelisk in the center of the piazza. At exactly 5:15 p.m., the Campagnola began a second circuit of the square under the watchful eyes of Chibin. The security chief was trotting behind the Pope-mobile. The crowd's cheering was even wilder. Impetuously, John Paul did something which always made Chibin nervous. The Pope reached into the crowd and plucked out a child. He hugged and kissed the little girl and then handed her back to her ecstatic mother. At 5:17 p.m., he once more reached out to touch the head of another little girl, dressed in communion white. Then he straightened and looked about him, as if wondering who else he might greet. It was his way of personalizing the papacy in even the largest of crowds. At 5:18 p.m., the first shot rang out in St. Peter's Square. John Paul remained upright, his hands still gripping the handrail. Then he started to sway. Mehmet Ali Aksa's first bullet had penetrated his stomach, creating multiple wounds in the small intestine, the lower part of the colon, the large intestine, and the mesentery, the tissue which holds the intestine to the abdominal wall. Instinctively, John Paul placed his hand over the entry wound to try to stop the spurting blood. His face increasingly filled with pain, and he slowly began to collapse. Only seconds had passed since he had been hit. Aksa's second bullet struck the pontiff in his right hand, which fell uselessly to his side. Bright red blood spurted over his white cassock. A third 9mm bullet hit John Paul higher up on the right arm. The Campagnola driver twisted in his seat his mouth open, too stunned to speak. Gideon was screaming at him to move. A papal aide shielded the Pope with his own body. The vehicle began to lurch forward. The crowd itself was swaying as if buffeted by a giant wind. One shocking sentence rippled outward from the scene of carnage. In a score of different languages came the same disbelieving words, "The Pope has been shot." Gideon and his Vatican security men and City of Rome policemen were waving their guns, shouting orders and counter-orders, looking for the gunman. Axa had burst through the crowd, running very fast, holding his gun in his right hand. The crowd continued to open before his waving pistol. Suddenly, he tossed the gun away. At the same moment, his legs were cut from beneath him. A Rome police officer had made the arrest. In a moment, both men were buried beneath other policemen in a scene that resembled a rugby scrum. Several policemen kicked and punched Axa before he was dragged away to a police van. The Pope-mobile had continued at an agonizingly slow speed toward the nearest ambulance stationed by the Vatican's bronze door. But the ambulance had no oxygen equipment, so the Pope was transferred to a second ambulance nearby. Vital moments were lost. Lights flashing and sirens wailing, the ambulance raced to Rome's Gemelli Hospital, the nearest to the Vatican, completing the journey in a record 8 minutes. During the drive, the Pope uttered no sound of despair or resentment, only words of profound prayer. "Mary, my mother, Mary, my mother." At the hospital, he was rushed to a 9th-floor surgical suite that comprised an induction room, an operating room, and a recovery area. Here, at the center of the crisis, there was no panic, no wasted movement or word. All was quiet urgency and tightly controlled discipline. Here, the stricken pontiff could have felt the beginning of hope. His blood-stained cassock, vest, and underpants were expertly cut away, and the blood-stained cross on its solid gold chain was removed. Surgical towels were draped over his nakedness. Gloved hands reached for, fetched, and carried the first of the instruments needed in a struggle the surgical team was only too familiar with. When he had recovered after almost 6 hours of surgery, John Paul believed he had been saved by the miraculous intervention of one of the most revered apparitions in the Catholic world, the Virgin of Fatima, whose feast day was the same one as the attempt on his life. During his long months of recovery, John Paul became increasingly preoccupied with who had ordered him to be assassinated. He tried to read every scrap of evidence that came from police and intelligence agencies as diverse as the CIA, West Germany's BND, and the security services of Turkey and Austria. It was impossible to read it all. There were millions of words of reports, statements, and assessments. Not one document answered fully John Paul's question. Who had wanted him killed? He was still no wiser when Axa stood trial at the Rome Assize Court in the last week of July 1981. The brisk 3-day hearing cast no light on the gunman's motives. Axa was sentenced to life imprisonment. With good behavior, he would be eligible for parole in the year 2009. 2 years after Axa had been convicted, John Paul had finally been promised the answer to the question which still festered in his mind. It would come from a priest he trusted above all others. His title was Nuncio Apostolico con Incarici Speciali. The words offered no real clue that Archbishop Luigi Poggi was the natural heir to the world of secret papal politics, with special responsibility for gathering intelligence from communist Europe. People in the Vatican simply called him the Pope's spy. For many months, Poggi had been involved in very secret contacts with Mossad. A few days before, there had been another meeting, again in Vienna, a city both Poggi and the officer liked as a background for their clandestine contacts. It was from that meeting that Poggi was returning to the Vatican on that icy November night in 1983. He was bringing with him the answer to the Pope's question: who had ordered Axa to try to murder him? One of the massive gates of the Arch of the Bells was already closed, the prelude to the nightly ritual of locking all the entrances to the Vatican on the stroke of midnight, when the dark blue Fiat limousine crunched across the cobblestones, its lights picking out the 2 Swiss guards caped against the chill. The car was expected, and the figure behind the wheel was the familiar one of a Vatican chauffeur. But after the assassination attempt on the Pope, no one was taking any chances. The car drove past the side of St. Peter's Basilica and bounced over the cobblestones of San Damaso courtyard before stopping outside the main entrance to the Apostolic Palace. The driver jumped out and opened the door for his passenger. Archbishop Luigi Poggi emerged, dressed in severe black, a scarf covering the white flash of his collar. Physically, he bore a resemblance to Rafi Eitan, the same powerful shoulders and biceps, the same rolling gait, and eyes which could be as cold as this night. Few recent trips matched the importance of what Poggi had finally been told at the meeting in Vienna's old Jewish quarter. There, in a narrow, steep-roofed building, a few blocks from Nazi hunter Simon Wiesenthal's offices, the Archbishop had listened raptly to a man they had agreed would only be called by his first name, Eli. Poggi was now well used to such precautions in his dealings with Mossad. The only personal detail he knew about Eli was that he spoke several languages and had finally answered the question of who had orchestrated the attempt on John Paul's life. Over 2 decades, Poggi had provided pontiffs with details that enabled them to better evaluate information from other sources. The Archbishop had that ability, rare even among diplomats, to produce a balanced and swift assessment of material from a dozen sources in almost as many languages, most of which he spoke fluently. In his next meeting with Eli, Poggi had spoken in the soft voice that was long his trademark, his brown eyes watchful, lips pursed before putting a new question, his composed appearance never changing. But on that cold winter's night, no doubt physically tired from his travels, he could be forgiven a bounce in his step. Walking into the Apostolic Palace, past the duty vigili and the Swiss guards who sprang to attention as he passed, Poggi took the elevator to the papal apartments. The Pope's butler showed Poggi into John Paul's study. The room's bookshelves offered clues to the Pope's expanding interests, along with leather-bound Polish editions of the classics and the works of theologians and philosophers, were copies of various military titles. The pontiff had unswerving conviction that the main enemy the world still faced in 1983 was Soviet communism. Pope John Paul had never lost an opportunity to tell his personal staff that before the new millennium dawned, something decisive would sweep the world. To all their questions as to what that event would be, he had refused to amplify, shaking his massive head and saying they must all pray that the Church would not lose more ground to communism or the secularism sweeping countries like the United States, Germany, and Holland. He insisted his life had been spared in St. Peter's Square to lead the fight back. Poggi knew that it was this concern, more than any other, which had affected John Paul both mentally and physically. Greetings over, Poggi could not have failed to notice that away from public gaze, John Paul had become more withdrawn. Aksa's bullets had not only shattered bone and tissue, but had created emotional scars that had left the Pope introspective and at times remote. Seated with both hands on his knees, the position Poggi always assumed when there was grave news to impart, the Archbishop began to unfold a story which had begun in those first weeks after Aksa had shot John Paul. When news of what had happened in St. Peter's Square on the afternoon of May 13, 1981, reached Tel Aviv, the immediate reaction of Mossad's Director General, Yitzhak Hofi, was that the shooting had been the work of a crank. Shocking though the incident in Rome had been, it had no direct bearing on Mossad's current concerns. Also at that time, Mossad Director Admoni began to explore the CIA's current involvement with the papacy. President Reagan and the pontiff had proclaimed their united opposition to abortion. The United States blocked millions of dollars of aid to countries that ran family planning programs. The Pope, through a purposeful silence, supported U.S. military policies, including supplying NATO with a new generation of cruise missiles. The CIA regularly bugged the phones of bishops and priests in Central America who advocated liberation theology and opposed U.S.-backed forces in Nicaragua and El Salvador. The phone transcripts formed part of the Pope's Friday briefing by the Rome CIA station chief. Reagan had also personally authorized Colonel Oliver North, then working for the National Security Council, to make regular and substantial payments to priests the Vatican deemed loyal in Central and South America, Africa, and Asia. The money was used to support their often lavish lifestyles and promote the Holy See's opposition to birth control and divorce. Intrigued by the Pope's ability to switch from temporal to spiritual matters, Mossad's Admoni used his personal friendship with Secretary of State Alexander Haig. They had met when Admoni worked out of the Israeli embassy in Washington to obtain a copy of the CIA's psychoprofile of John Paul. It was a portrait of a man whose religious fervor could be so intense that he would cry out when praying and would often be found on the marble floor of his private chapel, face down, arms extended to form a cross, as still as in death. He could spend hours in that prone position, yet his anger could be eruptive and fearful to behold. Then he would storm and shout. His grasp of geopolitics was formidable, and he could be as unflinching as any dictator. John Paul was also not afraid to confront the Curia, the Vatican civil service, or his long-serving Secretary of State, Agostino Casaroli. The profile concluded that John Paul was highly politicized from his Polish experiences and that he relishes being a player on the world stage. For Nahum Admoni, one matter was clear. The close and self-serving ties between the CIA and the Pope had played a crucial role in John Paul coming to accept the American view that the attempt on his life had been organized by the Kremlin. Yet, supposing that standpoint could be demonstrated to be wrong, how would the Pope react? Would that shatter his faith in the CIA, make him wary of all intelligence services? And would it allow Mossad, if it could show there was another hand behind the attempted assassination, to finally find a way past the Vatican's bronze door and, if not admitted as a fully-fledged secret secular advisor to the papacy, at least be granted a hearing for its information, and in return hopefully be able to revise the Holy See's attitude to Israel? 6 months later, the answer to Admoni's first question, had someone else masterminded the attempted assassination, was established to his satisfaction. The plot had been prepared in Tehran, with the full approval of Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini. Killing the Pope was intended as the opening move in a jihad, holy war, against the West, and what Khomeini saw as its decadent values being approved by the largest Christian church. Mossad's investigation had discovered that after his prison escape, Aqsa was spirited into Iran, where he spent months in various training camps being indoctrinated. From its own sources in those camps, Mossad had pieced together a picture of Aqsa's life at that time. He arose before dawn, his small red-rimmed eyes set deep in a long face, watchful as the other recruits awoke. The first light of day showed posters on the walls of their hut, photographs of the Ayatollah Khomeini, and revolutionary slogans, each designed to fire their fantasies. Songs piped through the hut's loudspeakers reinforced this. Clad in vest and shorts, Aqsa was an unprepossessing figure. Large hands and feet were all out of proportion to his body, with his concave chest, protruding shoulder blades, and skinny arms and legs. The first thing he did each morning, like the other recruits, was to spread his prayer rug and prostrate himself 3 times, each time touching his forehead to the ground, murmuring the name of Allah, Master of the world, the all-meaningful and all-compassionate, the supreme sovereign of the Last Judgment. His instructors had taught him to reduce that hatred to one instantly recognizable image: a man dressed in white, living in a huge palace far beyond the mountains. Supported by pomp and glory, rejoicing in even more titles than Allah, the man was known variously as Servant of the Servants of God, Patriarch of the West, Vicar of Christ on earth, Bishop of Rome, Sovereign of the State of Vatican City, Supreme Pontiff, His Holiness Pope John Paul II. Mehmet Ali Aqsa had been promised that when the time came, he would be given a chance to kill the Pope. A month later, On December 23, 1983, at 4:30 a.m., almost 3 hours before the lights on the Christmas tree in St. Peter's Square would be switched off for the day, the Pope was awoken by his valet. The bedroom was surprisingly small, its walls still lined with the pastel linen covering his predecessor favored. The wooden floor, gleaming from being polished, was partly covered by a rug woven by Polish nuns. On the wall above the bed, in which 4 of John Paul's predecessors had lain waiting for death, was a crucifix. On another wall was a fine painting of Our Lady. Both were gifts from Poland. In addition to the Pope's valet, those who saw him at this hour, usually one of his administrative priests, with the news which could not wait, were relieved to see John Paul had regained some of his old vigor and vitality. As always, the Pope began his day by going to his prie-dieu to kneel in private prayer. Afterward he shaved and showered and dressed in the clothes the valet had laid out. A heavy woolen white cassock caped around the shoulders, white clerical shirt, knee-high white stockings, brown shoes, and white skullcap. He was ready to go and see Axa in Rome's Rebibbia prison. The meeting between the Pope and Axa was arranged at the Pope's request, intended, he said, as an act of forgiveness. In reality, John Paul wanted to find out if what Mossad had said was true. He was driven to the prison by the very man who was at the wheel of the Pope-mobile in St. Peter's Square when Axa shot him. 2 hours later, John Paul was admitted to Rebibbia's maximum security wing. He walked alone down the corridor to the open door of cell T4, where Axa stood waiting inside. The reporters waited farther up the corridor. With them were prison guards, ready to run to Axa's cell should he make any threatening move to his visitor. As the Pope extended his ring hand, Axa moved to shake it, hesitated, then bent to kiss the fisherman's ring. Next he took the Pope's hand and placed it briefly against his forehead. Lei e Mehmet Ali Axa? The Pope framed the question softly. He had been told Axa had learned Italian in prison. Si. A quick smile accompanied the word, as if Axa was embarrassed to admit who he was. Ah, lei abita qui? John Paul looked around the cell, genuinely interested in the place where his would-be killer might well spend the rest of his life. Si. John Paul sat on a chair, positioned just inside the door. Axa sank onto his bed, clasping and unclasping his hands. Come si sente? The Pope's question as to how Axa felt was almost paternal. Bene, bene. Suddenly Axa was speaking urgently, volubly, the words coming in a low torrent only the Pope could hear. John Paul's expression grew more pensive. His face was close to Axa's, partially shielding him from the guards and journalists. Axa whispered into the Pope's left ear. The Pope gave an almost imperceptible shake of the head. Axa paused, uncertainty on his face. John Paul indicated with a quick chopping motion of his right hand that Axa should continue. Both men were so close, their heads almost touched. Axa's lips barely moved. On John Paul's face there was a pained look. He closed his eyes, as though it would help him to better concentrate. Suddenly Axa stopped in mid-sentence. John Paul did not open his eyes. Only his lips moved. Only Axa could hear the words. Once more Axa resumed speaking. After a few more minutes, the Pope made another little chopping motion of the hand. Axa stopped talking. John Paul placed his left hand to his forehead, as if he wanted to shield his eyes from Axa. Then John Paul squeezed the younger man's upper arm, almost as if to thank him for what he had said. The exchange lasted for 21 minutes, and then the Pope slowly rose to his feet. He held out a hand, encouraging Axa to do the same. The two men stared into each other's eyes. The Pope ended this moment of near-perfect drama by reaching into a cassock pocket and producing a small white cardboard box bearing the papal crest. He handed it to Axa. Puzzled, Axa turned the box over in his hand. The Pope waited, the gentlest of smiles on his lips. Axa opened the box. Inside was a rosary, crafted in silver and mother-of-pearl. "Ti ringrazio," thanked Axa. "Ti ringrazio." "Niente, niente," responded the Pope. Then he leaned forward and spoke again words only for Axa. Then, saying no more, the pontiff walked from the cell. Later, a Vatican spokesman said, "Ali Axa knows only up to a certain level. On a higher level, he doesn't know anything. If there was a conspiracy, it was done by professionals, and professionals don't leave traces. One will never find anything." Not for the first time. The Vatican. A few blocks from Nairobi's venerable Norfolk Hotel. The Oasis Club had long been a favorite among Kenya's business community. They could drink all night in its gloomy interior and take a bar girl to one of the rooms out back, after checking that her current medical certificate confirmed she was free of venereal disease. The club had also received other visitors, Chinese in safari suits, slab-faced Russians, and men whose nationality could have been of any country around the Mediterranean basin. These men worked for intelligence services, fighting to gain a foothold in Central Africa, where once only Britain's MI6 had secretly operated. The newcomers represented the Chinese Secret Intelligence Service, CSIS, the Soviet KGB, and Mossad. Castro had set up a full-scale operation to Cubanize the now burgeoning black liberation movement in Africa. The focus was the port of Casablanca on the West African coast. Shiploads of Cuban weapons arrived, and on the return voyages to Havana, the boats were filled with guerrilla trainees from all over Central Africa. Soon, the CSIS was helping to select them. The prospect of thousands of trained and well-armed revolutionaries being within a few hours' striking distance of Israel was alarming to its politicians and intelligence services. Back at the Oasis Club, the nights would continue as before, with new plans being made around the bamboo tables, with the rain rolling off the hills and beating on the tin roof. There was no need to whisper, but old habits died hard. But with the arrival of first Mao and then Deng Xiaoping, China's intelligence gathering, like so much else in the country, had taken a new direction. The CSIS began to expand its networks across the Pacific into the United States, Europe, the Middle East, and finally Africa. These networks were used for more than espionage purposes. They were major routes for drug running and money laundering. CSIS activities in Africa were under the local command of Colonel Cao Ling, already a legendary figure in the service, having made his reputation in Nepal and India with his subversive tactics. Based in Zanzibar, Cao Ling had a lavish lifestyle and a succession of nubile young African women as mistresses. He moved across Central Africa like a predator, disappearing for weeks at a time. His visits to Nairobi became occasions for wild parties at the Oasis. Sweet-smelling smoke from bundles of joss sticks filled the club. Delicacies imported directly from China were served. The African whores were dressed up in cheongsams. There were indoor fireworks and cabarets flown in from Hong Kong. Guerrillas who had returned from Cuba were fated before disappearing into the African bush to wage war. One of them had a party trick of drinking a glass of the human blood he drained from executed enemies he had killed. Meantime, Cao Ling was expanding his operations not only across the width of Africa, but also northward toward Ethiopia, South Yemen, and Egypt. He provided its terrorists with substantial sums of money to launch attacks on Israel. The CSIS regarded Israel as a pawn in the hands of Washington and a legitimate target for what Cao Ling called my freedom fighters. Mossad Director Meir Amit decided Mossad should go head-to-head against the CSIS. For 3 years, Mossad waged its deadly war of attrition against the CSIS over the length and breadth of Africa. There was no mercy on either side. When a CSIS hit team ambushed a Mossad Katza in the Congo, they fed him to crocodiles, filming his last moments in the water and sending the footage to the local Mossad station chief. He retaliated by personally firing a rocket into the building from where the CSIS operated. 3 Chinese were killed. A later offer from the CSIS to collaborate against a common enemy, the KGB, and its terrorists was one the Mossad chief gratefully accepted. The Chinese began to provide details about Arab movements in and out of Africa. Some were killed by the usual Mossad methods of car bombs or explosives placed in hotel rooms. On one occasion, Mossad placed a bomb in the toilet of a mercenary suffering from Congo stomach, a particularly unpleasant form of dysentery. The lower half of his body was blown to pieces when he pulled a flush in a Khartoum hotel. Mossad turned its attention to the one intelligence service in Africa it had come to look upon as a friend, the Bureau of State Security, BOSS, the most feared arm of South Africa's security apparatus. BOSS matched Mossad in blackmail, sabotage, forgery, kidnapping, prisoner interrogation, psychological warfare, and assassinations. Like Mossad, BOSS had a free hand in how it dealt with its opponents. The two services quickly became bedfellows. Often operating in tandem, they moved through Africa, and joined by a secret understanding between Israel's Prime Minister Golda Meir and the Pretoria regime. The first result had been the export of uranium ore to Dimona. The shipments were carried on commercial El Al flights from Johannesburg to Tel Aviv and listed on manifests as agricultural machinery. South African scientists traveled to Dimona and were the only outsiders who knew the true purpose of the facility. Israel supplied the South African army with substantial quantities of U.S.-manufactured arms, and in return was granted permission to test the first nuclear devices produced by Dimona at the site in the Indian Ocean. By then, Mossad had deepened its own relationship with BOSS. While never able to wean the Bureau's agents from their brutish methods of interrogation, Mossad instructors introduced them to a range of other methods which had worked in Lebanon and elsewhere: sleep deprivation, hooding, forcing a suspect to stand at a wall for long periods, squeezing genitals, a variety of mental torture ranging from threats to mock executions. Mossad Katzers traveled with BOSS units into neighboring black African countries on sabotage missions. Both Mossad and BOSS were driven by an obsessive belief that Africa was lurching leftward toward a revolution which would eventually engulf both their countries. To avoid that happening, any method was permissible. Feeding off each other's fears, both services gave no quarter and shared a self-perpetuating concept that only they knew how to deal with the enemy. On a cloudless morning in February 1986, 2 Israeli Air Force fighter aircraft swooped down on a Libyan-registered Learjet flying from Tripoli to Damascus. On board were Arab delegates returning from a Palestinian conference. The women on board the jet began to wail. Some of the men started to pray. Others stared ahead fatalistically. The Learjet passengers also feared this was retaliation for what had happened when another of their heroes, Abu al-Abbas, had a few months before, on October 2, 1985, taken over the Italian cruise liner Achille Lauro in what was the most spectacular act of maritime piracy the world would recall. On the Achille Lauro, al-Abbas had murdered one of the passengers, Leon Klinghoffer, an American Jew in a wheelchair, by throwing him into the sea. Across the United States, stickers appeared proclaiming, "Don't get mad, get even." The cruise ship hijackers eventually surrendered to Egyptian authorities, who allowed them to leave, to the fury of Israel. As for the Arab Learjet, it was forced to land at a military field north of Galilee. The passengers were questioned by Amman and then released. Mossad had made a mistake. The Israelis found themselves interrogating a bunch of badly frightened Arabs. What followed from these events was a Mossad London operation which, among much else, would ruin the life of a pregnant Irish chambermaid. For it, Mossad enlisted 2 men. One was a Mossad Katzer who had served in Britain under the alias of Tov Levi. The other was a Palestinian informer codenamed Abu. The Palestinian, Abu, had been provided with fake documents stating he was a businessman and given living expenses in London commensurate with his role as a high-flying big spender. Abu's assigned controller was the Katza, Tov Levi. In every way, Abu fitted the classic definition of what a secret agent should be. He had become a familiar figure among the gambling tables of Mayfair. Given his success, his sexual appetites and bouts of drinking were tolerated. Moving in the haunts of arms dealers, wealthy Arabs, and PLO supporters, Abu picked up valuable leads. 15 PLO men were killed by Mossad over a few weeks as a result of Abu's information. Some of Abu's meetings with the Katza, Tov Levi, had taken place in the bars and restaurants of the Hilton Hotel on Park Lane. Working there was an Irish woman from Dublin, Anne-Marie Murphy. Like many others, she had been tempted across the Irish Sea by the lure of making good money in London. All she had been able to get was a chambermaid's job. The pay was low, the hours long. Anne-Marie's little free time was spent in bars in the Shepherd's Bush district, long a refuge for Irish expatriates. She joined in the rebel songs and made a glass of Guinness last. Then it was back to her lonely room, ready for another long day of changing bed sheets, scouring lavatory bowls, and leaving each hotel room sparkling clean. Her career was going nowhere. Shortly before Christmas 1985, close to tears at the thought of having to spend it alone in a city so different from the carefree Dublin she longed for, Anne-Marie met a dark-skinned Arab who was handsome in her eyes. In his silk suit and flashy tie, he also exuded affluence. When he smiled at her, she smiled back. His name was Nezar Hindawi, and he was a distant cousin of the informer Abu. Hindawi would lie to this trusting, naive woman. They had met in a bar close to the BBC Theatre in Shepherd's Bush. She had never been to this pub before, and was surprised to find Hindawi among the ruddy-faced building site navvies whose accents echoed every county in Ireland. But Hindawi seemed to know many of the drinkers, joining in their rough humor and standing around when it was his turn. For weeks, Hindawi had been coming to the bar hoping to make contact with the IRA. Abu had asked him to do so. The arrival of Anne-Marie had also given him something else to think about. Captivated by his good manners and charm, Anne-Marie soon found herself laughing at Hindawi's stories about his life in the Middle East. To a woman who had never traveled farther than London, he had made it sound like an Arabian Nights fantasy. Hindawi drove her home that night, kissed her on both cheeks, and left. Anne-Marie wondered if the giddy feeling she experienced was the first stage of falling in love. The following day he took her to lunch at a Syrian restaurant and introduced her to the delights of Arabic cooking. Tipsy from a fine Lebanese wine, she put up only token resistance when he took her back to his apartment. That afternoon they made love. Until then, Anne-Marie had been a virgin. Raised in the strong Irish Catholic tradition opposed to contraception, she had taken no precautions. In February 1986, she found she was pregnant. She told Hindawi. He smiled reassurance. He would take care of everything. Alarmed, Anne-Marie said she would never agree to an abortion. He told her the idea had never crossed his mind. In truth, he was panic-stricken at the prospect of having to marry a woman he regarded as beneath his social class. He also feared she would go to the authorities. Hindawi turned to the one source of help he knew, his cousin Abu. Abu had his own problems, having lost a great deal of money gambling. He bluntly told Hindawi he couldn't loan him the money. Hindawi had decided he would offer Anne-Marie to return to Dublin, have the baby, and place it out for adoption. She had told him that was common in Ireland. Next day Abu met the Katza, Tov Levi. Over dinner, Levi told Abu he needed to do something to cause the British government to close down the Syrian embassy in London and order out its staff, long suspected of being involved in terrorist activities against Israel. Central to the plot would be Abu, the cousin of Nezar Hindawi. Levi told Abu he needed a hook that would achieve that. Could Abu tell him about anyone, anything that might be useful? Abu mentioned he had a cousin with an Irish girlfriend who was pregnant in London. After his dinner with Tov Levi, Abu sought out Hindawi, apologizing for his previous indifference about Anne-Marie. Of course he would help, but first he needed to have some answers. Was she going to keep the baby? Was she still pressing him to marry her? Did Nazar really love the girl? They came from different cultures, and mixed marriages rarely worked. Hindawi replied if he had ever loved Anne-Marie, he did not now. She had become shrewish and weepy, asking all the time what was going to happen. He certainly did not want to marry the chambermaid. Abu gave his cousin $10,000, money enough, he said, for Hindawi to be rid of Anne-Marie and continue to live a bachelor's life in London. The money had been provided by Mossad. In return, Hindawi would have to do something for the cause they both believed in, the overthrow of Israel. On the evening of April 12, 1986, Hindawi visited Anne-Marie in her rooming house in the Kilburn area of London. He brought flowers and a bottle of champagne, purchased with some of the money Abu had provided. He told Anne-Marie he loved her and wanted to keep the baby. The news brought tears to her eyes. Suddenly her world seemed a far better place. Hindawi said there was one final hurdle to clear. Anne-Marie must get the blessing of his parents for them to marry. It was an Arabic tradition no dutiful son could flout. She must fly to the Arab village in Israel where his family lived. He painted a picture of their lifestyle having changed little since Christ had walked the earth. To a girl educated by nuns, and for whom Mass had been an important part of her life, the imagery was final confirmation that she was making the right decision in marrying her lover. He and his family might not be Christians, but that did not matter. They came from the land of her Lord. In her eyes, that made them God-fearing people. Nevertheless, Anne-Marie hesitated. She couldn't just walk out of her job. And where would she get the money to pay the airfare? And for such an important meeting, she would need new clothes. Hindawi stilled her concerns by producing from his pocket a bundle of notes. He told her it was more than enough for her to buy a new wardrobe. With another flourish, Hindawi produced an El Al ticket for a flight on April 17th, 5 days away. He had bought it that afternoon. Anne-Marie laughed. "You were sure I would go?" Hindawi replied, "As sure as I am of my love for you." He promised that once she returned to London, they would be married. The next few days passed in a whirl for the pregnant chambermaid. She quit her job and visited the Irish embassy in London to collect a new passport. She shopped for maternity dresses. Every night she made love to Hindawi. Each morning, over a leisurely breakfast, she planned their future together. They would live in Ireland, in a little cottage by the sea. Their baby would be christened Sean if it was a boy, Sinead if a girl. On the day of Anne-Marie's departure, Hindawi told her he had arranged for her to collect a gift for his parents from a friend who was working as a cleaner at the airport. Her gullibility in not asking any questions about the gift was the reaction of a woman head over heels in love and completely trusting her lover. She was the perfect patsy in the accelerating plot. In the taxi to the airport, Hindawi was the loving, concerned father-to-be. Would she make sure to do her breathing exercises during the long flight? She must drink plenty of water. Anne-Marie had laughingly shushed him. "Holy be to God, you think I was flying to the moon." He kissed her one last time, then gently pushed her into the line toward immigration control. Hindawi boarded a Syrian Arab Airlines bus for the ride back into London. Meantime, the unsuspecting Anne-Marie had safely passed through rough UK security checks. Next, she made her way to the high-security area reserved for the El Al flight. Shin Bet-trained agents carefully questioned her and inspected her hand baggage. She was assigned a seat and motioned through to the final departure lounge. She was handed the gift for Hindawi's parents by a man dressed in the blue coveralls of an airport cleaner. The man disappeared as mysteriously as he had appeared. Later, Ari Ben Menashe would write, "Within seconds, Anne-Marie was asked to submit to a search." The El Al security people found plastic explosives in a false bottom in the bag. The explosives consisted of over 3 pounds of Semtex. Anne-Marie sobbed out her story to waiting Special Branch and MI5 officers. It was the tale of an ill-starred woman, not only crossed in love, but double-crossed by her partner. The officers concentrated on establishing Hindawi's contacts with Syria after they realized Anne-Marie had been an innocent dupe. As the airline's bus entered London, Hindawi ordered the driver to divert to the Syrian embassy. When the driver protested, Hindawi said he had the authority to do so. At the Syrian embassy, he asked consular officials to grant him political asylum. But Hindawi left for the apartment shortly thereafter. He had gone in search of Abu. Failing to find him, he checked into the London Visitors' Hotel in the Notting Hill district, where he was arrested shortly afterward. The BBC broadcast the news of how the police had foiled the plot. The details were unusually precise. The checkmate Semtex had been concealed in the false bottom of Anne-Marie's bag and was primed to explode at 39,000 feet, 336 passengers on board. Margaret Thatcher closed down the Syrian embassy. Hindawi was jailed for 45 years. Anne-Marie went home to Ireland, where she gave birth to a daughter. Abu returned to Israel, his role over. Robert Maxwell, after Hindawi's trial, unleashed the Daily Mirror. "The bastard got what he deserved," screamed an editorial. But there were intriguing questions left behind that clear-cut sentiment. Had Anne-Marie Murphy really been handed a working bomb, or had it been part of an elaborate scam? Was the man in blue coveralls Hindawi's supposed friend, a security officer? How much foreknowledge of the plot did MI5 have? Had the real brilliance of the coup been that Mossad had achieved the diplomatic castration of Syria at no risk at all to El Al and Heathrow by using a harmless substance resembling Semtex? To all such questions, Israel's Prime Minister Shimon Peres would only intone, "What happened is usually known to those who should know, and whoever does not know should continue not knowing." From Britain's high-security jail at Whitmore, Hindawi has continued to protest he was a victim of a classic Mossad sting operation. In 1998, Anne-Marie lives in Dublin raising their daughter, who she is thankful does not look like her lover. She never speaks of Hindawi. There is one puzzling footnote to the story. 2 weeks after Hindawi was sentenced, Arnaud de Bourgrave, the respected editor of the Washington Times, placed his tape recorder on the desk of France's Prime Minister, Jacques Chirac. The interview had moved along predictable lines until the Washington Times editor wanted to know what stage Chirac's negotiations had reached with Syria to end international terrorism. Chirac paused and looked across his desk, seemingly oblivious of the recorder. He then said that German Chancellor Kohl had told him that the Syrian government was not involved in Hindawi's plan to blow up the El Al airliner, but that instead the Anne-Marie plot was engineered by Mossad, the Israeli Secret Service. The resulting diplomatic furor nearly ruined Chirac's career. He found himself being attacked on one side by his own president, François Mitterrand, and on the other fending off furious telephone calls from Helmut Kohl demanding he must retract. Chirac did what politicians often do. He said he had been misquoted. Nahum Admoni's demise as Director General of Mossad began on a July afternoon in 1986, the result of an incident on one of those Frankfurt streets built in the post-World War II building boom in Germany. 40 years later, the street had become a mature avenue with small but well-kept front gardens and maids' quarters in the rear. Security systems were discreetly hidden behind wrought iron gates, and the lower windows were mullioned, the result of using bottled glass. Ismail Sowan's potential had been spotted 10 years before. In 1977, when Sowan was still a teenager living in a West Bank village, an Israeli Army intelligence officer had interviewed him as part of a routine updating of the Israel Defense Forces profile of the area. The Sowan family had settled there in the 1930s, a time when the revolt against the British Mandate and the Jews had heated the blood of all Arabs. Everywhere there was violence. Bloodshed had begotten bloodshed. Ismail's father had joined the Palestine Arab Party, organizing protests and raising nationalist feeling in his community. At first, his fury had been against the British, but when they withdrew from Palestine in 1948, the new Jewish state became a prime target. Ismail's first remembered words were to chant hatred for the Jews. Throughout his childhood, the one word that he heard most often was injustice. It was force-fed to him at school. It filled the conversations around the family dinner table. The terrible injustice done to his people, his family, himself. Then, shortly after his 15th birthday, he witnessed a brutal attack on a bus filled with Jewish pilgrims on their way to Jerusalem. Women and children had been slaughtered by Arabs. That night, Ismail had asked a question that would change forever his thinking. Supposing the Jews were entitled to defend what they had? All else had flowed from that. His steady alienation from the violence of his companions, his belief that Jew and Arab could live together, must live together. With this came a conviction that if he could do anything to achieve that, he would. 2 years later, barely 17, he had sat down and told the IDF intelligence officer what he still felt. The officer had first listened intently, then thoroughly questioned Ismail. How could he have turned his back on all his people's beliefs, which were like a tocsin sounding a single note, that Arabs were the wronged ones, that they must fight to the death for what they believed was right? The officer's questions had been many, and Ismail's answers long. The officer noted that unlike other young Arabs living under Israeli rule, Sowan had few objections to the stringent security the army imposed. Refreshingly, the slightly built youth with an engaging smile seemed to understand why the Israelis had to do this. All that really concerned him was that the regular army clampdown meant he could not go to school in East Jerusalem to study his favorite subject, science. Sowan's file made its way through the IDF intelligence community, flagged as someone worth further investigation, finally reaching the desk of a Mossad officer. He passed it over to recruitment. Ismail Sowan was invited to travel to Tel Aviv, ostensibly to discuss his future education. He had recently applied to go to Jerusalem to study. Ismail was questioned for an entire afternoon. First, his interrogator explored Ismail's knowledge of science, and was satisfied with the answers. Then the whole Sowan family history was laid bare, and Ismail's answers checked against those given to the IDF intelligence officer. Finally, Ismail was told what was on offer. Mossad would pay for his education, provided he came through his training course. He must also understand that if he spoke a word of any of this to anyone, his life would be in danger. It was a standard warning given to all Arabs Mossad recruited. But to the idealistic Ismail Sowan, it was the chance he had been waiting for, to bring together Jew and Arab. Sowan went through all the interview processes in safe houses before being sent to the training school on the outskirts of Tel Aviv. He excelled in a number of subjects, showing a natural aptitude for computer skills and shaking off a tale. Not surprisingly, he scored high in the subjects dealing with Islam, and his paper on the role of the PLO in the Middle East conflict was sufficiently interesting to be shown to Mossad's then-chief, Yitzhak Hofi. On completion of his training, Sowan became a bodel, a courier between headquarters and Israel embassies from where Katzaz operated under diplomatic cover. He began to shuttle around the Mediterranean, regularly visiting Athens, Madrid, and Rome, carrying documents in diplomatic pouches. Occasionally, he traveled to Bonn, Paris, and London. The chance to see the world and be paid for it, he was getting $500 a month, was an exciting feeling for someone barely out of his teens. What Sowan did not realize was the documents had no importance. They were part of yet another test, to see if he made any attempt to show them to an Arab contact he might have in any of the cities he visited. During each trip, Sowan was shadowed by other newly qualified Israeli-born Mossad officers, practicing their own skills at surveillance. The person Ismail handed over the documents to at some prearranged meeting in a cafe or hotel lobby was not, as he imagined, an Israeli diplomat, but a Mossad officer. After weeks of spending his free time abroad, strolling around Rome's Pantheon, visiting the Sistine Chapel and exploring London's Oxford Street, he was ordered to go to Beirut and join the PLO. Enlisting was easy. He simply walked into a PLO recruiting office in West Beirut. The recruiter was intelligent and extremely well-informed in political matters. He spent time exploring Ismail's attitude toward the need for violence and whether Sawan was ready to eschew all previous affiliations, family and friends, in favor of becoming dependent upon the PLO for emotional support. He was told, if he was accepted, it would mean a great change in his life. The organization would be his only protection against a hostile world. In return, the PLO would look to him to give unswerving loyalty. No one saw the person who left a plastic carrier bag in the telephone booth at the end of the street. A police patrol car spotted it and stopped to investigate. The bag contained 8 freshly minted blank British passports. The immediate reaction of the local office of the Bundeskriminalamt, BKA, the equivalent of the FBI, was that the passports were for one of the terrorist groups who had brought terrorism to the streets of Europe with a series of violent and brutal bombings and kidnappings. Representing causes and minorities from all corners of the world, they were determined to force their way to a role in setting the agenda for international policy. They had found ready support from the radical student politics which had swept Britain and the continent. Since 1968, when Leila Khaled, a young Palestinian woman revolutionary, hijacked a jet plane to London and was promptly released because the British government feared further attacks, naive students had chanted the agit-prop slogans of the PLO. Those middle-class young radicals had a romanticized view of the PLO as freedom fighters, who instead of taking drugs, took the lives of the bourgeoisie, and instead of holding sit-ins, held hostages. In a few shattering minutes on the afternoon of October 21, 1967, Israel had discovered its vulnerability to modern warfare. One of its flagships, an old World War II British destroyer renamed Eilat, on patrol off the Egyptian coast, was hit by 3 Russian Styx missiles fired from Port Said. 47 Israeli sailors were killed and another 41 seriously injured out of a complement of 197 officers and men. The Eilat was sunk. It was not only the biggest sea disaster Israel had ever suffered, but the first time in the long history of naval warfare that a ship had been destroyed by long-range missile attack. When the immediate magnitude of the calamity passed, Levi Eshkol's government ordered a crash program to provide its navy with a new kind of ship to replace the outdated Eilat. In weeks, designers had come up with a gunboat which would be fast, highly maneuverable, and equipped with electronic countermeasures to provide the precious seconds needed to take evasive action against any future missile attack. An order to build 7 of the boats was placed with the Chantier de Construction Mécanique de Normandie, a shipyard in Cherbourg, France. While they were being constructed, scientists at Dimona were manufacturing the missiles the boats would carry, together with the sophisticated equipment to be fitted once they arrived in Israel. Matters progressed uneventfully at Cherbourg until President de Gaulle introduced a total French arms embargo after Israel commandos had attacked the Beirut airport on December 26, 1968, and destroyed 13 parked Lebanese aircraft, a reprisal for a Palestinian attack on an El Al Boeing 707 at the Athens airport 2 days previously. The embargo meant the gunboats would not be handed over to Israel. The French response ended a decade-long alliance with Israel. It had been forged during the Algerian Revolution, which had finally led to the colony's independence from France in 1962, and was partly rooted in a common hostility to Gamal Abdel Nasser's Egypt. During that time, Mossad had supplied intelligence about the anti-French FLN organization and France had sold Israel arms and frontline Mirage fighter aircraft. With the loss of Algeria, de Gaulle had quickly restored France's traditional links with other Arab countries, and the PLO was allowed to open an office in Paris. The Beirut airport raid was seen by de Gaulle as a very public slight to his demand that Israel should not carry out what the president called revenge attacks against its Arab neighbors. The French arms embargo effectively meant Israel would no longer have sufficient replacement Mirage aircraft to dominate the Middle East skies, or be able to effectively defend itself from seaborne attack. Perversely, the embargo came at a time when Israel was grappling with the price of its stunning victory in the Six-Day War. In those few days in 1967, it had brought the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and the Gaza Strip under its control. With the land came almost 1 million Arabs, the great majority imbued with hatred for their conquerors. For Meir Amit, the problem Israel faced could not be overstated. He said, "Within our borders are thousands of mechablim, terrorists, and they had the support of the general Arab population who at a minimum would give them succor and shelter. My first job was to increase Mossad's targeting and penetration of all Palestinian organizations." Meir Amit was told by Israel's new Prime Minister, Golda Meir, to devise a plan to get the completed boats out of France. He would recall, the first suggestion was we should sail into Cherbourg with sufficient armed sailors and just take the boats and head back for Israel. Moshe Dayan, then Minister of Defense, sat on that hard. He correctly pointed out that the international reaction would create huge repercussions and see Israel branded a thief. Whatever we did had to be done legally. We had to come up with a watertight right to sail out of French territorial waters. Once we were out on the high seas, it would be a different matter. The legality of what was to follow would be in the eyes of the beholder. Despite Dayan's insistence on the letter of the law being obeyed, what was contemplated was pure and simple trickery. By November 1969, Meir Amit had the first stage of Operation Noah's Ark in place. A London-based firm of lawyers had been briefed by Israel's largest shipping company, Maritime Fruit, which freighted produce around the world, to register a new firm named Starboat, after the Star of David. Its principal shareholder was Mila Brenner, a director of Maritime Fruit. The other shareholders were proxies for Meir Amit. The second part of the operation went equally smoothly. For months, Admiral Mordechai Limon, the Israeli Navy liaison officer at Cherbourg for the gunboat project, had been discussing compensation with the shipyard for breach of contract. Each time the French came close to an agreement, Limon had found a new point to argue. On November 10th, he informed the shipyard that Israel was once more ready to discuss the matter. In Tel Aviv, Mila Brenner had contacted one of the most respected shipping magnates of the world, Ole Martin Siem, based in Oslo. He agreed to join the board of Starboat for the specific purpose of purchasing the gunboats. Limon, with a sleight of hand worthy of a card player, made his move. On November 11, he met with shipyard officials. He listened to their improved offer of compensation and said he was still not satisfied. The officials were astonished. Their new offer was a generous one. While they contemplated what to do next, Limon hurried to Paris. Waiting there was Ole Siem. After the two men met, Limon telephoned the shipyard officials to say he would be in touch with them in a few days. Within the hour, Siem was seated in the office of General Louis Bonté, the French government's arms salesman. Siem said he had heard that there are some gunboats for sale that can be converted to drill for oil. Timing his intervention to perfection, Limon at that moment called Bonté to say he was in Paris and was ready to accept a final offer in compensation. The figure he proposed was the one the Cherbourg shipyard officials had offered. Bonté told Limon he was in negotiation and would call back. The general then turned to Siem and revealed the offer Limon had agreed to accept, but said it was too high for the government to agree to pay. Siem promptly increased Limon's offer by 5%. Bonté called back Limon and said his offer was most agreeable. Bonté believed he had made a good deal in ridding France of a thorny problem. Israel would get its compensation, and France would have made a 5% profit. He only had two questions for Ole Siem. Were the boats going to Norway? Could Siem guarantee they would not be re-exported after their oil exploration activities? Siem gave an unequivocal guarantee on both counts. Bonte accepted that to avoid press inquiries about the site of the oil fields, a sensitive commercial matter in an industry renowned for its secrecy, the removal of the boats from Cherbourg would be done discreetly. A departure date was set for Christmas Eve 1969, when Cherbourg would be celebrating the start of the holiday season. There was still a month to go, and Meir Amit was only too well aware that was more than enough time for things to go wrong. There would be a need to provide 120 Israeli sailors to crew the boats for the 3,000-mile voyage from Cherbourg to Haifa. To send that many men at one time would most certainly alert the French security service. Once more, the inventive Meir Amit had the answer. He decided only 2 sailors at a time would travel together to cities all over Europe before going to Cherbourg. The sailors were instructed not to stay in the port's hotels for more than a night before moving to another one. They all traveled on Israeli passports so that in case they were caught, they could not be charged with possessing forged travel documents. Nevertheless, Meir Amit knew the risks were still high. It just needed one suspicious French policeman to ask why so many Jews were coming to Cherbourg for Christmas, and the whole operation would be blown. By December 23, the sailors had all arrived in Cherbourg. Scattered around the town, they listened to the incessant carols. Some who had been born and raised in Jerusalem joined in the singing. In Tel Aviv, a relieved Meir Amit watched other problems come and go. The question of providing enough supplies for 8 days at sea had been solved by the operations supply officer visiting every shop in Cherbourg. But whenever shopkeepers pressed on him Christmas jambon, he politely refused. The 250,000 liters of fuel had been smuggled on board in drums and hidden below decks. The one great imponderable was the weather. The boats would have to sail across the Bay of Biscay in winter conditions which could sink them. Meir Amit would recall that in Tel Aviv, what we prayed for was Dunkirk weather. We had sent a meteorologist to Cherbourg, and he monitored every forecast out of England, France, in Cherbourg, and Spain. The hours ticked slowly by, until finally it was Christmas Eve. The forecast was for rain, gusting out of the southwest. Nevertheless, the order was given to sail at 8:30 that night. By 7:30 p.m., the crews were all on board, but the weather worsened. A new departure time was set for 10:30 p.m. That came and went, halted again by the weather. From Tel Aviv came urgent coded signals: sail, no matter what the conditions. In Cherbourg, the ranking Israeli naval officer ignored the pressure. For him, the lives of his men were more important at that moment. In his command boat, he sat silently watching the meteorologist feverishly studying his weather charts. At midnight, the weatherman announced, "The winds will drop and veer northerly in 2 hours. They will not be so strong and be behind us. We can go." At exactly 2:30 a.m. on Christmas Day, the boat's engines started and the crafts headed slowly out to sea. 7 days later, on New Year's Day, they sailed into Haifa harbor. Among those waiting on the quayside was Meir Amit. For him, the new year could not have had a better start. But he also knew President Charles de Gaulle would never forgive Israel for what had happened. On December 2nd, 1990, well to the south of Baghdad, a figure in the dirty robes of a desert dweller lay motionless just below the lip of a wadi. It was dawn, and the sand ice-cold. During the night, the temperature had dropped to well below zero. The man's head was covered with a sheep's wool hupta, a hat which identified him as a tribesman of the Sarami, the oldest of the Islami Sufi sects, who roamed the vast Iraqi desert and whose fanaticism was matched by a code of honor unequaled by the other tribes. But the man's loyalty lay some 600 miles to the west, in Israel. He was a Katza. His clothes came from a Mossad storeroom where garments from all over the world were kept and regularly updated. Most were obtained by Sayanim and delivered to local Israeli embassies and sent on to Tel Aviv in diplomatic bags. A few were actually made by the wardrobe mistress who presided over the storeroom. Over the years, she and her small team of seamstresses had developed a reputation for detail, even using the right sewing cotton for adjustments. The Katzer's code name, Shalom, came from a list of aliases kept on file in the operations division. Rafi Eitan had introduced the idea of a fist after the Eichmann operation. Shalom Weiss had been one of the best forgers in Mossad before he had joined the team to help capture Adolf Eichmann. Shalom Weiss had died of cancer in 1963, but his name lived on and had been used on several occasions by the Katzers. Only a handful of senior IDF officers, Shabtai Shavit, and Shalom's own section head knew why he was in the desert. Shabtai Shavit, displaying the caution of a new man in charge, had said that on what he had been told, to raise the alarm could only create needless panic. Shalom had been given the mission to discover the truth. He had carried out several previous operations in Iraq, once going on to Baghdad, where he had posed as a Jordanian businessman. Already fluent in Farsi and Arabic, Shalom quickly grasped the dialect of the Sufis' patois. Every night he was driven to a different part of the Negev to sleep. Burrowing into the ground, he would rest for a short while, never more than dozing, then move to another place to avoid the instructors he knew were hunting him. Discovery would almost certainly mean his mission would be either postponed for further training or assigned to another Katza. Shalom had escaped detection. On the evening of November 25, 1990, he had boarded a CH-536 Sikorsky helicopter of the Israel Defense Forces Central Regional Command. Its crew had also been separately trained for the mission. In another area of the Negev base, they had practiced low-level weaving through an aerial obstacle course in the dark. Turbines had blasted the chopper with sand so that they could improve their techniques for flying through the unstable air currents of the Iraqi desert. The pilot had continuously stayed as close to the ground as he could without crashing. In another exercise, instructors had straddled the landing struts, firing weapons at target silhouettes while the pilot kept his machine steady. In between, the crew had studied their flight path. Only their commanding officer, Major General Danny Yatom, knew the route they would fly to the border with Iraq. Yatom had been a member of the elite Sayeret Matkal commando unit, Israel's Green Berets, who in 1972 had successfully stormed a hijacked Belgium airliner at Tel Aviv airport. Other commandos in the operation included Benjamin Netanyahu. The friendship with Israel's future prime minister would lead to Yatom later being given command of Mossad, a position that would also end his relationship with Netanyahu. But that was all in the future. On that December morning, while Shalom continued to peer out over the rim of the wadi, he had no inkling that the long and dangerous journey that had brought him deep into hostile territory had been decided in a conference room in the Kiryah, the Israel Defense Forces headquarters in Tel Aviv. As well as Yatom, present had been Amnon Shahak, the head of Amman, military intelligence, and Shabtai Shavit. They had convened to discuss the latest information from a deep penetration informer inside Iran's terrorist network in Europe. The person, only Shavit knew if the informer was a man or a woman, was known by the letter I. All that Shahak and Yatom would have deduced was that the informer must have access to the fortified complex on the third floor of the Iranian embassy in Bonn, Germany. The complex contained 6 offices and a communications room. The entire area had been reinforced to withstand a bomb blast, and it was permanently manned by 20 Revolutionary Guards, whose task it was to coordinate Iran's terrorist activities in Western Europe. They had recently tried to ship a ton of Semtex and electronic detonators out of Lebanon into Spain. The shipment was to replace explosives for a number of pro-Iranian terrorist groups in European countries. On a tip-off from Mossad, Spanish customs had boarded the ship as it sailed into territorial waters. But by the summer of 1990, Iran was also providing through the Bonn embassy huge cash disbursements to increase the influence of Islamic fundamentalism and terrorism in Europe. The amounts involved were all the more surprising given that Iran had been economically crippled by its 8-year war with Iraq, which had ended in a ceasefire in 1988. But on that November day, in the Kiryat's guarded conference room, it was not a new threat from Iran that the double agent had discovered. It was one from Iraq. I had obtained a copy of a detailed Iraqi battle plan stolen by Iran's own secret intelligence service from Baghdad military headquarters, outlining how Scud missiles would be used to launch chemical and biological weapons against Iran, Kuwait, and Israel. Uppermost in the mind of each man in the conference room was one question: could the information be trusted? I had proven to be sound in all the previous data he had provided, but important though the information had been, it paled against what I had now sent. Yet was the battle plan part of a plot by Iranian intelligence to drive Israel into launching a preemptive strike against Iraq? Had I been unmasked, and was he being used by Iran? Trying to answer that question was also fraught with risk. It would need time to brief a Qatar to make contact with I. It might be weeks before that was possible. Bringing an informer out of deep cover was a slow and delicate process. And if I proved to have remained loyal, his safety could still have been jeopardized. Yet the consequences of acting on the Iraqi document without checking could be calamitous for Israel. A preemptive strike would certainly lead to an Iraqi retaliation, and could destroy the coalition being laboriously cobbled together in Washington to drive Saddam out of Kuwait. Many of its Arab members were likely to support Iraq against Israel. In August 1990, Saddam Hussein had invaded Kuwait, an action that became the precursor to the eventual Gulf War. Iraq's move against Kuwait had been a spectacular intelligence failure for all the West's services. Not one had anticipated it would happen. Mossad had tried to verify reports that Saddam had actually stockpiled chemical weapons at secret sites south of Baghdad, which would place the weapons well within range not only of Kuwait City, but also cities in Israel. Within Mossad there remained doubt as to whether Iraq possessed the rockets needed to fire the warheads. The only way to discover the truth about stolen battle plans had been to send Shalom into Iraq. Skimming above the desert, his helicopter had flown across a strip of Jordan in the deep black of night. Coated with stealth paint, its engine noise muffled, the Sikorsky was virtually undetectable to even the most sophisticated Jordanian radars. Flying silent mode so that its rotor blades made no sound, the helicopter had reached its dropping point at the Iraqi border. Shalom had disappeared into the night. Despite all his training, nothing had quite prepared him for that moment. He was on his own. To survive, he had to respect his surroundings. A desert was like no other place on Earth for surprises. A sandstorm could appear in moments, changing the landscape, burying him alive. 3 days after leaving the helicopter, on that cold December dawn, Shalom lay prostrate on the Iraqi wadi. Beneath his hupta, he wore goggles. Their lenses gave the dark landscape a crepuscular definition. The only weapon Shalom carried was one the Sarami would expect to find on him, a hunting knife. He had been taught to kill with that in a number of ways. Whether he would bother to use it against his superior force, he did not know any more than whether he could turn it on himself, or simply commit suicide with the lethal pill he carried. Since Eli Cohen's torture and death, a Qatar operating in Iran, Iraq, Yemen, or Syria had been given the right to kill himself rather than fall into the hands of barbaric interrogators. Meanwhile, Shalom continued to watch and wait. The nomads in their camps, half a mile away, beyond the wadi, had begun to recite their first prayers of the day. Already the bark of their dogs carried faintly on the wind, but the animals would not venture beyond the camp until the sun was above the horizon. Behavioral patterns were among the first lessons Shalom had learned in desert survival. According to the information he had been given at his briefing, the convoy should appear between the encampment and the hills to the left. To an untutored eye, the track they would travel over was invisible. To Shalom it was as clear as a well-signposted road. The tiny rumplings of sand were created by desert moles burrowing between vehicle tracks. The sun was high when the convoy finally appeared. A Scud missile launcher and its support vehicle was still about a half a mile away when it stopped. Shalom began to photograph and time what he saw. It took the Iraqi crew 15 minutes to launch the Scud. It rose in an arc and disappeared over the horizon. Minutes later, the convoy was moving at speed toward the hills. In a few minutes, that Scud could have hit Tel Aviv or any other Israeli city if the launch had not been a practice. Shalom then began the long journey back to Tel Aviv. 6 weeks later, on January 12, 1991, Shalom was among a joint team of Mossad and Amman intelligence officers who sat around the conference table at the United States Joint Special Operations Command, JSOC. Its staff called it JSOC, at Pope Air Force Base, Georgia. JSOC commanded the Green Berets and the SEALs and had maintained a close working relationship with Mossad. After Shalom had returned from Iraq, Shavit had informed General Earl Steiner, operations commander of JSOC, that Saddam was doing more than posturing. The hard-charging general had a folksy style and a salty language the Israelis liked. But in a war room, his Tennessee drawl swiftly gave way to shrewd decisions. As the nation's top commando, he knew the value of good intelligence, and his own experience of the Middle East had convinced him Mossad offered the best. Since Saddam's incursion into Kuwait, Steiner had regularly communicated with his Israeli contacts. Some of them went back to 1983, when as a newly promoted brigadier general, he had been secretly sent by the Pentagon to Beirut to report directly to the Joint Chiefs of Staff on how far the United States should become embroiled in the Lebanon War. Later, he had worked closely with Mossad during the Achille Lauro hijacking, swooping down with his Delta Force commandos on an Italian Air Force base in Sicily, where the hijackers had stopped over in an airliner on their way to freedom out of Egypt. Italian troops had stopped Steiner from capturing the hijackers, and there had nearly been a shootout. Thwarted, Steiner had flown in hot pursuit of the airliner in his own military transport, only abandoning the chase when both planes entered Rome's airspace and its air traffic controllers threatened to shoot down the Delta Force aircraft for air piracy. In 1989, Steiner had been the ground commander for the invasion of Panama and had been responsible for the swift capture of Manuel Noriega. Only the Joint Chiefs Chairman General Colin Powell and General Norman Schwarzkopf, in charge of the coalition forces, knew about Steiner's relationship with Mossad. While Schwarzkopf battled to create a defensive line along the Saudi border to deal with the thrust out of Kuwait by Iraqi forces, Steiner's intelligence officers were working closely with Mossad to form resistance movements inside to try to topple Saddam. When Major General Wayne Downing, commander of JSOC, called the meeting to order in the conference room, everyone knew that as the hours ticked by to the deadline for war set by the United Nations for Tuesday, January 15, 1991, the world was conducting a dialogue with the deaf in Baghdad. Saddam continued to welcome what he predicted would be the mother of all wars. Downing began by reminding his listeners that Washington still required Israel to remain out of the war. In return, there would be long-term political and economic benefits for doing so. The immediate response from the Israelis was to produce a set of Shalom's enlarged photographs of the Scud launch. Then came their questions. Supposing Saddam fitted a nuclear warhead to a Scud? On a December evening in 1988, Pan American Airways Flight 103 from London to New York exploded in the air over Lockerbie in Scotland. Within hours, staff at LAP were working the phones to their media contacts, urging them to publicize that here was incontrovertible proof that Libya, through its intelligence service, Jamahiriya, was culpable. The author of this book received a call making such a claim from an LAP source hours after the disaster. Sanctions were swiftly imposed by the West against the Gaddafi regime. The United States and Britain issued indictments against 2 Libyans, charging them with the destruction of the Pan Am flight. Gaddafi refused to hand over the men for trial. LAP next accused Syria and Iran of being co-plotters in the Lockerbie disaster. The case against the Damascus regime turned on no more than its well-known support for state-sponsored terrorism. With Iran, the accusation was more specific. Pan Am 103 had been destroyed as an act of revenge for the shooting down on July 3, 1988, by the USS Vincennes of an Iranian passenger plane in the Persian Gulf, killing 290 people. It had been a tragic error for which the United States had apologized. LAP then named the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine as having conspired to destroy the airliner. None of the journalists who widely published this story stopped to think why Libya, accused as the original perpetrator, would have needed to call for help from Syria or Iran, let alone a Palestinian group. According to one British intelligence source, LAP was on a roll. Lockerbie was the perfect opportunity to remind the world that there existed the terror network that LAP always liked to promote. Lockerbie didn't need that. In fact, putting too many names in the pot was actually counterproductive. We knew only the Libyans were responsible. However, there were facts which did not make Pan Am 103 such an open-and-shut case. The PBS investigative television program Frontline subsequently claimed to have solved the cause of the disaster. Pan Am 103 had begun its journey in Frankfurt, where U.S.-bound passengers from the Middle East transferred onto Flight 103. Among them were Gannon and his CIA team, who had traveled on an Air Malta flight to make the connection. Their baggage was similar to thousands of suitcases which passed through the hands of Frankfurt baggage handlers every day. One of them was in the pay of terrorists. Somewhere in the airport baggage bays, the handler had concealed a suitcase already containing the bomb. His instruction was to spot a matching suitcase coming off a connecting flight and substitute his suitcase, and then let it continue on into the hold of Pan Am 103. It was a plausible theory, but only one of many advanced to explain the bombing. Understandably desperate to show the destruction of Pan Am 103 had been an act of terrorism for which it could not be culpable, the airline's insurers hired a New York firm of private investigators called Interfor. The company had been founded in 1979 by an Israeli, Yuval Aviv, who had immigrated to the United States the previous year. Aviv claimed to be a former desk officer with Mossad, a claim the service would deny. Nevertheless, Aviv had satisfied the insurers he had the right connections to unearth the truth. When they received his report, they could only have been stunned. On May 25, 1986, posing as technicians employed by Aer Lingus, the Irish national airline, Amiran Nir, Israel's anti-terrorism advisor, and Oliver North flew from Tel Aviv to Tehran on an Israeli aircraft painted with Aer Lingus's distinctive shamrock logo. On board were 97 tow-guided missiles and a pallet of Hawk missile spare parts. Nir was traveling on a false U.S. passport. It had been provided by North. North, ever the evangelizing Christian, had somehow persuaded President Reagan to inscribe a Bible to be presented to Ayatollah Rafsanjani, a devout Muslim. He had also brought a chocolate cake and sets of cold pistols for their hosts. It was all reminiscent of the days when traders had bartered for land with the Indians on Manhattan. The first Mossad knew of the mission was when the aircraft entered Iranian airspace. Nahum Admoni's reaction was described as incandescent rage. Luckily, the Iranians simply ordered the visitors out and used the mission to score a massive propaganda coup against the United States. Reagan was furious. Nevertheless, Nir managed to remain in government and in service for another 10 months, until the sniping from within the intelligence community calling for his removal had grown to a relentless fusillade. In those months, the cases of Hindawi, Vanunu, and so on crossed his desk, but any contributions he offered on how matters should be handled were icily rejected by Mossad. No longer welcome in Washington and isolated in Tel Aviv, Nir resigned as the Prime Minister's counterterrorism expert in March 1987. By then, his marriage was in trouble, and his circle of friends had shrunk. Ari ben Menashe remained one of Nir's few remaining links with his past. On November 30th, Nir and Stanton turned up at a small Mexican airport, this time with another man. On the passenger manifest, he was listed as Pedro Espinosa Juntado. Whom he worked for would remain yet another mystery. Another would be why, when they came to enter their own names on the manifest, both Nir and Stanton used their real identities. If the pilot noticed the discrepancy between the name Nir had given to charter the Cessna, it passed without comment. The plane took off in good flying conditions. On board were the pilot, a co-pilot, and their 3 passengers. 100 miles into the flight, the Cessna suddenly developed engine trouble and moments later crashed, killing Nir and the pilot. Stanton was seriously injured, the co-pilot and Juntado less so. By the time the first rescuer, Pedro Cruchet, arrived on the scene, Juntado had disappeared, another of those figures never to be seen again. How exactly Cruchet came to be the first on the scene was yet another twist. He claimed to work for NewCal, but the company's plant was a considerable distance away. He could not explain why he had been so close to the crash site. Asked by police to prove his identity, he pleaded he had lost his ID at a bullfight. It turned out Cruchet was an Argentinian living in Mexico illegally. By the time that had been established, he too had vanished. At the crash site, Cruchet had recovered and identified Nir's body, and he accompanied Stanton to the hospital. Stanton told crash investigators, according to Israeli journalist Ran Edelist in 1997, "While injured and shocked, I saw Amiram Nir a few meters away, waving and saying in a normal voice, 'Everything will be okay. Help is on the way.' Stanton was twice assured in the days following that Nir was alive. Nir's body was flown back to Israel for burial." For the next 4 years, Shabtai Shavit continued to run Mossad, making every effort to keep it out of the headlines and free of the attention of the media. Away from the public gaze, the old jockeying for power within the Israeli intelligence community had lost none of his energy. Politicians who still sat on the Oversight Subcommittee on Intelligence remembered how Shavit had bested them after the Gulf War. Shabtai Shavit chose to ignore the warning signs. Suddenly, on a pleasant spring morning in 1996, he was summoned to the office of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and told he was being replaced. Shavit made no attempt to argue. He had seen enough of Netanyahu to know that would be pointless. He had only asked one question: who was his successor? Netanyahu had replied, "Dani Yatom." The day of the Prussian had arrived for Mossad. Dawn was breaking on Thursday, January 16, 1998, when the government car pulled away from the white-painted house in an exclusive suburb close to the electrified fence marking the border between Israel and Jordan. In one of those twists of history which abound in Israel, the house stood on grounds where the spies of Gideon, the great Jewish warrior, had prepared their intelligence-gathering missions to enable the Israelis to defeat overwhelmingly superior forces. Now Dani Yatom was setting off to finalize an operation which could save his career. Beginning with a debacle on the streets of Amman in July 1997, when a Gideon team failed to assassinate the Hamas leader Khalid Mashal, the past 7 months had been, Yatom had told friends, like living on the edge of the block waiting for the axe to fall. His executioner in waiting was Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Their once close friendship had soured. But on this cold February morning, Yatom knew his time was running out. That was why he needed the operation he had nurtured these past weeks to work. It would show the Prime Minister his spy master had not lost his skills. But none of this showed on Yatom's face. Despite all he had endured, he kept his emotions on the lock and key. Seated in a corner of the back seat of the Peugeot, in repose, Yatom looked genuinely intimidating in black leather bomber jacket, open-neck shirt, and gray pants. It was how he usually dressed for work. Clothes had never interested him. His receding hair, steel-framed glasses, and thin lips went well with his nickname, the Prussian. He knew he still commanded by something close to fear. Beside him on the seat were the morning newspapers. For once, there had been no speculation about his future. The Peugeot made its swift way down through the hills toward Tel Aviv, the sun reflecting off the burnished bodywork, which the chauffeur polished morning and evening to mirror perfection. The Peugeot had bulletproof windows, armor-plated coachwork, and anti-mine flooring. Only the official car of the Prime Minister had similar protection. Benjamin Netanyahu had offered Yatom the post of Director General of Mossad within minutes of Shabtai Shavit's going. In Yatom's first weeks in office, he had spent at least one evening a week with the Prime Minister. They had sat over cold beers and olives and put the world to rights and remembered the times when Yatom had commanded Bibi in an IDF commando unit. Afterward, Netanyahu had gone on to become Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, and then during the Gulf War, a self-styled expert on international terrorism, even broadcasting with a gas mask over his face in case a scud should fall nearby. Yatom, for his part, had said how much he relished the role of the outsider who had been given the most important post in the country's intelligence community, the quintessential career soldier. He had served as military attaché to Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin. Yatom and Netanyahu had seemed inseparable until two embankments had left a seemingly unbridgeable gulf. There had been the bungled affair in Amman. The operation had been ordered by Netanyahu. When the attack had failed and Mossad had been caught in the spotlight of the world's media, the Prime Minister had blamed Yatom for the debacle. He had taken the criticism without flinching. Privately, he had told friends that Netanyahu had the courage of other people's convictions. A second, and in many ways a graver embarrassment surfaced. In October 1997, a senior Mossad officer, Yehuda Gil, was discovered to have invented, for the past 20 years, top-secret reports from a non-existent agent in Damascus. Gil had drawn substantial sums from Mossad's slush fund to pay the man, pocketing the money for himself. The scam had only come to light when a Mossad analyst studying the agent's latest report that Syria was about to attack Israel had become suspicious. Gil had been confronted by Yatom and made a full confession. Netanyahu had pounced. In a stormy meeting in the Prime Minister's office, Yatom had been brutally questioned over the way he ran Mossad. Netanyahu had brushed aside the argument that Gil had successfully carried off his deception under 4 previous directors. Yatom should have known, Netanyahu had shouted. It was another foul-up. Staff in the Prime Minister's office could not recall such a dressing down. The details had been leaked to the media, causing further embarrassment to Yatom. Shortly before 6:30 a.m. on that Monday, February 16th, Yatom's Peugeot entered the parking lot in the basement of Mossad headquarters in Tel Aviv, and he took the elevator to the 4th-floor conference room. Waiting there were 2 men and 2 women. Seated around a table, they had already paired off as couples, the role they would assume in Switzerland. Each was in his late 20s, suntanned, and superbly fit-looking. For the past few days, they had been up in the snow of northern Israel, brushing up on their skiing. The previous evening, they had been fully briefed on the mission and had selected their cover identities. The men were to pose as successful stock market traders, taking a short break from the trading floor with their girlfriends, but never quite able to put work behind them. That would explain the laptop computer one of them would carry. The laptop had been wired to provide the link between the concealed recorder to be installed in the apartment basement and the safe house. One couple were to monitor the recorder around the clock once it began working. The other pair were from the Gideon unit. Their job was to find the best means to kill Abdul Zain. They would travel unarmed to Switzerland. Their guns would be provided later by the Brussels office. On the conference table were the listening device and the recorder. Yatom inspected them, saying the gadgets were far more sophisticated than any he had seen before. His final briefing was short. The group had picked up their airline tickets and spent the next 24 hours in a Mossad safe house in the city. Next Tuesday morning, February 20th, they boarded El Al Flight 347 to Zurich, obediently arriving at Ben Gurion Airport as requested by the airline 2 hours before takeoff. They joined the lines of passengers, mostly Swiss nationals or Israelis, making their way through the security checks. There was no light from Zane's apartment. The persons who called themselves Solly Goldberg, Rachel Jacobson, and Ephraim Rubinstein walked quickly toward the glass door of the building. Rubinstein carried a roll of plastic, Goldberg the laptop, Jacobson a carrier bag containing the listening devices. Meantime, Leah Cohen and Matty Finkelstein had enthusiastically begun to act out their lookout role, pretending to be lovers. Across the street, an elderly woman who suffered from insomnia was once more unable to sleep. The police would later insist on referring to her as Madam X. From her bedroom window, she stared out at a strange sight. A man, Rubinstein, was draping plastic across the glass door to stop anyone's looking into the apartment block opposite. Behind the sheet, she could see two other figures. Out in the street, in a parked car, was another shadowy couple. Just as Danny Yatom had warned, what she saw was certainly improper. The woman called the police. At a little after 2 a.m., a BMW squad car arrived in the street, catching Cohen and Finkelstein in mid-embrace. They were ordered to remain in the car. Meantime, police backup had arrived, and the trio inside the lobby were asked to explain what they were doing. Goldberg and Jacobson said they had mistaken the building for one where friends lived, and Rubinstein insisted he was taking down, not putting up, the plastic. Matters then became farcical. Goldberg and Jacobson asked permission to go to their car and check the address of their friends. No policemen accompanied them. At the same moment, Rubinstein fell to the ground, appearing to have suffered a heart attack. All the policemen gathered around to help and summon medical assistance. No one moved to stop the two cars as they raced out of Wabersacker into the frosty night. Shortly afterward, the cars stopped to transfer one couple into the other car. The foursome crossed the border into France in the small hours of the morning. The first step was for Yatom to call the officer at the Foreign Ministry. The officer telephoned the head of the Prime Minister's office, who informed Benjamin Netanyahu. He called Israel's ambassador to the European Community in Brussels, Ephraim Halevi. The English-born diplomat had spent nearly 30 years as a senior Mossad officer with responsibility for maintaining good relations with security services of foreign states which had diplomatic relations with Israel. He had also played an important role in patching up relations with Jordan after the bungled operation in Amman. "Fix this, and you'll be my friend for life," Netanyahu was later quoted as saying to Halevi. The ambassador had consulted the filofax he carried everywhere before deciding whom to call first. Jacob Kellerberger, a senior officer at the Swiss Foreign Ministry. Halevi was at his diplomatic best. There had been a regrettable incident involving Mossad. Yet no one had suggested that Mossad should not retain its role as Israel's secret eye on the world. Without its skills, Israel might well find itself defeated by its enemies in the next century. Iraq and Syria were all developing technology which needed to be closely monitored. In the beginning, the operational style of Mossad had been to do what must be done, but do it secretly. In one of his one-to-one meetings with a staffer, Halevi had said he would like to see the Israeli intelligence community become a united family once more, with Mossad the uncle no one talks about. Only time would tell whether that is an unsupportable dream, or whether, as many observers fear, the further Mossad is from its last public humiliation, the closer it is to the next. Notes on sources. I have had access at a sufficiently high level within the Israeli intelligence community to have made this an authoritative account. As with my previous books, I came to the subject of Mossad with no baggage. I have used information its members provided in the way any writer does when dealing with an intelligence service. Checked it, checked it, checked it. Some 80 hours of taped recollections were made, including repeated interviews with persons connected directly or indirectly with Mossad. Others were with persons Mossad had tried to kill. They included Leila Khaled, who came to notoriety during the spate of aircraft hijackings by the PLO in the 1970s, and Mohammed Abbas, who masterminded the hijacking of the Achille Lauro in which a crippled American Jewish passenger was hurled over the side of the cruise liner to his death. I met them in May 1996 in Gaza City, where they had been permitted to visit Israel as part of its rapprochement with the PLO. I also spoke to Yasser Arafat, himself once a prime target for Mossad assassination. I was introduced to the business of writing on intelligence matters in 1960, when I worked with Chapman Pincher, then Britain's foremost writer on the subject. We were both employed by the Daily Express in London. A number of our stories, notably the Burgess and Maclean debacle for British intelligence, helped to change the perception of how such matters should be reported. It is a position I've tried to maintain with such books as Journey into Madness, Pontiff, and Chaos Under Heaven. I have reported on the secret intelligence wars being waged against Iran, Iraq, Syria, and Afghanistan, areas in which Mossad remains directly involved. I've also written extensively on Mossad's relationship with the Vatican. My own contacts with the Holy See were useful in conducting further background interviews for this book. In 1989, I was in China at the height of the student unrest. Once more, I witnessed the machinations of intelligence agencies and detected the hand of Mossad over its concern that China's exporting of weapons to both Iran and Iraq could pose a serious threat to Israel. I went on to write about the role of Mossad in the Persian Gulf War and in the aftermath of Soviet communism. In August 1994, I received a call from Zvi Spielman. Spielman is something of a legend in Israel. He fought with distinction in its War of Independence and went on to create Israel's United Film Studios. He has produced a raft of films, many of them Hollywood co-productions. Spielman asked if I would write and present a documentary on Mossad. He assured me I would have a completely free hand, that the only restriction on the information I obtained would be the questions I asked to obtain it. The more I asked, the more I would learn. I discovered that apart from Victor Ostrovsky's books and the work of Ari Ben Menashe, there was precious little to read about Mossad in the way of hard information. This was in marked contrast to the CIA, which has some 200 books devoted to its work. The British Secret Intelligence Service has close to 50, and similar numbers are in print for the KGB and the German and French intelligence agencies. But a check on their contents showed there were gaps in the secret wars they had waged. It became clear that Mossad could fill many of these. On trips to Israel, some on behalf of Britain's Channel 4, the process of interviewing was like any other. The time frame of the story my interviewees had to tell initially encompassed a strange period, somewhere between recent history and fading memory as we came to know each other, and as their accounts moved closer to the present time, they became more specific, better able to remember the minutiae, who said what, when, and where. It became clear that even those who had helped found Mossad had vivid recollections of a period which was part of their living history and which had never been recounted from their perspective. Most important, they could relate those earlier times to the present day. For example, when they identified Mossad's role in the closing days of the Shah of Iran, they translated it as the root of the current scourge of Islamic fundamentalism. When they revealed Mossad's involvement with South Africa, they were able to juxtapose it with that country's situation today. Time and again, they showed how the past was part of Israel's present, how Mossad had bridged the gap between then and now. They showed that legends attributed to Mossad paled into insignificance when placed against what really had happened. I remember Raphael Eitan chuckling and saying, "Almost every published fact about the capture of Eichmann is pure bullshit. I know because I personally am the man who captured him." In many ways, Eitan and his colleagues turned myths into a compelling reality. They asked I should do no less. Listening to Eitan, his achievements seemed to be as inexhaustible as his energy. He had fought a great secret war, a man of energy and endless vision. All he asked was to live long enough to see the day when Israel would truly be at peace. I learned quickly that there were distinct and acrimonious camps among my interviewees. There were the Issa Harel people and the Meir Amit people, and the contempt each had for the other was undimmed by the years. I sensed there will never be a mellowing on either side. This led to an additional problem. weighing the emphasis to be put on their information. My interviewees are also in a race with time. Men like Meir Amit are in the twilight of their lives. It was to his credit that he was willing to endure lengthy interviews and repetitive questions. He granted his last one shortly after he had returned from Vietnam, where he had gone to learn firsthand about how the Viet Cong had often outsmarted U.S. intelligence in the Vietnam War. One of the most fascinating interviews was with Uri Sagi. He sat in Zvi Spielman's office and spoke candidly on such diverse subjects as the need for Israel to come to an accommodation with Syria and the problem he sometimes had with tasking Mossad when he had been Israel's overall intelligence supremo. David Kimche rarely let down his guard, insisting on seeing all questions beforehand. Nevertheless, he did impart important insights regarding his personal attitude toward people and events. My enduring memory of him was watching him feed his dog while elegantly destroying the credibility of those who did not measure up to his own standards. Yaakov Cohen opened his home and his heart and mind to me. We sat for many hours in the kibbutz where he now lives, as he remembered what he had said and felt at the time. As an example, he alone could recall the fear and remorse he had experienced when killing his first man. His reaction was in marked contrast to Rafi Eitan's feelings about killing. Yoel Ben-Porat had the mentality of the lawyer's lawyer, dealing only with the facts and slow to conjecture. In many cases, he was able to fill in gaps which had been left open by history. Reuven Merchav was a font of information about Mossad's position in the framework of Israeli politics. Among the Israeli journalists I spoke with, two need special mention. Alex Doron was ready to sound off about Israeli intelligence in a way that was candid and refreshing. His support was valuable. On the other hand, Ran Edelist, who had been engaged as a researcher by Channel 4 for the TV film I was to present on Mossad, often paced an office in Zvi Spielman's studio complex, insisting it would not be proper to give full details in many cases. At times he seemed more concerned with what should not be in the program than with what should. In some of the interviews he attended, he frequently interrupted interviewees to caution them to be careful. Thankfully, few took his advice. Independently of Ran Edelist, I met with other Israeli intelligence operatives who were able to be open on the understanding they would not be directly quoted. They invited me to their homes. I met their families and came to know something of their private lives. It was a reminder that spies do not live in one dimension. I still remember completing a long interview with a former Katza who provided an account of how he had killed. Suddenly he looked around at the comfortable living room with its views of a biblical landscape and sighed deeply and said, "This world is not this world." The words have stayed with me. I think that what he meant was that compared to his former work, beneath ordinary rhythms and appearances of life, a darkness and menace had never left him. I found that with several of the others with whom I spoke. It was a sobering reminder that the world of intelligence is,